So, in the last session, you all boarded a boat, headed back to the Babbling Burrow after dealing with the aftermath of the battle with Silas. A good couple of days to recuperate from the big battle. You met some interesting characters on the boat. Mimos, the many-faceted, the bard, or the performer, and you found out that the captain of this boat might be a creature known as a mind flayer. Leaving all of that well alone, you decided to rest and just, you know what? I decided
I'm not gonna touch that. You know?
Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just staying in our lane.
Yeah.
For once.
Yeah. For once. And
As adventurers never want to do.
yeah. And 2 days of nautical travel later, you can now, at the crack of dawn, see if any of you are up. Mason, I'm assuming, doing his morning Tai Chi on the deck. If you're up, you can see, off in the distance, the familiar silhouette of the Babbling Burrow. And as the boat starts to get closer and closer, and as the sun starts to come up in the sky, you hear the trademark babbling of the river brill emptying into the ocean. The rest of you, you've all, had your night's rest. Pretty restful night's sleep, even though you're on the boat. Ro's been a bit seasick, but other than that, been fine.
Seasick, but we've also potentially heard some
Tinkering.
Some
clang.
tinkering. And she got
Tinkering.
over it at one point, and then we're sharing a room, so...
Yeah.
I feel good today. Clonk, clonk, clonk. Oh, now I feel shit again.
Yeah.
Built a bucket for vomiting in. I also built a different bucket. They both have legs to empty themselves for me.
I built a bucket with legs. And a gun with legs. A bucket with a gun with legs.
Oh god, just attach the bucket and just shoot vomit.
No.
There we go.
Hessel. Hessel.
Yes.
As you sleep on the final night before you arrive at the burrow, your mind wanders back to a familiar vision that you had a while back. You find yourself striding with purpose in beautiful marble hallway. Gold trim around the side is immediately something that you recognize. It's a bit weird this time around. You are a little bit more aware of things, where the last time it was a lot sort of fuzzier, just more like a dreamscape, where this time it's a lot more vivid. As you approach this door in front of you, and you raise your hand to open it, you see the familiar markings of Manibus on the right hand, with the eye tattoo sort of staring right back at you as you seemingly cast a spell to open the door. The door swings open soundlessly, and beyond it you can see a long winding staircase. There's no actual central column. It's just a staircase on the
around the outside.
Around the outside with
and
you can see down the bottom.
Don't slip.
Yeah, no, it's got a railing. It's got a guardrail.
Oh,
It's
wow.
just like
In a fantasy setting?
Yeah, it's got a guardrail, man. Like health and safety are all over this shit. Health and safety are all over this shit. But yeah, and yes, mages will have slow fall or feather fall for the most part. They keep it prepared in these parts just in case.
Because marble's slippy, especially if you're slippers.
Absolutely.
Slippery when wet.
Yeah.
Well, it's all just slightly hatched and etched, so it has that rough texture.
Like a little bit of
It's just concrete.
It's like the road.
It's concrete with a really elaborate programmed illusion on it.
It's like sandblasted.
Yeah. But yeah, you start to, as you step out into this and you sort of look down, you're looking down into this spiral staircase going into an empty void. And you see yourself turn and start to make your way down these long steps. And as you start to go down, you can see slowly as you pass these torches, as you pass them, illuminating a little bit further into this darkness. And it's weird. Like you are aware that you should be able to see in front of you in darkness, but in here it just seems odd that even this darkness seems thick. And it's only these torches that light, these magical torches that seem to illuminate the way. Eventually, after a long walk of silence, so your footsteps just echoing through this long tower almost.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
As I'm walking along, especially if I'm there for a while, or perceiving this for a while, is there any way that within my mind I could try to cast a spell myself? I'd be trying to attempt to ritually cast Identify, because I think I'm trying to determine whether or not if this is some form of remote viewing, or if this is a memory, or if I'm actually dreaming.
So roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
Okay. All right. Int modifier. Okay. Oh, that's not super great. That's going to be a 10 total.
Cool. In your mind, you start to mutter the incantations and things. As at this point, it is a fairly lucid dream. Although what you're noticing is that you're not able to control this body. You're almost a passenger in this person's memory almost. And you try to cast a spell, but the spell has has somatic components.
Yes.
Which you're not able to replicate in this person's mind without controlling their body. Right. So, and eventually, as you get down to the bottom of this, you can see it as the last torch illuminates us. You see in front of you this large circular floor, about 20-30 foot radius. Is this massive sort of logo that you recognize of the Maximilian Reserve. It's the 9 white concentric circles with 3 dark ones on the outside, each of them having a different number of orbiting dots, which you know to be representative of the 9 levels of magic, with 3 more powerful forbidden forms, or forbidden arcana, so to speak. And as you get down here, you can see there's 3 doors on this level here, each of those corresponding to one of those dark circles on the 3 outer edges. You walk towards the middle one, which coincides with the one on the farthest circle. You walk up to it, you sort of look at it up and down. It's a pretty big, like about a 10-11 foot tall door, and it's got these ornate carvings on it, which as you look through it, it's almost like looking at it through someone else's eye, and you're actually seeing them identify different runes that are built into these carvings, identifying a very powerful arcane lock that has been placed on this. You sort of look around in this vision. You see the other 2 doors, similar sort of setup. And you sort of look up, and it's just, you can see these lights just lighting this massive tower. You have no idea how far down you are. And you look back at the door, and you see the hand raised and put in the middle of the door, and you see the eye flash, and as it does, you wake up. Yeah.
Just wake up and kind of like roll over and look to see if I can see Batmanibus perched around your riddle.
So as you wake up and you look up, Batmanibus are right above your head, just sort of doing bat things.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Please demonstrate.
It's got a little toothbrush.
Yeah.
Things here.
Yeah, it's got a little toothpick.
Just out of curiosity, I'm just gonna call
Yep.
bat Manibus down.
Comes
Just
out
like
to you.
sit him in my hand for a little bit, and just before I prepare my spells for the day, I'm just gonna try to cast Identify on Manibus to see if Manibus is being affected by any forms of magic.
You spend the time to cast Identify Manibus, and no, it's you identify it as a summoned familiar.
Yeah.
Um,
Because I just remember, I'm just thinking back to that time where I saw Manibus's eyes looking different than normal. And just, reflecting
so
on that.
you're sort of looking down at Manibus, and you can see very like the sort of brownish black fur. Is it fur?
It's
That's
fur.
Yeah,
Fur?
it's
fur.
Fur.
Yeah. There's like in between there's like a darker.
feathers if you want.
Yeah. There's a darker shade of that black that
Scales.
outlines the tattoos and stuff, and on his chest you'll see that eye.
Sakura's wings all tattooed as well.
If he just like unfurls, it's just
Oh,
like
metal.
tattooed. Yeah. Tattooed
Goth
bat.
dad.
It's not very stealthy though, because wherever he goes, it's just
It's like-
no. It's constantly.
That's just his like. There's no flapping
that's
sounds.
the
No, no,
sound.
no, 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 no,
Sonar
no, no,
uses.
no, no, no.
Yeah, just always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you wake, there's like a sunlight that's streaming into your room through the circular like a
Porthole.
porthole. That's the one.
Yes.
I almost said portcullis. I was like, no, that's not right.
That would be an issue.
Yeah, that would be an issue. A portcullis on a boat would be a problem. I can see. Yeah, I can see the
On
issue.
the, on the side of it, yeah.
Yeah, I can see the
just-
problem there.
Just pop it open slightly and kind of smell the air and go, we're close to the burrow.
Yes, yeah. You open it. There's the first thing that hits you is the salty sea air, and then there's like, oh no, that smells like home.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's weird because like you're used to like fresh air off
Yeah.
late for the last month or so, and it's like just
All the memories
being-
come flooding back.
Yeah, all the memories come flooding
Sewage
back.
treatment? Oh no, it's the burrow.
I
Smells like blood.
I take my time getting ready, preparing my spells, and I'm going to head on up onto the deck and see if I can find the others.
You head on up to the deck, and it's like the sun's come up now, so you find most of the people either on the deck upstairs or down below getting a last breakfast meal in before you guys.
Philia has been taking off of her like princess robe, like putting it down, putting it back on, taking it off again, like trying to figure out like what image she wants to present. Like,
Yeah. No.
eventually, just go with travel cloak and just
What other
head
is
to
he-
the
I've probably been out for a couple of hours, shadow boxing, but with a sword.
You're doing that up on the deck, and over the 2 days, this has been your routine. So the people that usually watch you are still watching you.
Yeah.
Doing it. There's like children who are a bit like enthralled by it still.
Yeah.
Ro, what are you doing?
I'll come upstairs because I imagine like it's starting to get
It's starting.
smoother.
Yeah, it is.
And behind me will be a little
Yeah.
gun with legs.
Yeah, you'll see this little this like three-legged thing, and there's like a turret on top of it.
Do guns normally do that?
No,
That's incredible.
Is it
I made a friend.
It's like a cannon or a musket, or like what style gun does it?
It's actually
It's just a Glock.
It's a Glock. It's a Glock.
Oh, tiny. It's kind of like
No. It's like a non-millimeter.
It's a cannon. So imagine like a little tiny
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Instead of wheels, like a cannon with
Pirate
wheels, it's just got
cannon.
little legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Can you imagine if it was a catapult though?
Oh god!
Just a trebuchet on legs.
Your trebuchet on legs.
A tiny ballista that fires toothpicks.
It shoots pencils.
throw up the corner like
You make a whole bunch of pencils and then just load them. It's just got this hopper at the top. You just pour them into.
Yeah.
And your new catchphrase is "The pen is mightier than the sword."
no, it is a tiny little cannon.
Cannon.
Yeah.
Cool.
With legs.
Sweet. It's a cannon with legs. Cannon where instead of the wheels, it's just like this long tube with mechanical legs coming out of it.
Kind of like spidery. Like,
There's like as it sort of walks past, there's
it's
always
like
this like
Borderlands.
as it walks past, there's this constant sound of like a lit fuse, but it just never goes off.
That's anxiety. That is the sound of anxiety.
It's just, as it goes past, it's just like a, yeah.
No, I don't like that.
That's Rose like white noise that she sleeps.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, this is so soothing, and the rest of us are just like.
That's like the
like
sound
it's
of the
not-
last minute of like a time bomb. Like,
Yeah.
it's like a time bomb.
It's not even got anything to do with the gun. It's just you've installed a white noise machine.
Yeah. Cool.
Taking after your father, I see.
Trying.
That's very impressive.
For now, he'll protect us, me. He's got different abilities.
Right. Do you need to wind it up or do anything particular to make it
No,
go?
he's run on magic.
No more Albus in the night.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
as
And then I'll just
Yeah.
I'll motion to
Yeah.
Samus to like try and see if he can land on it.
yeah, like as Batman starts to flut around, it just looks up and it's just like pointing towards Batman. It's just like,
It's like rears up.
Just like maybe come
Just hear
away.
this
Yeah, you hear this-
disembodied female voice. Target acquired.
Just start shooting flak into the air. Just a triple A cannon.
Just come back. All right. No.
Manibus sits up on the
Fired.
Manibus sits up there and then just like cannon's looking at you with its
He's
and
fine.
then just turns away.
He's just saying hello.
Right.
Shall we have a proper breakfast before we get in?
That's a fine idea.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yes. I'd love to tell you all about an amazing dream I had as well.
So
Not
you'll-
Breakfast.
wanting to try the restaurant. We should.
Sure. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
dinner restaurant.
Huh. There's no breakfast restaurant.
No, it doesn't have breakfast. It's a dinner restaurant.
Oh.
There's no continental breakfast.
Oh no, they're
There is continental.
There's there's like a breakfast buffet kind of a thing, but the restaurant isn't open because there's like there's a
It's a
restaurant
fancy side.
Yeah, there's a fancy side and there's like just the
I guess I'll just have 6 kilos of breakfast sausage.
yeah, you do, yeah. It's like
make the most of it. Yeah. I would
Very
definitely.
specific.
We'll just be like putting stuff in our
yeah,
pocket.
exactly. Yeah, like Callie and just going.
We have thousands of gold pieces. We don't need to be stealing breakfast
You
sausage.
can take the kid out of the burrow, but you can't take the burrow out of the
Yeah.
kid.
There is no other way to eat buffet breakfast.
I'm aware.
Cool.
If anyone here can eat, it's the half orc.
No,
Here's a bucket of omelette.
don't be the nana that wraps the ham in like napkins and puts it in their purse, guys. Like
I would be feeding kind of whole breakfast sausages
backpack's full of
to
jelly
Manibus, though.
Yeah.
We're just
that's
kind
the
of
only valid thing
almost
to
like a
take
seagull.
Yeah, yeah,
whole
yeah.
buffet.
Pretty much.
I always have my little napkin and jelly beans.
Only you can choke on an imaginary
I did.
sausage.
I choked on an imaginary ethereal sausage.
Yeah.
That
Right.
rings.
It's like an strong.
Check out.
That tracks.
Don't forget to breathe while you're eating your imaginary sausage.
So
Through your nose. Open your throat just through your nose.
after we're sitting down and having some breakfast together, I'll just kind of pipe up and. So this dream.
Yeah.
Couldn't determine if it was a dream or if I was actually seeing something somewhere.
Vision.
I've described before seeing an individual going down a nice long corridor, black marble, gold trim. Turns out that place might belong to the reserve.
But you've never been there.
I've never been there, and it's certainly not me. It's someone else, but they have Manibus as a hand. And
Like separate?
Yeah, is it?
oh no, it's seemingly attached. Yes,
So it
In
is.
in a place where a hand would be.
in a place where a hand should and would be.
So it's
Yes.
not Silas, it's not the crown.
I don't know. I had a dream similar to this before meeting Silas.
But hand Manibus came from somebody originally, right?
It came from an individual named, well, at least told me their name was Nota.
So
It's where I got all of these from, and I just kind of like open up my shirt and I kind
Tattoos.
of put on the tattoos.
We're at breakfast, Hitzel. Put a shirt on.
I see what you did there.
Could it be some sort of
I like the
memory
idea
coming
Mason
through?
sees this while not wearing a shirt. Absolutely.
Some shirt, like,
He's still,
going
he's
over
still,
his
he's still
shoulder.
sweaty from morning Tai Chi.
Well, it's a button-up shirt, but it's just open.
Yeah.
Could be a memory. I mean, it would have to be if this hand.
Getting memories from your hand.
I'm not sure.
There's a bat right now, but
Yes, but it doesn't lead me to believe that perhaps the one that I learnt all of this from was at one time a member of the reserve, or at least knew how to get into their locations.
Did it seem like you were breaking in, or did
I asked Silas as well if he knew of Nota.
You do very like it did feel like you were breaking in because
I
there
wasn't
was
meant to be there.
there was like a
Sense
sense,
of
not
Anxiety?
urgency. There's this like smug confidence that I'll get through without a problem.
Right.
But like the spells that you were casting to open the door, it was like
Like I was breaking in rather than actually doing the proper
Yeah,
commands
exactly.
to open it. Okay,
Like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm jailbreaking.
Yes, I think you're right. You're onto something there. I think it was breaking in. The spells cast to open doors were more intrusive.
Do you think that maybe this Nota of yours and Silas knew each other? Like, do necromancers have like
a forum.
clubs?
Well,
It's like
gentlemen's club.
it's like a forum.
can't say I've
Like
talked to.
Necromancers Anonymous.
Can't say I've talked to many before.
That sounds bad, dude.
I have communicated with Nota before on more than one occasion.
he was dead? Yeah, you got a hand from his body.
Dead when I met him. Yes.
That's such a confusing sentence.
I know.
Yes, he was dead when I met him.
If only it was.
But we
little
had a long chat.
simpler. Yes. No, his body was brought in.
How was he killed?
He didn't mention, but he was on a boat where there were 13 other. Well, no, he was one of 13 that was dead on a ship that rolled into the burrow.
Just
That doesn't really make any
Is-
sense to me.
The
Do you remember?
bit more that now you're talking about this, you recall is it was less of a shipwreck. It was
Yep.
a ship rolled into port.
Yes,
Like
yeah.
not actually into the port, but it was just found
Rocked up in the
floating.
harbour
Yes.
full of corpses.
And
So like
yeah,
ghost ship.
exactly. Well,
Yeah.
less of, like it wasn't being piloted. It was just drifting.
Yep.
right.
Just drifting.
It was a full time. It was like a
so
Upside down.
exactly
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Dracula.
Yeah.
yeah. It was drifting, and
Whoa.
when people went to figure out what the fuck this is, they found.
How many years ago was this?
I probably would have been around about 5 or 6 at the time. So
13 years ago.
Yeah, about
I
13
wouldn't have
years
been
ago.
working then. I wouldn't have been working the docks then.
you would have been in the burrow though.
I would have been in the borough. I mean, I've been in the borough my whole life, but it wouldn't have been specifically.
It wasn't something that was
No, it's just
public knowledge.
It's just a thing that you, even if you hear about it, it's just a thing you hear about. Hear about that boat that rolled over? Oh yeah, crazy.
Yes, the rest of the remains were worse off, to say the least. And I didn't have a lot of time with him, only as much time as I have with everyone else, and he advised me to learn what I could from his body, from the markings that were on there.
You had dreams like these before. Obviously, it's the first time you've ever.
I've had one instance before. However, I didn't make it down into this staircase. I just approached it, looked over the edge, and saw this stairwell going down, circling
Recent?
far below. Sorry?
Recent dream?
I'm struggling to remember when I had that dream, actually.
the first
It's
time.
relatively
It was,
recent.
it was relative. It
Within a
was
couple
soon
levels.
after. Yeah, I think it was soon after. Was it? It's definitely after the Salas fight. When you had the first one.
Ah, okay. Alright. It was after Silas.
So relatively recent.
What do I know?
I'm not sure.
Maybe because Silas is dead, it's unlocked something?
Or maybe because we found all those books.
There were 2 occasions on which I've spoken to Nota since first meeting his corpse. Once was when I went to the other side, or at least to the Vale, where I've been with Mason before. I heard a voice there speaking very close to me. And when we were in that cave, hiding from the reserve, from the griffins, that's when I got this, and I kind of opened up my shirt again. I didn't make this mark on myself.
The weird spiral.
Yes. This spell is what I used to animate the dead. That was given to me after
Divine Sense.
I had a conversation.
15? Yeah.
15.
Wait, actually,
Divine.
more than that? If I have proficiency with it?
No.
Oh no, it's
That's
intelligence.
intelligence.
It's intelligence, yeah, 15.
Cool. Divine Sense doesn't proc anything. Apparitions for Divine Sense?
It's behind Total Cover.
Hollow, Celestial Fiends, Undeads.
Never mind.
So.
Yep, cool. Doesn't proc anything.
Alright, yeah.
Jesus, first thing I thought we were talking about like the tattoo aberrations.
no.
I was just like, what? Sorry?
There's a mind flare on my chest.
The
This
spell,
sleep with the captain.
the spell that he's talking about, animate dead. Like, even though you access magic in a different way, you've learned, and
It's all wreck shit.
yeah, just look. You're looking at his chest there, where that one spiral symbol is. That shouldn't be a way to. That's not a. That's like the rest of his spells are very meticulous. They're like detailed in their tattoos. And having done those tattoos, you know that these are detailed magical equations that have been set into this sort of tattoo format. This is literally just a symbol, and the symbol that you're looking at as well, it's not of normal, like it's not an arcane rune that you identify. It's just like it's a spiral. It could be a squiggle made with a pen, but it's like it's not a
Some weird Junji Ito shit.
yeah. It is not normal arcane script, but seemingly this one symbol is allowing you to cast the animate dead spell.
I don't think that is how that should work
No.
in general.
And you would be aware of this
Yes.
as someone who's
Yeah.
because you didn't write it, but you know how to cast the spell.
Everything that I've learned so far, I've had to spend a long time learning. This is something
Just
that
appeared.
and I knew the words. I knew the words to speak.
Can I go into the Beholden where all of our books are, and try and find just like one of the basic necromancy books,
Yep.
and I want to look for that spell in the book.
Yep. So you find Necromancy
Just like
101.
kind of like at the
Yeah,
there's a breakfast
you
table.
you pull out Necromancy 101 at the breakfast table and you start flipping through it, and yeah, it's one of the first. It's one of the first spells or spell lessons that are
It's
in
like
there.
the 101.
I just
Yeah, it is
I just had
D101.
Dorzu in my mind, like just going, Kessel, what did I tell you about no necromancy at the table?
Keep the bones off the table.
But yeah, so you start.
No reanimating your food.
Oh god!
Is Hessel making it like a rotisserie chicken
I
dance?
just need bones. If there's a chicken carcass, and I'm dead.
He's turning the breakfast sausages into like a flesh golem.
But
It's like Fantasia, but real fucked
It's
up.
just like this big.
anyway,
Anyway.
That's my purpose.
you find the spell, and looking through it, you read through the way to cast the spell.
Process.
And as you're sort of kind of mumbling it while you're looking at it, you look at it and it's like, those aren't the words I use.
No, they're not.
Those aren't the words. Those aren't the gestures. It's just in your case, there's like the way you cast the spell is it's almost just tapping into it and going, I want this to happen, and it happens.
Kind of like what I do.
Yes. And yeah, like as that sort of information comes out, it's like, that's how I cast spells. That's weird.
Are you sure? I know this sounds strange, but is it possible for someone to cast necromancy spells and be a necromancer fully while being someone like me.
A sorcerer?
Yeah.
You are aware of
Because
sorcerers that use
as
necromancy.
me, Kellen, I don't know.
Yeah, no. So,
I know that I can access necromancy spells, but I don't think I can do like animate dead or things like that.
Yeah, that's the so you know the key difference of someone who casts spells like you is just it's just a case of I will this to happen and it does. In your case, it's less of a I'm manifesting my will. It's more of a I just know.
Yeah.
I just know how to tap into this one particular spell. I know how to bend the weave for this one particular spell. Every other spell, you have a complex set of equations that you have to remember and do it in a very specific way. This one, it's like second nature. It's like, if it didn't use some spell energy to cast, it would effectively be like a cantrip.
I take it this doesn't look like any kind of symbol we've encountered through Silas's stuff.
No, not at all. The symbol is something completely different. And like you look through, and as part of the necromancy,
And Nota gave you that?
Yes. It was a silhouette. I believe it was Nota.
You're not sure.
Tricky to know sometimes, for sure.
Nota.
You don't
Sorry.
see someone's face, similar voice to what I've heard before. It could also be someone masquerading as a figure that I have some form of trust in. There's no
You
way
said
to...
that you've spoken to him in the Vale before.
Yes.
Could you seek him?
Possibly.
Well, he's theoretically dead.
Yes.
you didn't actually see him. It was a similar silhouette kind of a situation back then as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, no, it was because it was just black. I didn't see anything at all. I just had the voice in the side of my ear, and I turned around, there's like nothing there.
Yeah.
Shouldn't. If he died, he should have moved on somewhere, shouldn't he?
He seemed pretty certain he wasn't staying dead for long when I talked to him
Just
as,
like
a,
Silence.
as a boy.
Also, not even just a ghost of him following around.
I imagine if he had the way.
I think he might even be alive again somewhere.
Most certainly. I've tried to send to him before. I haven't received anything back yet, but my sending did reach its target. It's not like when I've tried to target someone and they've been non-contactable.
I think he wants his hand back.
I haven't asked.
Yo, Hessel, give me a hand.
Funny that you
Get your
mentioned
right
that.
hand, man.
Funny that you mentioned that. His silhouette, he did have an unusual hand. Didn't seem to fit his body. The size of it was off.
So you got a new one.
Yes.
Okay,
Creepy.
I've gotta say, just putting it out there. You said Silas said the same thing when he died. He seemed pretty sure that he was gonna come back.
Yes, but I feel like that's
But we've
just.
been paid, so I guess it's not our
I
problem.
feel like that's
Rough.
just. I feel like that's just a necromancer thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Effectively
like,
that.
Someone that can bring things back and make things that are dead walk
He's
around.
probably
again.
got
He's-
some sort of
Or
backup.
whether he does or not, I mean, the whole idea is that I control the dead. I'm now dead. Why can't I be back?
What you know
Control
of
myself.
wizards that you've dealt with is they tend to be overly confident once they get to a certain stage that they just go, I can bend the weave to do my bidding. And if you're a necromancer, that sort of extends to my specialty is death. There's no
I am
way
the
I'm
master of
dying.
death.
Yeah. And whether he actually had the ability to or not, we don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That's
How-
why.
Please
how
don't
can
let
we know?
yourself get so, you know.
Oh no, I have no.
You
plans
say
because-
that, and then you think of every time Hessel's cast a spell, and it's just how he his chest it's just like yeah. It's like every time
I'm
Hessel casts,
amazing.
yeah. It's like Hessel normally is just a fairly normal everyday person, but then when he's casting his magic, there's this air of, oh yeah, I've got this.
This is the thing I'm good at.
Yeah, exactly.
you know what confuses me about the whole thing? Someone that's, I guess, supposedly as powerful spellcaster as Nota dies conveniently on a boat accident. That, to me, is what is weird and confusing.
Yes.
Is it a boat accident though when the boat is
boat was
fine?
But it was upside down.
No.
Oh, so when I said rolled in, I mean, as in like.
Not actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I just-
upside
I
down.
thought
It was.
sorry.
It was
Yeah.
Just like
no
even
damage to the boat
coasted.
whatsoever.
Coasted, and that's a better word for
The
it.
tides dragged
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
No damage to the boat. No signs of struggle. Just a boat of 13 dead people.
Exactly, and someone that's as strong magically doesn't have some way of if something goes wrong to get out of there.
Maybe
Is that smart? Doesn't have some kind of a backup plan, especially someone that we know, based off of these dreams, if they are visions or if they're memories, has that ability. Doesn't have a backup plan. It seems odd to me.
you, and now it seems you're having his memories. You sure
Maybe
you're
that-
not his plan for
Yeah.
cheating death? You're not going to turn into him.
No.
Are you
So-
sure?
I am not
Other than-
confident in that.
Other than the memories, has there been anything else that has come since he gave you the mark?
Have you been feeling changes in your body?
Oh, I mean, I can breathe underwater now. That's great.
No, just in hair where there was no hair before.
No, I feel like myself. No other memories. No, I was actually hoping to run into Torpor.
Or perhaps his way of getting himself back is getting Hessel strong enough to bring him back.
Possibly.
Might be.
I think that it might be a good idea to figure out.
You hear ding, ding, ding of the boat sort of
We should
coming into.
We should come back to this.
Yep. This is a later conversation.
My porridge is cold.
should maybe.
Have you tried these
Oh,
hash brown
prestidigitation.
things?
I forget I can do that sometimes.
Maybe you should just.
Are you able to let Issa know we're almost here?
Oh, yes, not a problem.
Can you let Issa know that? Why don't you hold off? Can you let Issa know that we're almost here?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll do it.
Of course. Thank you, saving me some energy.
You,
Oh, yes, right.
at some point,
You can cast that too? No,
Should
I
Right.
just have a rock.
Yeah.
die and maybe try and talk to this guy.
rock.
I could always stop into the pool at the Valier guardhouse. For
I
old
think
time's
that we
sakes.
should figure out the whole Valier.
Yeah.
First.
After that
Like-
sort,
Most certainly. Most certainly.
then perhaps
Or at least
Hessel
look that
can have a wee chat in the afterlife with this dude and see what's going on.
God, anyone nearby, like, hearing snippets of this conversation is just like, what the fuck are these people on?
We love
Johnny
man.
Adventurers.
Isn't it walk past like
Yeah.
adventurous?
Fucking adventure.
So then we bring him back to life.
I mean, they walk past this table and they see a gun with legs, 2 green people and 2 blue people
Oh,
talking
lovely.
about death. It's like, it's an adventure.
It's just whenever we go out for food anywhere and we're talking in a public place and we as people are talking about these things
Yeah.
and real regular human beings are like, what?
It's like when we have these conversations
Yeah.
about D&D
Yeah, it's
in public and people walk past being like,
Holy meta.
what the fuck?
It's like, and then we killed him in the game. In the game.
yeah.
Right.
Cool.
I will take out the sending stone and I will send to Issa.
Yep.
And let
Sup,
him.
brah.
Surprise.
He knows
Well,
what's
he
coming.
knew we were coming.
He just probably didn't expect us so
You didn't tell him that you were coming straight away. He was aware at some point you were.
He knows we plan to come,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
just like, yo, wait.
Issa. Sorry
You up?
for the short notice. We will be arriving in.
10 minutes.
We'll be arriving very soon. I fucking lost
But
count.
That's good. You've got.
Can you arrange a meeting with Ryan?
If
If I have to take out some like A's or whatever.
We've got 3 charges. You can send us.
in a
You can also probably just say the message and be like, can I condense that into 25 words? please?"
yeah.
Can we paraphrase?
Yes.
In a short moment, you get a response like, "Oh, yeah, well, you're arriving sooner than I thought you would." Valier is not here. I will let him know. Meet soon.
I'll
Sooner
just.
than you think.
I feel like this is very soon.
knock, knock, knock.
He's probably in Asgral cars already.
Maybe.
Well, we can still figure this out.
You get a thing from Issa saying, "I can meet you at the river. Yeah, I can meet you at the river later today. I have a few errands to run. Say 2:00.
It's back in the front. I'll do that. So it's early morning now.
It's about like 8:39 a.m.
Well, we have
Early
some
morning.
time to kill. Maybe we can go and see Torpor and...
I have something that I would like to do before we see Gaston.
Fantastic. Well, that
Sure.
sounds like that might work out for us.
Sounds like
He might have news on your dad.
Hopefully.
I think
That'd be
Torma
nice.
has a lot of things that we need to talk to him about.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Right.
One thing that we need to inquire about is what happens with Torpa's contract as well, because he signed himself up
That's right.
as our ward. If we try bail, he is indebted. So
Yeah.
Yes.
he was a guarantor, and I want to see that he's out of it as well.
It's another thing to remember for earlier.
Do you mind if I just dip into the bag of holding for a moment?
Yeah.
Just going to reach in and I'm going to take out one of the 10 robes that I took off of some of the individuals back at the other location. I'm just going to wrap myself up in the robe and just going to hood up.
Remind me again. Your dad was the half-orc. Mum was human, right? That's fine.
What?
That's about as suspicious as just randomly rolling dice.
No, cockroach. It's not. I know why he's asking.
Oh, okay.
I think
Ophelia's
I'm
just like...
dead.
we had a conversation a very long time ago now.
Ophelia is disguised as the half-elf that she was when we did the summoning circle. So what she looked like with the veil off, so to speak. Cool. But she's just like, should I wear the veil? Should I wear the clothes?
You can probably walk around this town and not have to worry too much.
I think the guys that you have at the moment is good.
That'll be fine.
Will work. It's the one from the party, yes?
You've also walked around closer to Voxmore with less of a disguise. So you're about as far away from anyone wanting to talk to it as you could almost get. I mean, deep in the suit would be further.
If anything, I'm in as much risk here as you are.
Hey, if you want a cool robe, there's some more in there. And like, these are probably super tatty. You know, they were off dead
I've got a
bodies.
nice traveler cloak. I'm good.
Yeah. So as you're all discussing this, the boat pulled into the dock, and you disembark. Cool. You all disembark. You're at the dock, and you're on the Baranton side of the borough.
The green bit side.
The green bit side, yeah.
I love how I said that like one time,
Yeah.
and now it's just how it is.
Yeah.
I remember the names, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Except for the other two.
Cool. You're on the Baranton side of the borough. You disembark, and it's this to the two of you. It's that familiar like smell and sounds of home. Bittersweet, almost.
Emphasis on the bitter.
Like the rest of you, like come back here. You're like, I forgot how badly this place smells.
I'm gonna
Kind of stings.
prestidigitation just like around my face.
Every
Well, I
6
think-
seconds.
Every
I think it's
6 seconds.
probably even worse for us because like we'd only ever known this and then getting
Yeah.
away and
Now-
spending such time away, coming back to it going, oh, this is the shithole you guys walked into.
Yeah.
And never
Wow.
knew air could be so clean.
Yeah.
Thick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
this is
yeah.
so
And it's
thick.
like
What I'll do actually is I'll grab I've got like I've got a couple of handkerchiefs and everything and I'll hand them out if people want them, just like they've got like perfume on them, so you can just kind of take a whiff every once
Let's
in a
pull out my
while.
snuff box.
Just-
Yeah, and as you sort of
They all
enter
have their
the babbling burrow, it's that familiar babble of the brill dumping into the ocean. You know, sort of is the white noise around here, along with just the shouting and stuff that's happening along the dock. You can see much sort of further down. You can see where you used to work, where you can hear the sounds of boats being built. You can hear the sounds of people shouting orders and that sort of stuff out there as well.
Quit. Did you just leave?
Torpa's my boss.
All
It's
right.
not so bad.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go back and get like, where the fuck have you been?
I might. But
Yeah.
Your shift started 3 months ago.
Oh, we're back home.
there's sort of an understanding there.
Yeah.
It feels. It's weird coming home.
Yeah.
Is it really home for you anymore?
It's definitely not the same as we were before. We're different people now.
I don't have to wear a mask.
You don't.
I didn't before, but
You chose to.
well,
No, you know you don't have to.
now I know I don't have to.
Everyone make perception checks. The
And,
two of you with advantage.
and no, I don't have a home anywhere anymore. I haven't since you met me.
$14.
18.
Nice.
17.
22.
7.
Um,
Checks out.
The
I was
ones-
like,
the ones that rolled over a 15. There's something different about the dock since the last time you were here. It's not like last time you were here. There was that chaos, but you could after having visited the Valier estate and that sort of stuff, you can make out the Valier guard or the Valier overseers in the shadows, keeping an eye on everything and making sure that shit ran smoothly. They aren't there. They are like they've been. You can see a few of them. Like you look into these sort of spaces where these people would be, and you can see people sort of leaned up against that same sort of a post, except in green cloaks.
Oh,
Similar green cloaks that
Uh-oh.
that you'd seen previously.
Do we see many of them around?
You see, and as soon as you notice that and you start to look around, you start to see a much heavier presence of people in those green cloaks. They're not like there's no one who's immediately got their attention on you or anybody around here. They're not paying too much attention to people who are just coming off the boat and that sort of stuff. But there is a much heavier presence of these people around.
The
just
name
in
of
general.
them was the.
The Oath Keepers.
Oath Keepers, yeah.
The unicorn's horn isn't in dock anywhere, is it?
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
long gone.
Yeah, no. You look around and it's not there.
Are there any Valier people anywhere?
Make a perception check.
Did we know anything about who or what the Oath Keepers were? I literally just have written down the Oath Keepers.
The Oath Keepers are a competing trade company, like the Valley
That's
Trading
right,
Company,
yeah.
but they're from Mayreen, and they sort of
That was the boat we were going to rob at one stage.
and they were attempting to. It seemed like they were doing trade to the borough, but we didn't know much more about them other than
They
that.
also provided weapons to our assassins.
Yeah.
They also
Yes.
are the ones that are trying to kill me.
14.
And therefore us, in
Um,
general.
There are a few Valier members around. However, you can very clearly sense a shift in
Dynamic.
shift in power.
Uh-oh.
Where it's like, yes, they're around, but they are being overseen almost. Whether it's by choice or whether it's what's going on in the background, you have no idea. But it's very clearly that Valier is no longer the Valier Trade Company is no longer running this dock.
No longer running the underground of this dock.
Like they're there, and you can see the Valier trade ships and the goods and that sort
Yeah,
of stuff.
still probably
but
owns it.
Do
yeah,
they seem
yeah.
on edge though? Just like they're
not
like
on
guards?
edge. Like there's no. It's not like an on edge thing. It's just they're there.
It's
and just
it's
going
more
through
sort
motions.
of the Valier Trading Company, I guess, Valier still owns the dock, but the people that are running the illegal business and taking a side cut of the illegal business and overseeing it is not the Valier Trading Company anymore. It's,
Exactly.
Or the illegal side of the Valier Trading Company anymore. It's the Oath Keepers that are running that.
As Mason leads us through town, we head towards Torpa. Just keep an eye out and see if that dynamic remains the same as we go through town, or if it's just localized to the dock, or...
It does seem that way. It does seem that like a lot of, and that's the other thing as well. As you start to go through, it's like
Sorry, it is spread throughout the city. Okay.
it has, and it is. It's weird. Like the borough is already a shithole, right? But it almost seems like there is an air of dread it's even that's worse.
It
Like
was
you
a
can,
free shithole, now it's an oppressive shithole.
yeah,
Now it's somewhere that's looking at gang war, tension leading up to a gang war.
very much so. As you sort of have that realization, you can see just like as you walk past alleyways. Previously, it was like any sort of Mason would know this. Like any sort of people that get killed, etc., would be taken care of, so they're not out in public display kind of a thing. But as you walk past the alleyways this time, you can actually see bodies, and you can it's as you're coming up to an alleyway, you can smell that like rotten death. And as you walk past it, you can see off from the corner there's like people that are either lying there or dead.
I wonder if.
Kind of tense.
This is weird.
Do you think Valier left and they moved in? Or did they move in and that's why Valier left?
Hard to know.
I think it's convenient timing. I think that it's probably the prior.
Them being opportunistic.
Yes. He's no longer here keeping a strict eye on it, even though he has people doing that. They've sensed a moment where
They can come in.
There's grip solution to it.
they can move in a little bit.
I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for us.
Marine's to the west, eh?
Doesn't feel
This
like
is
a
the
good
landing
thing for
point.
town.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because we're on the western.
For some reason, I always matched it on the east, but yeah.
It's it's
Marine's
on the
there.
west. Yeah.
Because the shape of Marine's that way, and the
Yeah.
ports are on that side,
Yeah.
and they head that way too.
I see. Yeah.
Oof.
I'm proud of you for holding on to all of that world knowledge.
Geography,
It's,
baby.
so like a good dick shape.
I imagine it would probably be in our best
Basically.
interest to
A really
to all
sad one.
to all stick together.
It's a good
I think so too. Torpor's house is relatively near the dock
Yeah, it is,
anyway,
it is.
so he would be first before wherever I want to go. Alright, we'll go see Torpor first. He's not too far from here.
That sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah. Stay
You might
close.
know more as well.
Keep an eye on your prisoners.
Good plan.
You eventually arrive at Torpor's place.
All
You
my
don't-
money is
yeah.
distributed across my person evenly.
It's not one of those
Why?
like travel anti-theft pouches.
Yeah.
It's like
All of-
strapped across the
All
front
of my money
clothes.
is in my drawer.
Yeah, that's in your drawer, which you're
then-
carrying
which
on
is
your
then
back.
wrapped up, and then it is in a duffel bag on my back. So there's fucking no way anyone's stealing from me now.
Yeah, event like as you go through town, you're not stopped, you're not harassed or anything of that sort. You manage to
Good
make
thing
it
we're not
to,
wearing our value robes.
you make it to Torpor's house, and you can see a light inside. So and you knock, and there's you hear footsteps, the stocky footsteps that you associate with Torpor
And family.
and family. And you hear a click, and the door opens, and you see your old friend Torpor just sort of. He seems a bit haggard, but other than that, he's there. He's in home clothes.
Tired and worn, or like hurt?
No, more tired and worn. Like he's in home clothes. It's like it almost feels like it's his day off. He's wearing like a tank top, which is like a bit too tight, and you can see his like
Dad bod.
massive. Oh yeah. He's got a dad bod, but he's like fit dad bod.
He's powerlifter dad bod.
Yeah, he's powerlifted dad bod, and it's like, and you can see there's like hairy arms and like his beard. His beard is unkempt, so it's just everywhere.
It kind of just matches with the arms.
It's just like it's just this huge
It's just
fucking.
beard straight into arms.
At first you think he's wearing a sweater and you're like,
Yeah, it's like, no, it's just beard. And like you can see the big.
Bro is very impressed.
Yeah, it is that fucking.
He's got a tank. He's got like a tank
dwarf
top
beard.
on.
It's like
Yeah,
It's just sticking out the side.
you can.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
mental.
yeah, and you can see his hair as well. It's like usually, which is usually like combed
fur
back and
collar,
like
but it's
braided.
not.
It's just like it's held back loosely in some sort of a ponytail, but it's just like
I thought he was gonna have like one of those big fluffy man buns.
Nah.
Does he have a braid that just goes from here all the way down his chest as well?
Usually,
The French braid.
like usually there is a braid there. It's just
Does he-
unwrapped.
Does he have one?
But is it a French braid that attaches to
It's just like it turns into that.
He has
and
a
it's
braid that
just-
goes down the front and down the back, and they meet at the bottom.
between his legs. It's a
It's his
onesie.
braided
It's
onesie.
it's his jumper. Yeah.
he has a
style.
build like
hate this so much.
He has a built-in onesie.
This is disgusting.
It's like a mankini.
Beard becomes chest hair, becomes snail trail, becomes...
Yeah.
Stop! No, it's at that point.
Yeah, he steps out and looks up and he's like, Thatcher, is that you? And he's like, then you see him sort of wipe his mouth and just like crumbs and beer and that sort of
Chicken
stuff.
leg.
Yeah.
Breakfast time.
Right getting there.
Yeah. And I was like, when did you get back? And he's like,
Just
she
now.
opens the door and like just runs up and gives you a big old
just
hug.
now. Like,
And he smells
Oh, you're so
of
sweaty.
just booze and so he sort of takes a step back. Come in, and he just like opens the door and leads you guys inside.
I thought you were giving that stuff up, or at least in the morning anyway.
Well, that's my day off.
Fair.
I'm allowed a cup of wine every now and again. And he sort of steps in, and as you step into his house, you can see it's gone from being like a well-kept home, well-kept family home, to like a bachelor pad. Like there's still dishes in the
Yeah,
sink.
bachelor chow.
Yeah. He's got like dishes in the sink. You can see like there's a bowl with something in it resting on the dining table next to like a
is
parchment.
wrong.
Whole bunch of yogurt containers.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of
Yogurt
empty
containers
containers.
and granola.
Yeah, it's effectively that, and it's like you can see his wine cabinet that you'd seen when you were here last is dwindling in supply. And he says, "Make yourself at home. Give me a second to be a bit presentable."
Granola or like Nutrigrain.
And
Well,
he sort
make
of
beer sticks.
and he sort of steps into his
you guys
room.
are eating.
I'd just be lingering at the door for a second before we
Flakes in a
close
bowl without
You
milk.
do.
to just have a look out with me and Manibus, just to make sure that we're not being followed here by anyone in
Yeah.
particular.
Roll perception. Advantage of Manifest helping.
That's better. Okay, that is going to be 15.
15. Looking around, there's no one actively watching you, but you can, you do clock a few of these green cloaked
Individuals. Cool.
Cemented.
You see eventually Torpa comes comes back out of his room with this metal comb. He's trying to comb through the.
Yeah.
bed.
While he's been gone, I've gotten the drawer sort of out,
Yeah.
and I'm taking his poisonous kit and his thieves tools out, and when he comes back, I give them back to him.
Yeah.
These are yours. I borrowed.
That's what
them,
they
I
went.
thought I might have did. I left you a note, and you said that it was fine.
That you?
Yes. and
been a while.
And we talked about it while we were in the guardhouse, and you said it's fine.
That's true.
Hold on
That's
to them.
true.
Are you all right? And I do a quick little stealth prestidigitation on him.
Roll sleight of hand.
Suddenly his comb's moving easier. Oh.
His
4, it's obvious.
Yeah, you just
I know.
you think, are you all right?
his mankini is
And it's just
outrageous.
and as you do that, just his beard starts to straighten a bit, and he goes, well, if I had that ability, this will be a lot more cleaner. He starts it's thank you, and
I need a couple more goes.
I'm coping. It's been a bit rough in here.
Where are your
What's been happening?
family?
Safe. I'd rather not say where.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, getting them out of the burrows, is what I would probably be wanting to do.
Absolutely.
What is going on here?
There's been a change in management, so to speak. Been a while since I've had proper work. And that's not been ever since these guys took over. It's been a little. Work's hard to come by if you've got Valier affiliations. They're trying to turn the tide against the Valiers.
Is it just
Sit.
on? Is it just? Oh, sit down.
Yeah, he's just.
I'm gonna clear one of the
He
cups
sits.
off.
He sits down and he
I'm just gonna
grabs
sit on
his-
the floor.
He grabs it. He grabs his tankard and a bottle, a half empty wine bottle. Pours the rest of the wine and just not the rest of it, part of it, and then just hands
Oh,
it
no,
over
thank you.
to somebody. I've got tankards, and he sort of hops up, sort of walks off, grabs
I'm just like,
enough tankards and like brings them over, and like they're relatively clean, but they're like these student flat
I look
clean.
at
I just kind of
Yeah,
prestidigitate.
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'll do that.
yeah. And then he sits down and he
Figure that
says,
you can do that.
yeah. He sits down and he's like, right, where to begin?
First off,
Oh, I'm not drinking, so I'll do.
does it seem like it's just this side of the borough?
It is.
Right,
It is.
so it's-
The Valier has a better control of
This side.
his
Yeah.
side of town.
Makes sense that they try and hit this side first.
There's a war brewing in the shadows.
Did they
It's ready
come
for the
when
way
he
home.
left, or did he leave because they came?
They sensed an opportunity when he left to deal with some errands and whatnot, and that's when they moved in. It was almost overnight where they seized power.
How long ago did this happen?
3 weeks, and that's getting worse.
And Valley is still gone?
He's been back once or twice, and I've been over to talk to him,
Right.
but he's preoccupied from the sounds of things.
Right, I can imagine.
He feels it.
He doesn't care.
It's not that he doesn't care. It's too much to deal with right now, from what I understand.
From the way that I see it, they've very rapidly taken over control of this half of town. I mean, that's not something that you can immediately respond to. It takes a bit more planning than just
Whoever's
throwing
running,
people at it.
whoever's running the show is smart. He's in order to take control overnight, there were things in place well in advance. Some key people fell, died overnight, and vanished.
Who?
Some of the key members of Valier staff that were overseeing some of the contraband vanished, and their positions were taken. The people that reported to them were just told it's a change of management and to keep business as usual.
You
Right.
say?
Apart from not having a job, for the most part, they check in every now and again to see if they can sway me, but my contract doesn't let me do so.
No.
Speaking of,
Um,
we've come back to pay off our debt.
You collected a lot of money very quickly,
Yes.
we had a good job. Anyway,
Probably, and I'll
and I need to apologise to you. I've been meaning to look for your dad.
sounds
It's
like you've had a bit going on at home.
I did make my way up to Hollowholm, and his last known location was, as he had mentioned, he probably made his way into the Direwood. I wasn't going in there by myself. I was getting things prepared when I heard the news and had to come rushing back to make sure the home's all right. I still owe you. I still owe you a search for your dad, and I'm happy to do that once things are a little bit settled down.
I think that might go away to confirming some of the things we've learned. If he's now where I think he is,
Where do you think he is?
oh, it seems like something or someone has got him trapped in the Feywild.
Bloody hell! And he takes a big swig of his.
I don't expect you to go looking for him in there.
I'd be well out of my depth unless I had compatriots that could navigate the magic of that place. I've only ever been there once and I don't want to go back.
Been there? How did you?
Back in travels. Back when I was a lot younger and travelling with your mum.
Yes. I was actually hoping to ask you a little bit about her. Have you heard anything from her in the past?
I've been looking for an old acquaintance whom I think has her.
Frontwell?
He's been a bit hard to find. Usually the big brute is not the smartest. Leads me to believe that there's someone else he's working with. But,
He wouldn't be working with the spellcaster friend of yours from the reserve. Last time you seemed to think that it wasn't possible, but if you're saying it's smarter than you think he is there a chance?
I don't think so. That friend of ours is, she has been through a bit. I don't quite remember us.
Right. Do you know what her name is?
So, what spellcaster was it?
The other
What?
member of their party. Like, so,
So
just
there was
to give you a bit of a
There was
recap.
Science caster.
there was Megart, Torpa, Dorzu, and this lady.
Yeah, this spellcaster.
She
I didn't
was.
realize she was a reserve.
I believe you previously he had said that she ended up working at the reserve.
Yeah, she has. She has been
The
working.
druid, the
Yeah,
fighter, the rogue, and the mage.
basically.
Is
No cleric.
Yeah.
They died.
So they stopped adventuring.
They had a
druid, yeah.
They had a druid at a need. Where is it?
There's no charisma in that party.
There isn't.
I don't think
There
there's much
really,
need for
there
it.
really isn't.
Spellcaster, she could be a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Could be. Kind of feels that wrong.
Yeah.
Here, I'll give you the name
That's
once
fine.
I find
No
it.
biggie.
But yes.
I'm.
While,
name is
while
Jane Doe.
this conversation is going on, Ophelia is getting up and kind of edging towards the pile of dishes and is just going to start prestidigitation on things.
Roll a stealth check.
I'm not doing it very
Okay.
stealthily.
So you
I'm
just walk up and start to, and he
Yeah.
looks at you. He's like, "Oh, leave them. I'm
I can't deal with the milk smell. I'm sorry.
And this where he's like, it's not milk.
I don't want to know.
It was something that now smells like fresh milk.
I was going to do them tonight. You can leave them.
I'm sure.
I'm running.
Don't worry about it. I'm used to doing dishes.
Are you sure? Do you want a hand?
No, it's okay. You keep on having this. I'm listening. I'm listening.
I
And he sort of you look at him and there's like this expression of, oh, thank God, I have to do those.
Yeah, he seems like he's had enough stress, so I'm just gonna do this little thing for him.
Ro will come over and help, and while you're prestidigitating them, I'll like put them in the cupboards that
Yeah.
seem logical.
Yeah.
Batman.
You're
nothing-
like
nothing up
like
high.
a weird shaped vase, and you're like,
it's quite
It's
good.
oil in
It's
it.
quite that's what I'm saying. It's quite good that Ro's doing it because she can't put it up high either.
Torpa's like, where are my bowls?
Oh
Shit.
no!
it's not like Ophelia's tall either.
I did that a few times.
It's like,
Theodora.
why is there cereal in a
Theodora?
mug? There's cereal in a mug.
Theodora.
What
Theodora.
What was the
Theodora.
name?
Theodora Ableton.
Theodora.
Abington.
Ableton.
There's cereal in a vase and ale in a bowl. What is happening?
It's like a boat.
You actually find ale in a bowl. It's like remnants of wine and cereal in one. And you're like, what the fuck?
Like, no, I've been there.
That was a Sunday morning.
Batmanibus is just having a time, like crawling underneath the table and just eating all the little bits and pieces that have fallen off. At
The
different
turret
times.
is following him.
Yeah.
What sort of control do the Oathkeepers have on this side of town, and how far do we look like we are from it turning bad?
And it seems to be
Well-
pretty bad already.
Put it this way: if there's even the slightest bit of retaliation from either side, there's going to be a full-blown war. There's going to be blood in the streets, and the people aren't going to be very safe.
Do we think that sort of retaliation might be far off?
There are no signs of it so far. I've kept in contact with Issa. He's a smart man. He seems to be trying to salvage the situation as best as he can. He was away for a while, but
Yeah,
he's
he was
back
with
now.
us. Hopefully.
First, before I forget, and I'll just pull out a bag. I've just sort of like counted out 100 gold.
What's this for?
We can say it's payment for the work you've done, but just to help out while you're as well.
He opens it. That's It's very much
Got
appreciated.
very
And
lucky. And
you see him just come up and give you a big old hug, and just like tears. And then he's like, as he pulls away, it's like, yeah.
He just wipes with his arm hair.
Yeah, he just like wipes it with his arm hair and stuff like that. And he just goes and sits back down. And he's like,
But also, have you seen anyone wearing masks like these? And I'll pull out the mask from the assassins from Gallum.
he looks at it and he goes, not around town.
They had Oathkeeper weapons.
We don't know if they're working, if they're a section of Oathkeepers, or if they're just supplied by them. But
We believe
They
they,
said
I can-
they
something.
might be called the Lucid Left Hand.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, we've got another person rolling for it.
I've heard that name before in very, very dangerous circles.
Right. They sent clay people after a few of us.
I don't know how they operate. There's not much. It's just a name I've heard.
Right.
in what context?
I believe it was a job that I was running in Marine long ago. Long ago. And even then, they were very feared.
Right. So it sounds like the borough is having a great time. Well, it's going to take us one person to set off this panic egg.
Can you imagine it won't take long?
I think while we're on this side of town, we need to keep our affiliations
Quiet.
Yeah.
quiet, unseen if possible.
Yes.
Anyone wearing these should probably
Hide them.
put them in their pocket for now.
They're
I've got mine
a
in my.
they are a symbol from the Valier of being of higher station. We've been told this previously, as well as I've used it to leverage things within the Valier Trading Company. So I guess if they see anyone like this, they'll know that they are close to Gaston and will become targets.
Yeah.
So they are the first thing that needs to go.
Absolutely.
We can rely on Issa to get us across the bridge, I think.
We can rely on ourselves
That
as well.
explains why he's only meeting us at the bridge and not at the docks. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's a bit of thing to do with Issa. He seems to be given a wide berth by these people. He seems like he can walk through this place without attracting attention.
Well, they might be smarter than we think then.
Okay.
It's like I said, the person who's pulling the strings for these people.
Issa could be the one
Oh.
doing all this.
Not at all.
Oh. I was like, I connected the dots. You didn't connect shit. No, because I was thinking just, maybe.
That would seem a little obvious, I
although-
think.
They are
Although
they
maybe
are
it's someone
aware.
who has
That-
close
that-
knowledge
that-
of him.
Yes.
Whoever they are, they're aware of Issa and the kind of power he wields.
Very powerful.
I would think that in this sort of a situation, if I was in their place, I would try and target someone in Issa's station, but they haven't seemed to make a play.
Is there
Yeah.
any rumours or ideas of who might be leading these people?
I've been trying to get
Someone
as
in
much
town that hasn't
information
changed
as possible.
positions.
I've been trying to get some information as much as possible, but they know I'm affiliated with the Valiers.
One thought is that our affiliation is not
No.
super publicly known, but it could be publicly known. And being a group of adventurers who seem like we have a reasonable amount of power, they might see us as an opportunity.
You see gears starting to turn in Topa's head, and he goes, "You might be able to find a little bit more information than I can."
A group of people who are powerful in their own right and have access to being trusted by Issa, which we will be seen as that as well.
Especially if he's meeting us at the bridge, there'll be people watching.
We might not be targeted, we might be
Approached.
recruited.
So do we want to present ourselves as Valier?
If you
I don't think we have a choice.
If
Could
you
also be
held
every
off,
chance that they were at the party.
That
from
too.
last
if you
circle.
held off on making your associations with the Valier known, you might be able to make your way back to the pig pen. There have been a few changes.
Right.
That doesn't sound positive.
It's gotten a lot more brutal Previously, the Pikmin was very strictly fists and nothing else. Off late, there have been the person that's taken your place at the top.
Oh, you can kill him. Don't worry about it.
Maybe you'll have a fair fight this time.
The person who's taken your place at the top, he's been allowed certain liberties, and so have other fighters who joined. It's not just for kids anymore.
I mean, that's good, I suppose.
No.
Because the kids are still involved.
It also means
The kids
many
get
more,
weapons
and that also means more unfair matchups.
and a lot more death.
That's very bad.
They've used it to target spies that they know. Good few children have lost their lives.
Oh no. I have spies here.
That's immediately where your mind goes, oh fuck.
No. I have some inquiries to make.
Anyway,
That's a lead you could follow if you wanted to get an idea of where this might go.
yeah.
If you were able to reclaim your spot at the top, take out this new guy, it might draw the right kind of attention. They might approach you.
I think it's
Punch
also
him with a
worth.
Valiant ring and leave like an indent in his face, you know?
I think it's also worth remembering that
That could start war.
Oh, yes, that's true.
when we first met, we were trying to protect you from these people, from these green cloaked individuals, and they've tried to kill you and us more than once, perhaps with an extension of them, this lucid left hand. But I think you would still be known to them, surely. Whether or not they would seek to try and use you or put you on the ground, I'm not sure. But it doesn't sound like they're a good thing for the burrow.
No, it certainly sounds like they're something that would know who I am. Whether that's to come after me while here, or if they know that I could be of some use. Look, I have an affiliation to one side of this. I'm not looking to change sides.
No. And same with me. I side with the burrow, and whatever is best for the burrow. And
These are not best for the body.
I side with
No.
us.
Valley is not great, but
Whatever is best for
better than
us
this.
as a group.
yes,
I'm on those front there.
I'm torn because this is home. I can't just abandon it. I can't leave it to wolves or to a gang war. I mean, it'll be just as many innocent dead as it would be those that are involved.
I just don't understand. Yes, I know Valia is preparing for the summoning circle and everything, but why would he just leave things open like this?
We have no
I don't
idea
thi-
what the summoning circle is.
I don't think that he
what it
did.
means.
I don't think that he did. I think that whoever we're dealing with is as smart, if not smarter, than Gaston Valier and saw an opportunity, and they've been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time.
Don't let him hear you say that.
and hear me out.
He'll
for a
know
second.
it, though.
Hear me out for a second. What if Valier, being vacant, being absent, this is his way of dealing with it?
Just let it die?
Well, let things go off and then pick up the pieces afterwards, or hope that someone comes in and takes care of it for him.
Like us?
Don't
Like
know if-
us.
Like
I
us.
don't know if we pick up the pieces. I think if it's this close to war, and they've already been picking off Valier people, I can't imagine whoever's he's got left here is gonna come out on top.
I think Valier has a knack for making people do things for
I
him.
think we need
Make
to
us
talk
do
to
his
Issa.
dirty work.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, I think you're.
Speaking of, the kitchen is spotless.
Thank you.
Issa might know
That
what's
saves me a bit of work.
Valier's planning, maybe.
Yeah,
It
try
would be
and
nice
keep it
to
that
know a
way.
bit of magic to help with that.
Hey, I physically put them in by hand. You can do that too.
Not dirty, though.
And then I take his tankard, which is empty, and put some
Yeah,
booze in,
it is now empty.
clean it out, and fill it with water. And I said,
He takes a sip of it. Oh, water?
It's
Continue.
good for you.
Yeah,
otherwise you're gonna get like infection or something.
Your liver will die.
He takes a sip of it and he goes, "Oh, it's water," and then he goes, and he starts to drink it, and he starts to drink it, and it's like gulping down the water, just like
oh
going
my God,
into
I'm
his.
so dehydrated.
Yeah, it's just like that moment of, oh, I didn't realize how dehydrated I was until I had a sip of water, and it's just like
You'll
gushing
mummify
down.
like that
Yeah.
lover's one cultist leader.
Yeah. Cool.
Turn silver.
What are you talking about?
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Cool.
Lovers One is an internet cult. Like they recruit via the internet. Their cult leader was just found mummified and like on display.
Fucking hell.
Right.
Ah,
Sweet.
But also she turned silver because she drank so much booze and colloidal silver.
Right.
As you do.
as you do.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
Anyway, drink your water, guys.
If you don't drink your water, that'll be you.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
This message brought to you by Ritualcast.
Good night, everybody.
Drink water. Have a glass of water.
Cool.
Today's episode is sponsored by
Don't join cults.
water and not joining cults.
Say no to cults.
Say yes to water.
Ah, jeez.
Unless a cult has spiked the water. You can say no.
Yeah.
This is a rabbit hole we don't need to go down right now.
So
That's it. That we spiked
we need to
the
talk to
water.
Issa.
We've got some time between
Yeah.
now and then.
Mason, if you
I mean,
want-
I would prefer not gang wars, especially if they're going to affect his house, because I don't know if my dad's there or elsewhere.
Well, the Valier estate is on the other side of town.
That doesn't mean that if they win here, they won't then.
No,
Cross the
but
bridge.
I think
It's also the most fortified place here.
yeah, he's as
there,
safe as
it's-
anywhere.
Well,
I think that
I also
we need to not make any moves until we have your father out.
But I do also
safe.
want to find out if I've deliberately, well, not deliberately, undeliberately caused the death of a bunch of orphans that were working for me.
Oh. Yes. That,
So I'd like to
Agree.
know that.
yeah.
yes, I agree.
I can't
So-
remember where I told them to meet.
They
This
had
was a long
did-
time.
There was a
did
there
we
was
say-
a
Dogs?
there was a little well there was a little that was yeah they were spying
Didn't you
on
buy
the
a
docks
house
and
or
stuff
something?
like that, and you
No.
did, and there was this like abandoned
There was an abandoned building.
which you basically turned into I'll bring people here kind of a thing.
Yeah,
that's on this side of town.
That's on the side of town.
yeah,
The same side of town as the warehouse.
Go
but
there first
but
if
down.
you like.
yeah.
It was a bit further off from there.
I knew there was some kind of building, but I couldn't remember where.
You've got other business, Mason.
I had
It's
sent
more important
one
now.
like
well,
little disabled boy to watch the docks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's that. What do you need to do?
I want.
That isn't immediately gang war starting.
Why would I want to start a gang war here? This is my home.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant just like
Things that could possibly lead to them knowing who we are.
I'm trying to organize a way to get my mother out of town. I have family that live on this side of town, and right in the heart of where the gang war will be.
I'm sorry. I'm literally just
I
just
know
trying.
I know of passage out of town if you're looking for it.
Or anything.
I
Get her out
meant
of
more
town.
us
I
not
can-
going into the pit, the
Oh
big
no,
pen.
No.
that's also only every Friday, once a month.
Yeah, it's once a month, and it's coming up by the end of this week.
All right.
That's convenient.
Stand up for a second.
I can arrange passage. There are a few fields I can call in.
Yeah, I just want to get her out of town.
Should we go visit and see it and bring her here until we can get?
I would like to. The complication with that is my father.
Right. Right.
Would he stop that?
I think he could possibly. He's also the kind of man to have followed a side that would pay him money or would give him the best favor.
So he may be working with the Oathkeepers.
Yeah, he could attempt to try and sway her to stay.
Topa looks over at you and he says, most of the time you'll find your father in the pig pen,
Yeah.
right next to the bastards who run it.
Right.
Well, if he's away, if he's at the pig pen,
Well, Pigpen runs every one Friday a month, which is this weekend.
so
So-
maybe we
Is
could
he-
get her out then.
He seems to have won a lot of money on this new guy.
Ah, right.
That's
And
not a
that's
bad
put him
idea.
in.
If you enter into this week's pig pen,
And then we
challenge
get
the
her
new
out.
guy. Your dad's going to be watching that, I think.
Yeah,
And we can.
He's
We could be working in the background to get your
it's
mother
a good
out.
opportunity too. Yeah.
he's from what I've heard, he's been trying to patron a new champion, which he's not been doing very well.
No.
That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think that's a good opportunity.
Especially if we can speak to her first.
Yeah, does he hang out around? Do you know if he hangs out around home much or if he's out schmoozing with people?
He's been a little busy lately, is what I've heard.
Right.
You might get lucky and him
To
not
walk
be at
around,
home.
send Manifest to have a look.
Also,
Listen.
I can look however I want to. So if you need someone to be a door-to-door salesman, and slip her a note.
That can work too. You could smuggle an invisible bat inside.
I still want to see her. I mean,
Right.
I haven't seen her in. I mean, she doesn't know that I'm not dead. Like, really.
If we
My-
can figure out that your father isn't home, and approach your mother then.
Yeah.
There are some robes in there that should be able to fit you.
To be fair,
Nondescript.
I haven't seen her around much either. Usually, when all of this started, she was still in her normal routines, meeting with people to
Yep.
take orders. Apparently, she hasn't had to do that for a while because your old nan's been earning enough coin. But I haven't seen her outside the house either. I know she's alive because I've seen her in the window, but
That's good at the very least.
Take a walk.
Maybe we could just
Yeah.
slip her a note and then figure out what best time is to.
No, I want to go in there and talk to her. I think this is a conversation that we need to have in person if we're going to try and do that.
Yeah, you don't want to try and kidnap anyone.
No,
That can-
and I also think trying to explain all of that from a note is a bit
Yeah.
much.
We'll be there. Should anything go wrong?
I've still got a few eyes and ears around town, not very many, mind you. So if you need me to mobilize them, let me know.
What day is it today?
It is
Pigpen's on Friday. So
It's Tuesday, Pigpen's on Friday.
Okay.
The fantasy equivalent of Tuesday.
It's just Monday to Sunday, right? I'm not
Monday
making
and
up.
Tuesday, just over and over
Yeah,
again.
I'm not making up a whole new fucking
That is
calendar
valid.
system because screw that.
Because hard.
That's too much work.
And would be like, wait, which day is that equivalent to?
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
It's easier.
It's
Monday to
6-day
Sunday.
weeks, 6-day weeks, but every third week has 8 days in it, and then
Yeah. No, you just put fantasy in front of it, so it's just fantasy Tuesday.
Yeah, it's just Fantasy Tuesday and
Fantasy
Fantasy Friday.
Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Tuesday.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
For Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And then Friday is Friday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
So,
you just pronounce it differently. Wednesday.
Yeah.
I would like, if possible, to talk to my mother today.
That
We've
sounds-
got until 2 o'clock before we need to meet you.
That gives us plenty of time.
So we need to go and see Rose.
I want to go to the orphan commune I built. And you need to go see your mom.
Yep.
All right. Well,
I think we should stick together.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
just because.
Whichever one is.
It's your place will be closer, and then it's the
Orphanage.
orphanage is on the fringes of town.
Cool. Sounds like we've got a plan.
Feel free to come by whenever, but
Will do.
once you've outed yourself as being allied with Valier, be careful.
I think once we meet with Issa, we don't really have much choice. That's kind of it.
As soon as we're seen with him, then we're associated.
Association doesn't mean the end of it. It just means we need to
Yeah.
watch our backs a little bit more.
Yes.
Not something that we're
It
not
might
something
be
we're not
worth-
used to.
It might be worth talking to Issa and seeing if you could meet more discreetly.
We can definitely do that.
Yeah,
We can contact him, yeah.
it's a good idea.
Do you have any way of us getting passage across the bridge through legitimate means, or through counterfeit legitimate means. But
Yes, I
we
can
have-
secure that for you.
we can get ourselves across because we are associated with Gasson. But if people are looking and we don't want to be associated,
I can secure you some passage across.
That would be.
I used to also take a small little boat across.
And you see him sort of jump off the thing, walk over to a cabinet and like start ruffling some shit around. He pulls out this like leather pouch. He brings it over to the table, puts it, unfolds, and you see quills, inks, different types of papers. This is a forgery kit.
yeah,
Then he like pulls out a bit of paper and he's like, "I'll get to work." And you see him sort of like move his arm, sort of unconscious. Like you start to see him like almost a renewed sense of purpose, something to do.
It was the water.
he's getting back into his rhythm of
Yeah,
the shit.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's not that, like, we've given him a job.
Yeah, he's got something to do. He's not just sitting at home, useless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll head out and we'll leave you to it. Will you have these ready by
2 o'clock.
2
I
o'clock?
can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I contact Lisa, ask if we can go somewhere else?
We could meet at the apothecary. Or, well, the barracks would still have to...
Well, if we
It
can,
could be watched.
Issa would
But
have to.
people go in and out of the barracks all the time.
if talk with him, get us across, then we could meet him anywhere. And
My issue with the barracks is that the barracks is Gasson's. And if we go in there, we have a clear association with Gasson and the Valiers.
Maybe a quiet. Maybe he knows like a quiet tavern or something.
Did we go to any taverns while we were on that side of town?
Yes,
Yes,
we did.
Yes.
On that.
The-
It was
Grey
a Grey
Jewel.
Jewel. It was the Grey Jewel where you
that's where
had.
Hessel learned about something strong.
We'll meet him there.
Yeah.
I think that was where the old man in black leathers was supposed to be.
It was. Yes, it was.
Way back when.
It was.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's running it now.
We should have told.
It's fucking Greg.
Yeah, it's the guy that we let go. Greg. It's fucking Greg. Yep. The guy that we tried to drown in the river.
Mason.
Well, yes.
Well, I helped a little bit.
Cool. Alright. So you leave Torpor's place and you start to make your way to the center of town where Mason's old home is.
Along the way, I'm going to make sure that I let Batmanibus up to effectively try and fly circles around us, maybe 120 feet up. And should he notice us being followed, to just kind of flitter down on my shoulder and just give me a few little squeaks. Cool.
Before we leave Torpor's place, do you want to let Issa know?
Make perception check for Manibus.
Alrighty.
Yeah, before we leave, I'll contact Isa with
Yep.
the charges.
That's cool.
and
Meet him at
just-
the Grey Jewel at 12.
And he gives you the affirmative. Yep, cool. He basically tells you, you'll know it's me when you see me, with a very sort of a
Wink face.
Wink emoji, yeah.
yeah. we can do-
13 for perception for Manibus. So he does have advantage on hearing, but he's not
Roll,
going to hear
yeah,
much from up
sure.
there.
Roll with advantage on the hearing side of things.
Oh,
Okay, in case he hears anything going on. Not better.
So 13.
13.
Sorry, dude. Your dice are kind of.
That's okay.
they're
You're
random.
all right
They
rolls.
just need to be put in the moon or the rain.
Yes.
You start to eventually make your way there, and it's weird walking back to this house, Mason. You start to, you feel that your heart start to race a little bit. That anxiety starts to set in. You haven't been back for a while.
I haven't been back since I left.
Yeah. You haven't been back since you left. You haven't been in contact with either of them since you left, right?
I probably would have met up with my mother around town,
Bumped into her kind of thing?
regularly, or even sent message to meet her probably
Yeah.
every month, a couple of months, sort of thing, just to catch up. But I haven't been home since I left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been an
I
exceptionally long time since you've
I
seen
haven't
her.
talked to my dad in fucking years.
And eventually, as you turn the corner where you know at the end of the thing that you'll that your house is. Do you want to describe what Mason's old childhood home looks like?
Just in the middle of town. It looks very much like the rest of the houses. It's slightly taller than one story. It's so you'd guess probably like main floor and then like loft. Humble, probably a bit run down. Like father was never very good at looking after things.
That's something that you notice is that as you get closer, that rundownness is like it's been patched up and patched up well.
Right.
Like it actually looks like a nice house, like not like overly ostentatious, but a nice house where like
all of it's been like fixed. It's been like the outside's been repainted. And all that stuff.
There's now a gate on the front, and then there's like, and it's got like a little.
There's a mailbox.
No one really has
It's
yards.
been gentrified.
No one has yards in the borough, but it's
less of gentrified, more of just someone's done some work to show that they're important. Like instead of buying a bigger house that's nicer and whatever, they've just done this one up to make it to show that there is a bit of.
So the house would have been very nondescript, other than the fact that it now looks good.
Yeah.
Cool.
And as you sort of walk up to it, you can see in the window, you can see a figure. It's not the big, burly figure of your father. It's very clearly your mother, and she seems to be like turned away, seemingly washing something in the sink.
Are you able to have Manibus look inside to see if my father's around?
I most certainly can. All right.
You'll recognize him.
Okay, so just have a flitter around
Shirt
the
off.
windows.
You call Manibus to come down.
Yeah.
And he doesn't.
Doesn't come down?
Yeah, you try to connect with Manibus telepathically, and he's not there. You get the sense that the spells ended and he's vanished.
Vanished?
Or vanished like as if he was taken out or
Just
sent back.
120 feet?
Uh-oh.
Manibus isn't around.
What do you mean?
I don't
Make a perception
see-
check.
Look behind him.
Anyone can make a perception check if you want.
8.
We all just start going
Immediately
like,
start.
Everyone's rolled terribly.
Yep.
This is awful.
I've got my hood up. I can't see much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll a 10.
Anything better than that?
I'm an 8.
9.
No idea. You sort of look around and there's like no Manibus around.
Can you call him?
Okay. I tried. I'm trying to resummon him to me.
It's like
Yeah.
resummoning and like you try to just come back.
Yeah.
And he doesn't come back.
Yeah.
That leads you to believe that he's been
Dispatched.
dispatched. Yeah.
Or dispelled.
Either dispelled or dispatched. One of the two. And in order to figure out what actually happened, you'd have to summon him again. Cast the spell.
Okay, that's not good. Right. Sorry about that. He is not around
okay.
right now.
We can get you. You have components, right?
No, not currently. And the only place in town is burnt to the ground.
We might
Well,
be
there might
able
be
to
some
secure
in
them.
the
Like-
drawer.
Or the library.
Yes, that's
We should
true.
go see Crick and he might.
I'm
Might-
more
maybe
concerned
the-
about who would have
Yeah, I
attacked
know.
me.
Is there a lot of foot traffic around here in this area?
Not out of the ordinary. It's just a standard middle of town.
There's occasional person.
Yeah, it's not the suburbs. It's still middle of town. So there are
Shops
people.
and stuff.
There are people around, but it's just not.
I'm just gonna kind of step just a little tiny bit away from the group, as in 4 steps, and just kind of just casually kind of look around.
Oh, you can roll a percentage.
So there's no fence or anything, so you could theoretically walk all the way up to the window of the house.
Yeah.
Correct.
18.
Oh, there is now. There wasn't a fence, but
All the way around the house as well.
Yeah. He seems to have put up a little thing all over. There's no space along the side. It's literally just enough space, maybe some garbage cans, and there's the fence is pretty much right next to the house in the back because the land doesn't extend that far. But there's a fence for the sake of there being a fence.
18.
18. What are you looking for specifically?
To see if there's any like people looking at us, or if it looks like I can see any green cloaked people.
You can see some green cloaked people, but they're not actively paying attention to you. They're not just like standing in one place looking around or anything. They're just walking about there. You can.
Just wanted to see if there was anyone paying attention to us. No.
There's no one paying attention to you.
I kind of step back towards the group and I lean into Callan and I'm like, I don't think there's anyone in the house or paying attention to us.
There's a chance someone just saw something flying and took it out just because it was.
There are seagulls that fly around here all the time. People don't often shoot at them.
My thought is.
Maybe a sea forgotten.
Did you see what he did to the seagulls on that boat?
True.
I'll explain.
These are burrow
These
seagulls.
are, these are burrow seagulls.
They're like the big ones.
Yeah.
Kill the man.
Yeah.
Like,
they're wearing like red bandanas and like tattoos.
They're like the ones that you get
There was a
here.
flock of them taking one of those bodies out of that animal.
They're like the ones that you see in New Zealand that are like the size of cats.
Yeah.
That, like every time I see them, I'm like, huh.
Yeah, the ones that get into my garbage.
I have thoughts about that, but not now. Kellyanne, do you mind going up near the window and seeing if you can see my father inside?
I can do that, yeah.
Sweet. So you slowly walk up. You roll a stealth check.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you got that. You didn't return it, did you?
What?
Was it?
No. I don't do armor.
Oh, did I tell you have the +2 armor? That
You
Callian?
got-
We'll figure that out on the break
Yeah.
or later on.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, perfect. Nice.
That's pretty good. So with disadvantage, that's a 16.
Cool. Yeah, you make your way up, and seemingly unnoticed, you sort of vault over the fence from the side, sort of shimmy up the side of the house, and sort of look inside. Now make a perception check.
That was nearly a 20.
So close to a 20. That's a 16.
It's not
Yeah,
gonna be bad.
yeah, you look around inside, and you can only see a human woman inside. Do you want to describe what she looks like?
You'd see a like human woman of average height, sort of long, probably down past like her ribs, like sort of frizzy curly hair. Looks like probably once was well kept, and it might be well kept again now, but looks like the burrow has taken its toll on a lady that probably came from a higher class than the burrow is. And you can see it around on the inside. The interior would be very much like medieval, like big one room of kitchen, like bed sort of thing, and then some stairs that go up to like a loft. There's you would see probably a corner of the downstairs which has got quite an elaborate seamstress set up in the corner with some, I don't know how familiar you are with fabric, but with some fine stuff there.
And the equipment that you see in there is like it's shiny, new, well kept kind of stuff, and it's well, like even just looking at it, not knowing much about it, it's well maintained, well crafted.
And it's stuff that like probably wouldn't look new either. It's old and has been used for a very long time and is very well kept.
The other thing that you notice as well, a few changes to that, is that there's now nicer furniture in here. It's like you've got a nice armchair next to the fireplace. There's like that really gaudy bear rug. Yeah.
Got a big wingback chair next to the fire.
Yeah, basically, and like on the
man.
yeah, and then like on top of the fireplace, there's you can see a like you know the trophies, like the hunting trophies. It's a lion's head up on top, And like
Is it a lion's head or
it's a lion's head.
is it a lion head?
No.
Oh my
it's a
god.
lizard.
That's murder.
It's a lion head.
Burrow still. Don't forget where we are.
It's a lion head, and under that lion head on the mantelpiece is is what looks to be a very well kept, well maintained like axe. Like it's not seen in any battle whatsoever. It's just a really fancy looking axe that's
Ornamental axe.
Yeah, he's just got that up on there, and it's like it's like a. I think Kratos' axe from the new God of War.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Shiny.
But it's
Yeah.
just for decor.
yeah, it's never been used. Very
never
clearly,
get
never
sharp.
been used.
How's she look though? Like,
She looks
outside of
haggard.
description.
Like she looks haggard. Like her hair's still open. Like it's the same as we were. You can see that she's currently cleaning up and making the kitchen look fine. You can see that there is a cooked bird of some sort that is out on the
There's a
counter.
whole roasted rock.
But yeah, there's a cooked bird of some sort on the counter with like food that's just been prepared. You can tell because it's got the steam rising up on the top of it. But yeah, other than that, she does look haggard. Haggard in the sense just there's this air of tiredness around her.
Try and get a read on like this more of how she's like, because the ancient she's sort of been stuck at home. Does it look like she's mentally worn out? Like, can I
Make
get a
an
read on
insight check.
she's been in COVID lockdown for like 6 months.
She's gonna see a horn
About
figure
3
point,
weeks.
like looking through the window, like no.
19.
19, yeah. Looking at her, like there are definitely like bags under her eyes, and there is that like slight gauntness. She has that expression of just I'm over this sort of a thing. But yeah, she just goes on doing her day to day. She seems to be just going through the motions at this stage.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly slip back to the group.
Cool.
So I didn't see him, but she's finishing up cooking at the moment. Could mean that he's due back for lunch or dinner or something at any time.
I mean, it's like what
Whether you want to risk it.
time? It's like 10.
It's 10-ish, I'd say.
Do you have the ability to do invisible?
I can make someone invisible. Yes, I can.
We could
do that today.
If it wasn't just a coincidence that Manivus was gone, we could all try and move on. And if you did want to go now,
Just that might
Need any
scare
light?
her, though. If someone invisible came into the house, right?
I'm sure she'll relax when she sees it.
I think if we kind of spread out slightly, if we see anyone matching what we imagine Mason's father to look like, we just run a distraction.
He looks
Someone
similar to
thinking
me.
if there's someone stalking us and watching.
Yes.
Oh, is he full-blooded awkward?
He's half orc, but he's a very orcish.
Orcish
He's a
half
very orcish half orc. It's like it,
3/4 orc.
it's like it was a half orc that married like a full orc and then married like another then their kid married another full orc and it's
There's a lot more orc in the blood than yeah. All good.
Yeah.
That would give you the time to go in, and I think if you did go in and show your face, I think that's better.
I think so too.
If you run into trouble,
We'll all be nearby.
just yell.
I can
That's more important.
I can handle my father.
Yes.
I could handle my father years ago.
Sure you can.
I would rather
Only
just
gotten
not.
stronger now.
I'd rather not put my mother in that
Of course.
in that jeopardy.
Should you need us, just give a loud yell and we'll be there. But I think we should just fan out slightly.
Stay close, though.
Of course, within eyesight.
Yeah.
Do you?
Everyone within eyesight of each other.
Yes.
You two have a pair of
Sending stones. Yes, you do.
stones?
Yes.
Well,
Give one
yeah,
to
we
Mason
can.
in
Yeah,
case
give
something's
one to
going-
Mason, and
Right.
Then you can subtly tell
give
us.
the other to Callian.
Sure.
In the meantime.
How do I use it?
You just
Put it up to
speak
your
into
ear
it.
and talk.
Okay.
25 words.
It looked real
Yeah.
weird, but you could.
It's a little rock with a smiley face on it.
You might have a strange interaction with your ring as well, so just make sure you're focusing on letting things in.
Will do.
Yeah, and then I'll give mine to Mason. You give yours to Kevin.
Cool. All right.
I'll
Keep an eye out.
head towards the front gate.
The rest of
Which
you
is
make
weird.
perception checks.
Also because
I'm
you're
going to make a
probably going to
stealth
be the
check
one to
first.
see things
Do so.
first, so...
Nat 20.
Fantastic.
I-
You stealth through time. You're gone.
Oh,
So
also,
on there.
So we're rolling...
Stealth if you're hiding, or just perception if you're looking around.
Can I not stealth?
Just leave
Can I, performance instead of just being casual?
Yeah,
It's
you
just
can roll
blending
it.
in.
Yeah, you can roll
I'm
it.
just blending in.
Do you have a stealth proficiency?
No.
Cool. So just roll your d20, add your charisma modifier. You're basically rolling a charisma-based stealth check.
Nice.
And soft 20 for perception.
16.
16. Cool. And then
perception.
I have an 8 on perception. I'm doing the opposite of trying to hide. I'm trying to be visible.
Okay.
I'm just kind of standing out in the open. I've got my robe and my hood up, but I'm just trying to keep an eye on where we walked from to see if I could see anyone that might have.
You are
As
standing.
far as you're concerned,
You're standing
Laura has walked
middle of the road.
too far.
Pretty much, yeah.
You're standing in the
Sure.
middle of the road as people pass you.
eyesight.
14 for perception. It's not great, but...
I'll inspire Mason before he gets off as well.
Cool. You have inspiration.
And I got a 22 again for perception.
Cool. Awesome. So did you roll for stealth? Are you hiding or not?
Not particularly. Like I'll be off to the side, but
Okay.
I'm not trying to disappear into shadows. I'm just trying to be out of the
Are there
way.
shops around?
Yeah, they're like
so I'm just
not
gonna,
right next to.
browse, like kind of
Window
just like
shopping.
Look.
Yeah, window
Window
shop-
shopping, yeah.
Sweet. That's what.
Go.
You guys spread off and do your own. Stop keeping an eye on Mason. You walk up to the door.
Yeah, I'll probably go to walk like as I would like normally towards the front door, and then realize there's a
There's
fence,
a fence
so
now.
I'll walk around to the
Just
front
step
gate.
over it.
No, I'll be nice. I'll go to the front gate. and
You
open
go to the front gate, open it up, and sort of, you open that up, and the sound of it, you see someone reacting inside. You close it behind you, walk up, and knock. And as you do, you see on the side window, you see her face pop around the corner, and there's this like sudden expression, and it's like you don't even have to roll inside to tell she is. There's this relief and this smile that comes across her face as you hear her rush to the door, open it, and as you see her, before you can say anything, she just gives you a big hug, and we're gonna take a break there. So you're all you've all just returned to the burrow, met with Torpa, and decided that learned about the goings on in the burrow since you've been away over the last
It looks bad.
It looks bad.
Keep it up.
Yeah. Based off of all of that, you've decided that Mason, you've decided that you want to get your mother out of town and out of harm's way as soon as possible. And in doing so, you have
Leave
Are you
it.
trying to unplug it?
Yeah, I just don't want to forget that it's there.
you've made your way to your childhood home. There's a watch around the house, effectively made up of the rest of your party. And you knocked on the door. Seeing your mother's face as she looks out from the window, the recognition, the relief, the smile. She opens the door before saying anything. It's just a massive hug. And you can feel her just sobbing.
I killed some men.
Spirituality.
Cry.
And yeah, she's just sobbing. It's just like, and it's like it's dark, it's just deep heaving breaths, and just like just silently sobbing in your arms.
Cool. I'll probably like while still hugging her, just sort of either walk her backwards, or if she doesn't walk backwards, just sort of pick her up and then shut the door behind us.
Yeah.
And
You step over the threshold and close the door, and she sort of pulls away and just like, I'm sorry.
it's okay.
It's been a while.
I totally understand.
Where have you been? Come sit. And you watch her sort of rush into the house and start to, make some space on the couch and all that sort of stuff. Still steering away from the big, ostentatious armchair.
Yep.
Sit in it.
It's been good-ish, sort of. It's been different.
It's been.
Yeah, it's been. I've made some friends and we've been traveling, which has been good. It's been interesting seeing the world outside the borough.
You've left the borough?
Yeah, I have left the borough. I've been as far as Tomston.
Wow, I'm surprised you returned.
Yeah, well, I have some duties here that I need to take care of as well. And you're here, so.
To be honest, we thought that you'd not made it.
No, I know.
And you see just the tears start to, and you see she's trying to keep a brave face, but she's just like moving around, always just keeping herself hands and stuff busy so that she didn't stop herself from fidgeting.
Yeah, I know, and that was the intention, and I'm so sorry that I hurt you with that.
Of course, don't be stupid. You're here now, and that's good.
I was in a dark place, and I was fearing for my life, and I thought the best way to throw those people off of my trail was to try and disappear.
What happened? You don't need to tell me if you don't want to.
It's fine. Some bad men tried to do some bad things to my wife, to Eleanor, and they ended up killing her.
She's dead. And you see tears well up again. I just assumed she went with you. And there's this, she's trying her hardest to hold it all together.
She has been for 3 or 4 months now, since the fire in my house. That was the night that she died.
Why didn't you come home? You've always been welcome.
Because I killed those men.
You see her just process things for a second, and then something sort of clicks, and then she goes, "Well, right, you grew up doing the pigpen stuff," and you can read her like an open book at this stage. She's just not very contained.
Just at the time, something came over me that I just couldn't stop.
Are you better now?
I'm trying. It's hard. She
comes up and just
everything.
This time it's less of just that relief to see you, but more of that motherly embrace where she wants you to feel comfortable, and there's that element of it that takes you back to old memories of coming back from the pigpen all bruised and battered, and her embracing you that way.
I'm trying to move on and keep getting on with my life. And I think that getting away has helped, and keeping myself busy has helped.
Are you back for good, or?
No. I can't stay in this town for long, not with the state that it's currently in, with the men in the green cloaks. The men that I had killed were affiliated with them.
No, we'll keep that from your father, shall we?
Good.
And then you see her sort of constantly glancing outside.
Is he expected back soon?
Eventually. Not. I don't think he'll be back right away, and even if he is, he'll be pretty inebriated, so you should be able to either sneak out. He won't notice you.
Right. I have my friends keeping an eye out as well, so I'll get a pre-warning at the very least.
Do you want to invite them in? I'm sure.
No, it's fine. But what I really came here to do is I want to get you out of here.
But I can't leave. This is home. There's nowhere to go.
What about your family up in Voxmore?
Those ties were cut long ago, and I haven't spoken to them in forever. I don't even know if they know if I'm alive. I don't know if they're alive. They weren't very...
You can go anywhere, and I can, and resource isn't a problem.
Yes, but where will I go? Where will you come with me?
I can't. I have things that I need to take care of. I have a contract. I have a job as such. So I need to keep working. But I have a friend, if you wanted to go as far as Tomston, who might put you up for a bit while you get back on your feet.
You see her sort of think for a little while, and she's like,
I don't want you anywhere near the bar. I don't want you anywhere near Dad, first off. But anywhere near this place, it's only time until this turns into a bloodbath.
yes, but this is a known quantity. Say what you will about your father, he'll be able, where he is at the moment, I don't think anything's gonna come this way.
I don't think anything can protect you when it goes sideways. I've seen some shit. I've seen things that you never would have thought of. You never would have imagined. Dragons, necromancers that raise entire armies of bandits. People made of sand.
Sounds pretty fantastical.
It's horrid.
Bit much for me, really.
And this place will be that, but with people that we know. And people that we don't know.
You see her sort of try and explain something, and sort of just tears start to come down. Just, I can't leave. I can't leave. He'll find me eventually.
He won't.
He's pretty connected now. I don't. You see, like, fear start to set in, and she's just. It's like I said. This is a known quantity. He's whatever he is, wherever he's not let anything happen to me so far, and
Not let anything happen to you. He's the worst thing that ever happened to you.
Yes, but it was my decision and my consequences to face. I'm just glad you got out of it.
You don't have to suffer through that. You can get out. I have a way of you getting out safely, being able to start again. You will have the money to start again.
I'm not leaving. You see her sort of just that sternness starts to come in, but then you see it to crumble. This is my home, and I will stay here. You're more than welcome to come back, and you will always have a home here when he's not around, and I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. Like, you can see, even without like an inside check, you can see her sort of shivering, and there's this like she's not used to being stern. I've also got all of my clients you
haven't had clients for the last 3 weeks.
It's short term. We've had just a little bit of a setback, but that's fine. Like I said, your father's in a good place work-wise, and
no, he's not. He's betting all of his money on the pig pen.
How would you even know that? You've been away.
Because I know people here. I'm more connected than Dad is.
Sure, that's... Sure.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach into my pocket and I'm going to pull out my Valier ring and I'm going to slip it on my finger.
She sees that and she just immediately almost like she steps back.
I put it in my pocket.
be careful not to flash that around these parts.
That's why I'm not wearing it.
You sort of see her sort of contemplate a few things. She goes, roll a persuasion check.
You have inspiration.
Have inspiration.
We'll probably need it. I know my persuasion is not good.
This is this little twinkle from Callian. Hey.
Do I want it to be better?
I'd say yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with better. That's a lot. That's a lot better. That's a 21.
How would you get me anywhere?
I know, with what I know, that Dad will be at the pig pen this Friday. Because he always is.
Yeah.
He won't be looking. I have a friend who has connections ways out of this city and ways to get you places.
This place is usually watched. When he's away, when he's busy, there's always someone watching. I'm surprised you managed to get through the door without someone stopping you. He doesn't let people by. I haven't seen. One of my suppliers came by about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't seen him ever since.
I have good friends. They have abilities, some magical. One could make you invisible.
I need to think it through. I don't even know what I would do, where I would go.
Like I said, I have a friend in Thompson, a good friend, who would put you up.
Let me think about it. You see, she's like, there is that. You see, some gears have turned, and you from the way she's talking now, it's like you're getting like she'll seriously think about it, not just fobbing you off. But there is that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more that I can do to convince her.
I'll think about it. You said on Friday, right? Come by Thursday morning.
I won't be able to come by after today. Not with the state of the city, not with the things that I have to do with the rest of my day. I won't be able to come by again.
You're kind of putting me on the spot.
I can have... I can get in contact with you Friday morning for a decision.
Sure. Yeah, that should give me enough time, yeah.
I've got to go now. I'd rather get out of here before Dad came back. Not for my sake, but for yours.
Are you sure you don't want to stay for food?
No, he'll think that's his food. He'll know that someone's been here.
I'll just tell him I've eaten.
No, because then you won't get to eat. It's okay. I've loved seeing you, and I hope that we can get you out of this. I really do hope that you will.
Alright.
But I've got to go.
Well, as you sort of start to leave, you watch her sort of, as she's backing away, she's just like, you can tell there's a part of her that just wants to leave with you, but then there's also another part of her, something holding her back.
Yeah.
Abusive relationship.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And as you go to step out, she says, take care of yourself, and
I will. You too.
Wait 1 minute. You see her sort of turn away, and instead of pulling pieces off the meat, you see she picks up other bits that she's prepared, like the salad, the other food that she's prepared, and she puts it into a little pack, and she hands it to you, and she's like, take care of yourself.
Thank you. I will.
You look a bit haggard.
Yeah, and I'll just look down.
Moms be moms.
Yeah.
I look down at my arm, which is like 50% burn scars, and be like, yeah.
It's not stress, it's just scar tissue.
You're getting a
I'm
bit exhausted as well. You need to slow down every now and again.
yeah.
She doesn't know how funny that is.
I'm going to pull my necklace off of the change bringer, and I'm going to slide the 2 wedding rings off, and I'm going to put it around her neck.
She holds onto it and clutches, and you see the tears just streaming down her face as you step out. And she, as she's closing the door, she's she's trying to keep you in her sights as long as possible before closing the door.
Cool. And then once the door's shut behind me, I sort of step outside and look around and see if there's anyone that's looking at the front door in particular.
Make a perception check.
12.
Looking around, you clock your party.
Except for me.
Except for Ro.
You don't exist.
Ro no longer exists. She is
Dust in
disappeared
the
through
wind.
You literally watched me go. You watched me Thanos.
Yeah.
Blink,
You
they were
dusted.
gone.
I'll just sort of
Just stand half a second at a time.
sort of quickly jog down the stairs and sort of make my way briskly out the front path and past the gate, and then back towards Callian, wherever I can see Callian.
Yeah.
I see
You start
that-
to make your way towards where Callian is, and you hear a ruckus behind you on the other side of the road. And as you get to Callian, you sort of turn around to you see a group of men walking down, and it's like these are people in these green cloaks. There's like 2 or 3 of them, and they're not like their hoods are down. They're all sort of walking and chatting and talking, and in the middle of all of this conversation, you see your dad. He seems to be laughing.
Let's go.
He seems to be laughing and sort of barking orders at them, and just sort of he seems to be the important one in this in this procession of about 4 people, him plus 3 more. You can't really tell what they're saying because they're that far away, but they seem to be just talking and laughing, and they all seem to be walking towards the house. If you stand and watch, you see all of them to go past the gate. And even before he knocks on the door, like as he's walking up, the door opens, and they all walk in. And you see him sort of take off what looks to be a really nice, like thick coat with a fur lining and that sort of thing. He takes it off and he just tosses it towards your mum, grabs it, and then the door closes behind you.
Rose has a hearing next to your elbow.
Ro appears next to
The building
him.
behind you says this.
Just leaning out the shadows.
I wish I had.
Seeing,
I'm back.
seeing these guys congregating, I'll walk over to my window shopping. Over to these guys.
So,
Should we go?
Yeah.
They see us?
Yeah, we should move on.
You okay?
Sort of. She's
We're
She
talking
has-
and walking.
yeah, she has to think about it, whether she'll leave or not. If possible, I'd love for one of you to send to her Friday morning
Can
for
we
a
do?
decision.
Definitely. It can't have been easy. But it's
What
good
do you want to do if she says no?
We could kidnap her.
I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Deal with that on Friday when we know.
Yes.
So
It was hard enough leaving without her right now.
it's a lot of worry. You don't need to be thinking
Yeah,
about it.
I-
at the moment.
Let alone, well, yeah, I just haven't thought about it. It hasn't crossed my mind.
I know it's hard, but it might be worth thinking for the next couple of days on a backup plan.
Yeah.
Ophelia just kind of reaches up and squeezes Mason's shoulder.
I think all of us agree that she shouldn't stay here.
No. She shouldn't stay here even for the...
For what's going to happen?
what's going to happen. No, she seems to think that my dad can protect her with his connections.
Roll an insight check.
Not great. 11.
Like with that, you get the sense that it's like there's an element of her, like she believes you, of like all of these adventures and all that value ring definitely help with that, but there is this element of her going, well, who's more connected? Like
Yeah.
that's the sort of thing she's weighing up.
Who's scarier?
No, not who's scarier.
Not scarier. No, it's like it's
With
she.
more power.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the what you glean out of it is she wants to, like, at a drop, like
Yeah.
if there was a valid way for her to go and him not follow, she would in a heartbeat leave. Like growing up, the only reason she stuck around was because of you, and like you were what he had over her at the time. But now it's just become more of a, where will you go? What will you do? You won't survive out there by yourself. And there's like that that part of that relationship which seems to have taken
The
over. And then,
manipulation.
yep.
The abuse where it's like, nobody else wants you.
Exactly.
You can't survive without me.
Exactly. And
Especially when he's the only one that's providing.
exactly.
Mason, potentially, maybe we could ask Isa to get her out. As a fast way.
That's
We could
That's-
pay him or...
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
We've got the gold to pay him. That or
It's an option.
yes.
I think.
Just, a fast
I think for
way.
her sake, the best way is for her to make the decision.
Oh, no, I mean, if she just did decide to leave, obviously it's...
We can
It'd be a
get her out,
faster
out.
way.
Yeah.
It's just a thought.
It's a good thought, thank you.
Worth asking him.
I haven't thought about what she would, about. I don't know how Torpa would do it, but I trust him. I trust his connections. I've had
Thinking of sending her to Thompson?
I would send her to Lux.
Right.
I trust Lux with implicitly. She's.
We made some good friends in Thompson's.
I just know that I can trust Lux, and I would absolutely give her forewarning, but I can't think of anywhere else where I would feel comfortable sending her.
Well, the town itself is protected by Brujin, so
And it's also protected by the military, so
You all is,
The only
She's
other
something.
place that I can offer is my home.
yeah, I'm still scared of the Thieves Guild there
Yeah.
and anyone that moves in there with a connection to us.
I know.
Agreed.
I think Thompson would be the safest place.
I think it's far enough away as well where it could take a while for,
Anyone to find her.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've actually had a thought about possibly fixing part of the problem.
Which part?
Part of the reason why she doesn't want to leave.
Oh, just killing him?
Yeah, but in a way that is legitimate.
Oh, in the pig pen.
Think you could get him to fight?
I don't know. But I think if I called him out,
How prone is he to goading?
I don't know, but he didn't like when I talked out against him at all as a child.
You said he's been... Topper said he's been
Betting
putting a
against
lot of
the
money on
champion.
his new champion.
what if you just gave him an offer he couldn't refuse?
Well, if he went in a bit too deep and you were to take out that champion, if he lost everything, you could offer it back. If he fought you, it might be a way to...
Maybe.
Or if you fight the champion, you win all the money, and then give it to your mom.
It still doesn't get rich.
The
No,
money's
not
the
really.
money's not the problem.
We have money.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the fear. I think that if I called him out, if I appealed to his
Pride?
pride, what he thinks he has over me still. I think that I could hurt his ego enough to get him angry.
Angry.
Because I've seen him angry.
Well, I think that's a sound plan. And it would be executed in such a way that it shouldn't set off anything here.
Yeah.
If it's done
As long as you're not affiliated with the...
No, I mean, Mason has personal reasons to...
Very true. And if it's in the ring, then...
Perception. Yeah,
Yeah,
as we're
roll
walking, just to...
Thanks, Callian. I have the perception of a skeleton. Because I have one in me.
13.
You don't see anything in particular.
Those of you with skills or magic that can help if she does say yes in getting her out, I would love you guys to help in getting her out.
100%.
DVB.
Definitely.
Unfortunately, I mean, I don't have...
I think at least one or two of us should be there in case things go wrong at the pig pen.
Yes.
I think we should all be there, most certainly.
Well, we need someone to...
But if we're going to be making
move.
the breakout
Depends what the plan is.
of Mason's mother at the same time.
Of course.
I think even if she accepts that, I would love for my dad to no longer be a problem for her.
Yes, that's true. That could be part of it.
Yeah.
I just worry that once... I think it would be good to do both at the same time. Obviously, splitting up. But getting her out at the same time might be a good idea, because once she's not under his protection anymore,
Things could go south for her with or without him.
Yes.
Your house looked like it was relatively well off. I think if someone knew that someone big went down, they might try and send folks there right away to, take what they can.
Yeah.
So I think
It
we
would have
might
to be coordinated.
Yes, we'll have to do this. What we do have, we do have sending stones. We have the ability to send
Message.
to each other. So
I'm happy to be on the
No.
breakout party. Thank you.
Hand the stone back.
got a few days to prepare as well.
I think my skills would be more helpful
Ignore
Yeah.
the search history.
with
Feywild hot girls.
Feywild daddies.
Oh no, no, go back.
Dad, what are you doing on here?
How do you erase search history?
Using Facebook statuses as a search engine.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so we're heading towards the
The orphanage.
mock orphanage.
Yeah.
Box orphanages.
Or phone.
I've got my eyes in the friggin' skies. I'm looking out for anyone
Perception
that might be trying to shoot birds.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep up.
God
with
damn
that
it.
as well.
It was secretly Ro when she
No,
disappeared.
no, I can't see
8.
shit all.
8.
No, you don't notice anything.
Yeah.
Great at keeping watch, terrible at actively looking for things today.
No, you start to walk back through.
I am going to keep an eye out on the way for children.
At
Yep.
least I still have a passive.
13.
Cool. You keep an eye out. You don't see any, just not ones that you would recognize very distinctly to be the ones that you've met before. You start to make your way through, and you pass by the warehouse that you guys had burnt down way back in the about a
I
month
thought that
ago.
was out of town.
Yeah, so the
Oh,
orphanage is
right,
past
it's
that.
out
It's
of
on the
town,
front.
right.
Yeah, so you
That was
pass.
like 3 months ago. It's been
Dang,
Yeah,
has
we
it been
got you.
rebuilt at all?
Yeah, the warehouse is fine. It seems to
A little
be.
bit of charring around on the
Yeah,
ground.
not even. It's like it's been sorted.
It's been 3 months.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
that's plenty of time.
Also, man doesn't need the money.
No.
Money is not the problem.
No.
We've established this.
It's you get
Back full of flammable snails the next day.
you pass by old Baldrick's farm, where you hid out that one time after.
I also bought bread.
You also bought bread from him. Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
Those are all yellow.
Rat us
You
out.
pass by that.
That's
You
fine.
pass by the warehouse, and then eventually you get to this old abandoned building on the fringes of town, which you'd set up as a spot.
Safe house?
Yeah. It's empty currently, but as you sort of get in and start to walk about, you can see that, people are usually here. You can see, makeshift beds, like there's over the...
Are they little beds?
Yeah, they're little ones. Over the course of time, there's been
They've been used recently.
Yep, it does look like they have been used recently. There is, in the middle of this room, there is a fire pit, and it's got you can, like, as you walk past it, it's been used recently as well. So you get the sense that
I'm gonna look around and see if I can see anyone that's like hiding from us.
yeah. Make a perception check.
It's been a while, so I can't really remember. But I think I had a signal that was like a whistle.
Yep.
19.
19. Yeah, you look around and there's nobody. This place seems abandoned.
I do the whistle.
Yeah, you do the whistle and immediately, like 3 people poke out of different hiding spots,
Makes
like up in the
this place is
rafters.
definitely abandoned then.
Yeah, it's like
Definitely no one here.
yeah. Mason turns around. It's like Mason turns around and starts to walk towards you. It's like definitely no one here. There's like 3 kids like appear from behind them. Like 3 kids appear from behind.
his legs.
Yeah, you see two of these children about they're between the ages of about like 12 and 14. So these are some of the older kids, and you can see one more who seems to have, you see she drops something that she was holding up, which was like a almost like a screen. Yeah, it was like a screen that is the same
Pokemon like
yeah,
ninjas.
yeah,
It's like
it's the same color.
Naruto stuff.
Yeah, the same color as the walls and stuff. She drops a screen which collapses and retracts into a wheelchair that she's sitting on. She's got both her feet like they've been amputated, but she sort of turns around and rolls over, and you see
Keely?
No, it's not. None of these.
What have they done to you?
None of these are Keely. It's you see these 3 kids walk over, and one of them looks at you and says, "How do you know that whistle?"
Because I made it.
What?
I started this place.
Keely started this place.
No, I paid Keely and told everyone to start this place.
That's not how she tells it.
Of course it isn't.
Is Keely
She's
around?
smarter than that.
No. Grown-ups aren't allowed in here, by the way.
Oh, we're not grown-ups, don't worry. We're far from it.
Is Keely
They're
alive?
very big children.
No one's seen her for a while. Last we heard, she was looking at something over in the pig pen last month.
Last month.
Yeah. We've been keeping an eye out, but this new...
Stop.
Stop what?
Stop. I originally got her together, all her friends, to start getting information.
Yeah.
Don't keep an eye out anymore.
That's what we've been doing.
Not anymore.
It's not safe anymore.
Things that are happening, and I don't want to be responsible for everyone here getting hurt.
Oh, there's only a few of us left.
Exactly. I need you to protect whoever's in charge right now.
Yeah, but we're trying to find where they took them.
I will put that on me. I will find them.
Do you know what she was looking at the pig pen?
Where some of the others went. You see the girl in the wheelchair that sort of rolls up. She sort of looks at you and she says, "Why should we trust you?" And you see that her, like, she's like, aside from just the amputations and stuff, she looks pretty ragged, but like she rolls up and she's like, "I don't know you.
I don't know you either, but I'm invested in your safety."
Brilliant. I don't care. I'm gonna find my friends." And she sort of turns to roll away.
I want to give you somewhere safe, and I will pay for you to be safe.
I throw a handful of coins.
As you do, she
Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
she stops. She sort of looks.
It's 5 gold.
You throw 5 gold pieces.
Listen, we can get you food, we can get you shelter. We don't want anything in return.
You see the other kid who's here. So there's this one, the boy that was speaking to you. He's He still seems to be looking towards you. This girl in the wheelchair, she started rolling around and stopped. And this third kid, who's much younger, closer to her, like 9 or 10 years old, she sort of walks over to the girl in the wheelchair and sort of whispers really close into the ear, and just, yes, I know.
We just want to help.
How else would I know where you are, know the whistle, and know Keely's name?
I don't know, you could be the one who took her.
No, I'm going to be the one to find her.
This is Ro. This is Callian. I'm Ophelia.
Hi.
Mason. Hessel.
Dennis, Rory. We just call her Spud.
I love her.
and Spud just looked like she, like...
I love how you're mine now.
Ro is just like, my child.
Yeah. Like,
Great, now I have 3 more adopted children.
yeah.
Bye, kid.
So, sorry, was it Rory?
Dennis, Rory, and Spud.
Rory is the one in the wheelchair.
Rory's the one in the wheelchair.
We have business, other people to rescue from the pig pen.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Persuasion plus 15.
Look at her like that hard demeanor. She's just like, fine. And she like reaches out, scoops up the gold.
We know a lot about the pig pen. It's somewhere that I've been involved with since I was a child. If
Rough.
anyone has a chance of pun.
That's rough.
Yeah, I was younger than, who was the youngest one?
Spud?
The youngest one of them.
Yeah,
I was,
Like 9.
I was younger than him.
her.
Them, sorry. I was younger than you when
As you point towards Spud, she like was.
I was younger than you when I first got taken to the pig pen.
It's a nasty place.
Quick question.
It
We
is.
have reason to believe that what happened to him may be happening to Keely and the others.
That's why Keely went to the pig pen.
That's why we're here to get her out. You can't get her out.
Be surprised.
You can't get her out.
I'm
You
sure
see her,
you're
like,
very
you
capable.
see her like push a button, like a thing on her wheelchair, and it's like compartment open, and you hear ping as like a dagger was supposed to come out, but it gets stuck. Fuck!
I do another little whistle and my little cannon comes out.
You see the little cannon.
So
She's like,
this is anything you can do, I can do better.
she looks at it and goes.
Ro might be able to fix things.
I can teach you things.
You see that like that whole thing the kids do is just like that pride is taking over, but she's like really, really fascinated and not hiding it very well. Fine, deal.
They're now called Spy Kids.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have a better name for them.
Excuse me. When was the last time you eaten?
This morning?
Okay. Good.
And you see Spud sort of goes around to the side where the thing's broken. You see her pull out these like what look to be 2 of the same, the lockpick that you used to hold the tumblers down, 2 of those, and she starts like fucking around with the chair, and you hear her ping, as the dagger just shoots out the side. She looks up and like just very apologetic, doesn't really speak, and Rory looks at her.
Ow, my leg.
Rory looks down and goes,
Ro?
get it. Not Rory. She looks down and she goes, go get it. And Spud just like rushes off to go fetch the.
I
How
can teach you
secure
things.
is this place? Like, is it really broken down?
It's a barn.
I mean,
it's
the
a
fact
bar.
that
It's
we walked
basically
in
a
and
bar,
we're like,
yeah.
there's no one here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think that they're good here.
Okay.
It's like, no one goes near the pig pen.
Fine.
You've got yourself a good hideout here. I'm really impressed that when we came in.
Yeah, we
Couldn't
didn't
see.
see any of you.
Yeah, but our traps didn't work either.
Were your traps?
Yeah, she points and you look back to the entrance and there's like a bit of hay and grass that's just strewn around. And now that she's pointed out, you can see a little pressure plate.
But none of us stepped on it.
No, you guys stepped on it, but it just
It didn't do
it
anything.
didn't
I
really
think
engage. And you can
I can give you some lessons there too.
And like you sort of follow the thing, and it's like just a crossbow at the end of the wall, which just like it seems to have either gone off or hadn't been loaded properly. Where it's like it's not pulled back anymore, but the bolt is still in there.
I'm
these
impressed
cute little
with your
mirrors.
initiative. I love this Home Alone shit. Like, it's great.
Um,
I'm gonna help you.
I
All of you.
think that your best asset at the moment is staying hidden and not aggravating anyone that comes in. They might come in and look around briefly, but if they come in and get shot by a bolt, they're gonna look around intensely for whoever or whatever is being looked after in here.
What Mason said right now, stay low, stay hidden.
fine.
Is it just the three of you?
Yeah.
Take the trap down and use it to defend you as a last case. Use that crossbow and we can show you how to use it.
I know how to use a crossbow.
Okay, do you have more bolts for it?
Yeah. She like taps the side of the thing, and one of the panels open up, and there's like 20 crossbow bolts loaded.
Good. So use that to defend yourself as a
resort.
last resort. Stay hidden and out of sight. But if you need to, or if you need to protect each other as a desperation, use it then.
I can see that you're strong, that you're willful, and that you're wanting to protect everyone else. But Spud needs your help here.
You look at Spud, and Spud's like got the dagger. She's holding the dagger and looks up at you like.
You're doing great.
I was like, fine. About a month ago, when some of the others started disappearing, that's when Keely was tipped off that something was wrong. This was before all of this happened.
Before things changed
Before
here.
things changed. And Keely didn't tell us much. She just said that we were to stay away from the pig pen. Apparently she'd found something there. We don't know what it was. She sort of shut off for a while and didn't come back for long segments of time.
Where did she sleep in here?
Up there, and they were in like
Little loft.
yeah, like the loft area of the barn.
Do you mind if I have a look around?
Sure.
While she's explaining this, I'm gonna go see if maybe she
Left anything?
took some notes away or...
Yeah, no, roll investigation. Yeah, and she went.
Possibility of myself before I did this.
She went to the last I saw her. She headed out dead of night
Two very
when the
different
pig
roles.
pen was supposed to happen. It was on this side of town, so it was the perfect time for it. Well, it just happened on this side of town now, from what I hear. But she went to figure out where some of our friends had gone, because they were gathering information about people connected to it. And she didn't come back. At first we just thought it was her being away, because she tends to go, when she goes away, she doesn't come back for a long bit of time.
Well, this is longer than she's
This is
gone
longer than
before.
she's been gone before. We've been trying to go and look for things, but those green cloaked assholes are everywhere, and they're not particularly nice.
Yeah, you need to
Stay away.
definitely stay away from them.
Stay hidden.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Here, she reaches into another compartment of the wheelchair and pulls out a small wood-carved magpie, and she hands it to you. She's like, "That's how we recognize each other."
Thank you.
Is this the combat wheelchair, by the way?
A version of it.
A slightly less functional version of
Yeah.
it.
Hey,
Prototype.
they're learning.
They're learning.
We can fix that.
Yeah, but yeah, she gives you the magpie, which it's been hand carved.
Yeah.
But yeah.
When this is done, and we will get out whoever is left to get out. I want you guys out of the burrow.
Where will we go? We don't have anywhere to go.
We can figure that out.
We'll find somewhere. We have means.
Fine.
But things are about to happen here that
we grew up in the burrow. We can.
things are about to
deal
get a
with
lot
this.
worse around here.
I grew up in the borough, and I don't want to be here. It's gonna get bad. I'm trying to get my mother out of town.
Fine.
We have a small window to get who we care about out of this city. And I have investment in you kids.
Fine.
Are they all human?
It's all human.
I started messing with you guys and now I'm involved.
Leave shit alone.
One of these called Spud.
You're all my adopted children and
We're gonna give Spud a gun so that he can
yeah. But consider yourselves all my siblings now and I have reason to protect you.
You're almost as tall as she is anyway.
Yeah. She's probably taller than me if she had legs.
Wow. Ooh.
That was a self burn and a
Oh. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Wow, my burn scars on the face.
I did not say that out loud.
Jesus, Katie.
Fine. We'll lay low.
Good. Will be.
Can we go out to get?
Yes,
Food
you can
and
go and
stuff?
eat.
Yes.
But lay low.
What I will do is I'll actually I'll take my duffel bag off and I'll open up my duffel bag and pull out the drawer that is in my duffel bag. And
Don't give them gold, give them smaller change.
no, I was gonna reach in and think of food,
Nothing.
water,
Bro doesn't need to eat.
jug.
There's no jugs in there.
I think I can make one.
Yes.
We can always bring you back food as well.
I could make them endless mayonnaise.
I was just thinking that. I was like, wait, you want them to live off mayonnaise?
I was thinking more water.
Yeah, do
Uh,
water.
there,
Listen,
there are
we
a bunch of farms nearby. We can swipe stuff from them. The
Okay,
farmers
well,
barely
we
ever
can
get
Don't
it.
steal.
No,
I will give you money to
Just
pay
give
for
them
food.
lower, not gold,
Yeah.
because that is a child with gold is
Yes.
always.
But stealing is going to draw
Suspicious.
attention to you. Right now, I want you to lay as low as
We're
possible.
good thieves.
I'm sure you
I
are.
believe you.
There's-
So am I.
there's a wheat farm that's nearby. It's a good spot.
But I would prefer,
What? He was going to
unless you are 100% sure you will not get caught.
Yeah, we won't get caught.
Oh, I don't trust that.
I mean, without a shadow of doubt.
Yeah, we're that good. And like you see, Spud walks by with like a potato with skin on, just like walking past, walks past, like raw, uncooked. Just like
I mean,
I'm
but
not
it's
Poisonous.
just-
Just maybe cook your food, but
you can eat potatoes in a small amount raw, but after a while it does poison you. Yes.
yeah, she just like
Ophelia says that.
she just she just bites into a potato and just like as you say that she's just like
but the fact that we're like, that's poison.
yeah, and
You
like
just rub a
she's-
potato.
Just a feeling going like that. Mason's like,
yeah,
I want to know what the
you say
weekly
that
dose
she
of potato is.
said bites of it and like she
Yeah,
swallows
don't eat
and
raw
she-
potato, guys. It's
At least,
Just cook it.
hang on, and I just gonna
Prestidigitation.
prestidigitation to heat it up.
baked potato.
Hot. It's just hot
It's like-
potato, just hot.
Warm
It's just
potato.
warm potato, slightly warm.
yeah, and she's like
Room temperature potato.
like yeah, yeah.
Right.
She likes potatoes. That's why we call her Spud.
who doesn't like
Just
potatoes?
cook them first.
Actually,
We don't need to be dealing with a poisoned little girl.
I'm
been
going
doing
to.
that for a
Because raw
while.
potatoes contain a toxic compound called solanine, which can make you very sick. You should avoid green potatoes, even though they're cooked for this reason. Believes consuming raw potatoes causes severe gas and bloating, and they don't even taste good. Ophelia says that.
Thank you.
She's been doing that for a while.
Oh,
Maybe she has an iron stomach.
Yeah.
Well, if it hasn't killed her yet, whatever. I'm not gonna argue over raw potato.
I will
Just stay
argue
safe.
about you.
Okay.
I will find Keely.
If you want us to help, you know where we are. And we're
I
happy
do.
to.
Can you give us all of the information that you know about the movements of the people in the green cloaks and the pig pen?
Green cloaks, yes. Pigpen, no, because we were told not
Yep.
to go
And
there.
yeah,
Awesome.
don't go near the
100%
pig pen.
done. It's just if you knew anything more that Keely or anyone else had told you previously. But stuff about the people in the green cloaks.
Keely keeps a pretty comprehensive
told-
journal, but she has it with her.
I also told Keely to protect the rest of you, so
Yeah. Oh, that explains it.
Has Killian found it?
You rolled a
14.
14 on investigation. Yeah, looking at like when you go up there, it's this like little nook that she used to create for herself right next to the window. So there's like up here, there's like on either side of it, there's like two ways to look out. One is an actual window which she's made a nook by, and the other one's just like a piece of wood that they've ripped out. They can now look out of it. And next to it, you
you're
can.
gonna say like in Split because it's just a drawing of a window.
No, it's like they've broken a piece of wood out, and you can see that plank of wood is there, and it's like got two eye holes carved into it, so that if they look through it, they're just like looking through.
Is there like a box so like the smaller people can
Yeah,
see?
This is
there
some
is a
Wallace and
box.
Gromit type shit.
Yeah, there is a
Yeah,
box.
I've made Spy Kids / Home Alone.
Flash
You've done
Wallace
a
and
bit of
Gromit.
everything. Yeah, all of the kids' tropes. Yeah, and like in there, as you start to rummage about, you find just an odd assortment of things. It's like there's clothes, like nicer clothes than these kids that you can see these kids wearing. There's like you can see a few bits of rations like you guys would carry, like travel rations, but those have been sort of gotten into effectively.
Munched.
Yeah. You find 3 different pouches, each containing about 4 gold. 4 gold's worth in silver, or silver and gold and all that sort of stuff. And you find a very ornate dagger, which you recognize as a dagger that you were looking to buy off of.
Oh my god!
Did you put a down payment?
Yes.
Hold it.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That particular dagger.
fantastic.
They are good thieves then, huh?
That's actually none of that stuff. I'm just looking for.
Cool. But yeah, that's
I
pretty
don't,
much.
I don't know. You're upstairs looking at it, but internally,
Yeah.
I'm just like, why do I feel a sense of pride?
She
But
had to
also
get, she had to
annoying.
get that out of his like bag of holding as well. She had to know it was in there, so there was planning in that.
Yeah, I'm proud.
Yeah, I know.
Good thieves.
Holy.
I should tell you that like later after we've left, but
Holy shit.
mainly looking just in the off chance there were notes, but I don't find any.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
that-
we have to find it.
But yeah, that sort of stuff you find, but nothing that would give away anything else. There's no like actual. There's no conveniently scrolled note like, oh, this is where I'm going and this is what I'm doing. There's none of that.
yeah.
I am raising the next Thieves Guild.
Oh, another thing that you do find is on the window itself, there's a bunch of these carved magpies. There's about 6 of them, and a 7th one that's still being carved, like halfway through. And then you can see a little carving knife that's like in the window. Yeah. So when you also look out from here, there's like a small little what looks to be a platform that's been created. Not like it's not like something that's jutting out the side of it, but it's like there's like a little piece of wood which is held. Then there's like stilts under it that are putting it to the roof, so someone can actually walk out onto this here. And as you sort of step out, you see that there is like a little like an attached on the top. There's like a pulley wheel, and there is a rope that is along with Keely's stuff. A quick way down from the looks of things. Yeah. Seem to be very resourceful kids.
It's up at about 5,500 potatoes you need to eat to die.
5,500 potatoes. Yeah.
It just can have a really bad stomach
Yeah.
ache in the meat.
I mean,
Green potatoes are poison.
that's like
Yes.
that's like almost maximum lethal dose for like me. So.
I think I was thinking about the green potatoes aspect of it, but
Well, it's more that like raw potato will still make you sick.
Yes.
Like it's not comfortable.
It's just all carbs.
I'm sure Spud is extremely gassy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also what she's known for.
Yeah. Poison.
She has the
What cloud?
elemental adept poison.
Poison.
It's the Spud cannon.
Cool.
God.
Cool.
She's like,
Yeah, just so everyone knows, Rose's entire life is now invested around it. She's forgot about her dad. She now has to rescue Keely.
well, theoretically, we can just pay someone, and your dad is free.
Yes,
Yeah.
So
that's
that's
right. Like,
significantly easier.
her dad is alive in prison. That's easily
He's in
done.
the safest place he could be in the city right
Yeah.
Very true.
He's at the
very
Valley
true.
Estate,
Keely
which
is
is like,
in the least safe place for a child to be. And
Unless somehow, like,
I mean, I survived.
Sally
Basement
Mansion got
traps.
blown up or something, then, you know.
Weird.
yeah.
Why would you bring that up? What could possibly ever think about?
I'm sure
doing
it'd still
that?
be fine.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so you
Why am I having weird, like, deja vu?
anyway.
Vietnam style flashbacks.
Yeah.
Anyway, you anything else that you guys are doing here while you guys are?
We should go to Torpor and get
Did she just like word vomit the stuff about the green cloaks to me?
Yeah, so she just gives you a bunch of information which basically outlines times of shift changes at the dock. So it's like the dock shift change happens. So the way these people are set out around the town is that the dock has the highest amount of overseers, is what these guys are calling it, is like overseers. And they change shifts at night. So there's a day shift, which goes from the start from the start of the day at about like 6 a.m. in the morning, all the way through to about 6-7 p.m. and that's when the shift changes again. So there's like 2 12-hour shifts of people. There's about 6 overseers at the dock at any given time. They don't seem to take lunch breaks because they seem to have all their stuff with them that they need.
Yep.
Got
to
little
work.
lunch boxes with them.
Yeah. In the town itself, like in the Ballingwara proper, there's like a few key places that overseers stick around, and one of them is the town square area, the central courtyard of town, where these overseers sit, and there's apparently there's also an overseer that keeps an eye on things that the Crick is doing, because apparently because he's been moving contraband, he's had to give a cut to these people, and because they're the new suppliers effectively.
Yep.
So they basically let you know that the Crick isn't doing it as a I've now switched sides. He's doing it as a, well, if I don't, these guys will murder me.
Valid.
It's their motivation.
Yeah.
And that seems to be
People do enjoy not being murdered.
Yeah, and that seems to be the sort of idea. Yeah, common theme around town is like
It's
all
just
shopkeepers
survival.
and that sort of thing. They're all in survival mode, and you know the borough to be that way. It's like
Yeah.
the person who wields the biggest sword is the one to fear. So
Yep.
I'm
They've
going-
always lived. They've always been
Exactly.
survival-based people. It's just there's someone different to have
Exactly.
to survive from.
They're just not paying Valiant now.
Exactly. They also tell you of the plight of any Valier guard or like people who overtly wear Valier clothing or symbols around town. They seem to get shanked straight away. Like not even as a, oh, take him to the side and take him out. No, in the middle of the street, like 4 people walk up, shank him, and walk away.
And yet
Really a secret
Issa
of it.
somehow.
Yeah, like they all of them. Rory does tell you that there is this one guy though, who these guys stay well away from, for some reason.
I describe Issa.
Yeah, she's that's him. That's
He's
the
so
guy.
cool.
Yeah, basically it's just like, yeah, him. He's wow,
He's our friend.
Yeah, good friend.
good friend to have. But yeah, like there is an air of mysticism around Issa, and
There is with us too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also very
Yeah.
curious.
yeah, and Dennis actually walks up to you and says, "Well, he actually gave me gold. Just gave it to me out of nowhere. I was just
He's a good man, Issa.
yeah."
Very good man.
Also, I feel like he may have sussed out that you guys might have had something to do with me at some point, but it's
Cool.
He uses this facility, so he probably knows.
yes, that's right.
Just be careful.
This building,
Yeah.
it belongs to him.
Ah, okay.
Just be
I
careful.
asked for a building.
Just be careful who else you take
Can we
gold from.
ask? Can we ask him for things?
Nah.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Leave that to I'll ask.
Okay.
And yeah.
Cool.
I was trying to figure out what the jingling was.
I was wondering if you could ask him for like this. I've seen it around town. I haven't been able to swipe one. It's this box and it's got a whole heap of tools in it. She starts to describe and you go, this is a tinker's kit.
So I have my old one.
Yeah.
Because I took my dad's.
Yeah. Yes! And like Rory reaches out and grabs us like, oh my god, this is gonna make things
Happy
so much
birthday.
easier. And she's like Dinger's like, that's an actual screwdriver.
I don't have to use my teeth anymore. I'm gonna use this knife.
Not for traps.
Got it.
For your chair. Go
Yeah.
hard.
Absolutely.
Got it.
This is a hammer. I don't have to use a knife. And this is a wrench. I don't have to use a knife.
Yeah, like,
He's like, I don't have to use a knife. A knife. I have one of those.
this will sharpen my knife. But yeah, no,
Another knife. I can use this as a wrench.
yeah. But yeah, so they
So I
all
still have
start
my
to
plus
go-
one ones, but
Yeah, that's cool.
I gave her my
Your old
original.
set, yeah. Cool. They start to like kids on Christmas morning. And
All
start to
yours.
yeah.
Don't even need to ask Issa.
That's awesome. And they're
Do
just
you want
like,
to see even cooler ones? They're mine, so you can't have them. But
sure.
I pull out like my dad's
The
fancy
pristine
ones.
fantasy ones. Like, you see like this glint in their eyes, just like, oh my god.
If I ever come across another set, they'll come your way.
Cool.
I heard that.
Yes.
But yeah, and then they start sort of just
Maybe later.
yeah.
If you're interested in slightly less tinkery work as well and in working with wooden tools, I can give you a set of that as well.
Dennis sort of pikes up. It's like, yeah.
Wood carver?
I will get my my drawer back out of my backpack, and I will
Why do you carry your drawer?
It's a very good question.
carpentry things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a nice drawer.
Spoils of war.
what it does do is it means that because of the way that it's in the duffel bag, it's impossible for anyone to steal out of it while it's on my back.
Such a good idea.
It is, because imagine trying to open a drawer inside of a bag where the only zip on the bag is against my back.
Zip? What's a zip?
They exist.
Yeah.
Or buttons.
Yeah, I've made them. Ro invented zips.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they're gonna catch on.
Cannon walks over.
Yes.
So,
My name?
I'll pull out my roll of tools, and I'll roll it on the ground, and there's a full set of carpenter's tools there.
That would be useful to do this place up a little bit.
Exactly. Don't make it too nice where people think someone's living here, but just to
Got it.
fix up
Make it more
leaks, make it more comfortable to live in while you're here.
Dennis sort of rolls them up and just like holding on to them.
Yeah, I forgot that I had asked Issa for the building.
Yeah. It
Yeah, I
slipped
knew
my
you
mind
had
as
a
well.
building somehow, and I was like, did you buy it? Like,
No, I in my head I was just like, I just found a building that was definitely abandoned. No, it belongs to Issa.
Cool.
He
Sweet.
was like, hey Issa, I need a building.
Yeah, because you're going to take over my house, but it's not built yet.
Yeah.
So that would have been a more permanent fixture.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So,
what time is it now?
it's-
Summertime.
Yeah, it's getting to midday. So it's getting like it's about it's past midday. I'll say about half 12, 1ish.
Okay, so we probably need to
Start eating.
Head to Toppers.
Head to Torpors, pick up our
Paperwork.
Documents, and then we want to meet Issa. Correct? At
Not suspicious documents.
yes.
at the other place.
Yeah. You head to
And
Torpors.
not the Grey Jewel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ivory Mice,
I reiterate,
which is also
Stay
been
low.
been before as
stay hidden. We will be back.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
I feel like
It's
we have
this
new
is-
toys.
Yeah.
The pig pen does move though, doesn't it? Because
It
it's
does.
been in the Ivory Mice and it's also been in the Grey Jewel.
It does move. A different tavern was always they had a different tavern every month as to where it would be.
There's quite a few taverns in the borough.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's like 50% of the buildings are taverns.
Yeah.
Or used to be taverns.
Yeah, so it did move around because theoretically it's against the law in both the Branton Court and in the Sudgardian Empire to have underground fighting rings like that. However,
The borough.
the way that the borough is, it's not particular. The laws are not particularly well
Starbucks.
Right. So,
governed.
back
They're
to
all Starbucks.
Yeah.
So every tavern is a Starbucks.
It's this,
Let's go.
The Navy.
The
episode
borough is
of
being
The
gentrified.
The Navy episode of The Simpsons with the entire mall of just Starbucks.
Cool. You head over to Torpors. He hands you documents that you guys are going to need. Unless there's anything else, you guys head on over to the gates.
I do ask Torpor just before we leave. Do people hunt birds here? More than normal?
Bats.
Or bad.
Bats?
No,
More than
Right.
I haven't heard of
I'm sure there's a
bird
normal.
hunting.
Maybe does
Not-
he know
not
what windows
necessarily.
are? Did he just fly into a window?
No, he was up very high, 120 feet. in the
Kessel's
air.
familiar was taken out while flying through the air.
Some of them have birds.
Have
Birds of,
Bugs.
birds of prey.
Bugs of prey?
Birds
Yeah.
of prey.
Really big bugs.
Yeah.
Okay. I was
Birds
like,
of prey.
did I hear that right?
It's an unkeg flying through the air.
Praying mantis the size of a cat. Yeah.
Jesus.
Right.
Big scarab beetles that fly.
Okay, noted.
No, that's your person that you talk to.
No, I know.
Sid.
They have been noted.
It is his hand.
He just got hawked, in other words.
Yeah, basically.
Right, okay. I'll be sure to return the favour. Thank you. No, I'll just walk then.
Cool. You head off to the river where there is the lines are a lot shorter at this time of the day because there aren't people going back and forth. So
This time of the month.
but you still need to queue up instead of the normal way that you've gone across is just like bypass all the lines, but you have to be part of Gen Pop at this
Yep.
stage.
We want to be
effectively.
sneaky and
Yeah.
part
And
of
you
the general populace.
Oh boy.
you make it through. Your documents seem completely legit, and you make it through.
They certainly seem that way. Yep.
Yeah. And as you get to the other side of town, there is a
document.
like on the other side of town, the Sudgarian side of town. The air is different. It's like
Less death?
less death, less like sense of dread. People are actually just walking about, and I mean it's still the borough. It's a
it's
nicer
normal
part.
borough.
Yeah, it's a nicer part
The
of the borough.
Sudgardian Empire side was always nicer than the
Yep.
the
Absolutely.
Branton Court side.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
now
Is
it
there still like
doesn't
a
smell like
tension
rotting
just in
flesh
the
as
air?
well.
There is, but like the further you get away from the river, the less of that sense of tension gets.
It's the rich people stop giving a crap about the commoners.
Basically. Yeah.
Proper gentrification.
Yeah. But here you can actually see a lot more Valier Guard. And like you see like previously when you walked through here there were a few Valier guys in like the reds that they were wearing. Every now and again you see one of the guards in white walking about.
Ho, 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 ho.
Those are the uppity.
Secret
That's
girls.
the big boys.
That's an Issa level
That's-
kind of. Not quite, but you know.
Issa's different because he's more of a political figure. This is like your Navy SEALs or your like Secret Service wandering around.
Yeah, CIA and Secret Service on the street corner.
Yeah. And like
Like,
and
they're
like
wearing
and,
those,
and like with a
those
giant badge on their
certain
chest saying
zip-ups.
I'm fucking CIA, don't fuck with me. It's
Yeah, it's their
So,
it's
like-
their white like because you
Are
know
they borough related or
they're Valier guards.
Valier.
right? Yeah.
They're Valier guards.
the highest tier of Valier Guard.
The only other place you've seen guards wearing white, so with there is a like you can tell the rank usually by the red and the gold trim, and it's like it's a thickness of the gold trim on the robe that tells you what rank they are. So the thicker the gold trim, the higher the rank there is. These guys wear white, and I don't know if it had come up, but we'll say it has, because Issa's been drunk with you at some point.
He was, yeah.
He has. You would know that the Valier guards wear red to mask bloodstains. However, the ones that are wearing white wear it so that if you are able to actually inflict a wound that causes them to bleed, they want you to see that because you've earned it.
Nice.
Yeah, they're like that level of you can try but you won't succeed kind of.
That's kind of cool though.
Yeah.
Like that's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's better than Issa, because I've hit Issa. These guys are better than Issa.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just better than them.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Try punching one, find out.
All right, Callion.
Yes, I was talking to Hessel.
Hessel, the renowned pit fighter.
Cool.
They heal for one.
You get to the Grey Jewel around about the 2:00 mark. You step inside and there's patronage here. It is just past lunchtime, so the lunch rush is sort of heading out. You enter. You sort of start to look around. You go upstairs to the place where you originally were, and immediately one figure stands out to you. It's the Moonweaver's priest robes, and a triangle-shaped figure.
God, he is so lucky that he hasn't been fucking dragged into a police station.
But yeah,
I'll go.
yeah, and as
That's
you
how
said,
silly you looked walking
Yeah.
around with all that
I
on.
looked amazing.
It's the exact same.
Is it just full on? Just
it's just full on like the
Day one
same
Ophelia.
day one Ophelia.
Yeah.
Get up.
This is literally how you look.
It's just a blue triangle.
Yeah.
You know what? And she rocked it.
This is Cool Ranch Dorito.
Eventually, as you get,
You can leave, Callum. That's not.
That's the standard.
I miss my priestess robes. They were cool. Maybe the veil not so much, but you know.
as you get closer, you,
I'll give her a
yeah, as you do,
Bow.
he drops the the illusion, and
Yeah.
he's just sitting there like with a smile on his face. Yeah, he's just.
Issa just
Your
mocking you.
Holiness.
Well, I thought this was an entertaining way of getting your attention.
Worked.
Sit, please.
I don't know, a glowing blue sheep seems more fun. Don't know why.
He wasn't there.
Glowing blue sheep. What? What?
Alright, that's different.
And he's got a booth effectively all to
The
himself.
only one. You guys did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mason ran into the,
and
into the
punched
glowing
you.
blue sheep.
Yeah.
He
Table
punted
for a
you.
while. You
None of you know that.
You punched me up in the room.
Yeah.
We like hung out in the.
We sat at the bar with Rogar and
Yeah, we're
Having-
We saw Mason walk up the stairs with the sheep and
And come back with a feeling.
yeah.
Having now handled sheep, punching a sheep in like the stomach would do nothing.
it's the marshmallow.
Yeah.
Cool.
An oily marshmallow.
Oh no.
Yeah, you've ever
Cool.
touched for a sheep.
Yes.
Eventually, you'll sit. You get into the thing, and this. What would you have to drink?
something strong.
Something strong coming up. And like,
It's actually now a cocktail.
he gets he gets one of the waitresses to bring over a round of drinks for everyone. He's drinking his wine, whereas the rest of you have whatever you ordered.
Something strong cocktails.
Something strong cocktails.
There's something strong with an umbrella in it.
Yeah.
I now need to pull out my old like cocktail kit and
and
make
something strong. Something
make
strong.
something strong.
It's 50% of that, like, that's 60% alcohol. Right?
no.
It's just
That is
vodka.
gonna
It's
be
just absinthe.
that's gonna be a supplementary episode of Ritual Cast.
Yeah.
Like, what was the absinthe that we had? Like 80-something%.
Jeez.
Bad.
Yeah.
It was really, really
It
bad.
hurt
I was
going
drunk
down.
for 2 hours.
Yeah, we've had
Apple vodka and whiskey.
some weird medical grade freaking Chinese bootleg alcohol, which is like 60% alcohol. That was rank.
Just tasted
It's
like
moon.
sour mandarins.
Yeah.
It did taste like
It was-
off Mandarin.
It did.
Delicious.
Anyways,
Anyway.
anyway, yeah. No, so you You sit, he drinks a boat, and he says, "Well, I wasn't expecting you guys back here so quickly. I guess the fact that you can now pay off your debt is...
It's an incentive.
It's an incentive.
Yeah.
Apologies for the state of the place.
What have you done with it?
Oh, it wasn't me. I can assure you that.
I bet.
Why doesn't it affect you though?
Because I've been told to let it be. When
Why isn't it affecting you?
I have cultivated an image for myself here in the Barrow over a long period of time. It's going to take a little bit more than the new guys in town to sway that.
Right.
So people are more afraid of you than they are of the green cloaks.
Oh, yeah.
The Green Cloaks, they seem to have heard from the people they're taking over from that I'm not to be fucked with. And he sort of smiles and there's this thing of pride.
Good job.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes.
You said you've been told to not do anymore.
Yes, I've been told not to. I've been told to leave it once really alone until the time is right. I do not question it further.
Do you have an idea of what the right time is, or are you just waiting?
I'm just waiting for the order to be given.
And do you think Elia is going to just let this town go to the wolves, so to speak?
There is a bit of a foothold. There is
A bit of a foothold. They run the Baranton court side of the borough.
for now. There is importance to this place, but I have a feeling that Valier wants to make an example.
Right, spectacle, so that no one will try it again. That's a fair point.
So how many innocent lives will be lost?
Don't ask me. That is not for me to calculate.
That
It's
is
more than 43.
47.
47.
Listen,
There
Is
will
it
be
more
lots
than
of-
47? It's a legitimate question.
Why that number? I had a weird dream last night, alright?
anyway, listen. There are people. Mason's mother is on one side, the Brandon Court side. There's
There's my kids.
Not
the ones in yes.
there are people that we need to get out of here. Should we be doing that?
I would recommend it because when the time comes, there will be bloodshed on both sides. Well, there will be a lot of bloodshed, innocent, and
We're aware. We'd assume so.
there's going to be collateral damage, and there's not much I can do about that.
It could be faster, though. It doesn't have to go to all-out war, does it? There's got to be some kind of command structure here, as long as you can take out the person that's...
Your hands are tied, but could there be something that someone else could do?
I don't know who's running the show, which is very,
I
which
also
is
don't
a
know
bit of
that-
a, which is a bit. It's not something that I'm used to, not having all the information.
Sure.
If Valier wants to make a spectacle of it, I don't think it's a good idea for us
To get
to
involved.
actively get involved and get in the way of that.
That's true.
I think
I think we might be part of making an example of people, to be honest. But
I think our focus is get anyone we care about out. We
yes,
can't.
not
You
to
can-
be.
I
Obviously, there are.
doubt there's much you will be.
We can't save a
You're
village.
a bit of, you are wild cards, but I doubt there's much you can do to kick off an all-out gang war.
Well, that's the
To
thing, is
kick
we wouldn't want to
think
kick
you're
it off.
underestimating.
We don't want to kick.
No,
we don't want to kick things off.
We want to stop it before it could start, effectively. See, these people, they, if they are who I think they are, and they're associated with who they... Well, they might have tried to kill us
They're
before, and I take that rather personally.
Well, yes, and fair enough. You are open to doing what it is that you would like to do here. I will not stop you. It's... From what I understand, Valier is watching the situation play out, trying to learn as much as he can about this new enemy, because this is not the only front that they are making moves.
Right.
There are
Elsewhere.
other parts of the world. And also, if we can deal a decisive blow, we might have Mayreen opened to us.
Oh. So it's a loss that.
Half a town for a continent.
Or for a sizable foothold. He could give up a hold here on half of the borough to be able to take full control of an important port city in Mayreen. That would be the plan.
He is a very calculating man.
I'm sure, but I don't think that we can stop that.
No.
Not this. This is, I think, knowing Valia, this is something that is long in the making. Am I right? So I think that
I don't think
get
we want
the
to.
people out that we can, and we don't
can't save
interfere.
everybody, and we can't put that on ourselves.
No.
Either.
It is not. We should not feel guilt about it. We can save the people that we can save, but it's not on us to stop or fix a higher power, I suppose.
It's like I said, I doubt there is a lot more that you guys can do in order to make the situation much worse. It's already as bad as it is, and for there to be an all-out war, there would need to be a very significant move made on either side, and I don't think
That's good. That means we've got time.
you've got time. It's not. We are
It's not
on the
imminent.
we're on the verge of it. It will happen at some point soon, but not in the next few weeks. If that's what you're worried about.
I have 2 questions. Just in and out of character, kind of. In character, do we have a date for the next summoning?
Yes. Well, I didn't know whether you guys would still be interested in.
We're not
that.
sure yet.
We can.
That's a discussion
We
to
can
have
go-
with Valia.
We're not
Well,
free yet.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Malia isn't coming to the table to talk. He has asked me to clear your debt and offer what he is willing to offer for.
Oh.
Is
He's
this something
preoccupied.
that we should be talking about here?
Yes, this is fine.
So what's his offer if we continue to do the summonings?
Well, he's willing to pay you about 200 gold each per summoning circle completed. Of course, that I understand that is
How much did you
chump
earn
change
back
for
in
you guys
the,
at the moment. On top of that, he has resources that he is willing to dedicate to your own personal causes.
That's more interesting.
I know you have a parent missing.
Yes.
Speaking of parents missing, I assume
your father will be returned as soon as
The debt is cleared.
we conclude this meeting today. Protection for your mother, wherever she may go. And also potentially a shot at your father. And for you, there's a couple of things. I have the ability to put in some words into the reserve to throw them off your scent even further.
And is that something Valia knows about?
That's not something Valia knows about, but he has this. The weird thing is, the only thing he's been able to find on you is your old teacher. And he is willing to deal with that problem should you require some form of revenge. Give you a shot at it rather than taking care of it himself. But the idea is that you'll doing the summoning circle, you will retain the Valier affiliation that you have used so well in the past to gain access to certain areas. I'm sure you're aware of what that name brings.
Yes, I got you a good seat at the circus.
I heard about that.
I told you about that.
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry. I was drunk.
He got very drunk
Yes.
afterwards. So.
Yes.
I know. I'm sorry to bring it back to that, but so he doesn't know that the reserve or
He knows that the reserve are after you. He doesn't know why.
okay.
I have managed to keep that information, and from getting to him.
Difference
seeing-
of opinion, you know.
Seeing as I'm the apex of the funnel of information that gets to him, I have the ability to hide a few things as long as I'm doing it subtly.
No, thank you.
Can you tell us what the winners of the summoning circle
I
get?
don't know. It's meant to be lots and lots of glory or something like that.
Insight check.
Roll an insight check.
Holy shit.
That's pretty good.
It's reasonable. Holy shit.
You had your eyes open.
That's a 23.
Jesus!
I literally cannot make that as an insight check.
A +5 to my insight.
It's hard to read.
Oh,
Fuck.
Jesus.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Oh no, I can't.
I can do 24.
Okay, nat 20 it.
good gosh.
25 would be my maximum, not 20.
Yeah, he's hard to read.
Jesus.
Yeah, he is.
So, the date.
It's in 2 weeks.
So, there would
Weeks
be
to
a
that, it's
potential for us to get people out by boat.
Well,
Well, the docks are controlled.
docks are controlled
Yeah.
by
Right.
Just get people out.
What about this side?
The docks on this side primarily service the Sudgarian Empire. They don't go to... The ships that land here come from the Sudgarian Empire and go back to the Sudgarian Empire.
I think if we were even to consider taking Valier's deal, we would need to know that we have secured passage for those we care about out of this city safely.
I can arrange that.
That would be acceptable.
But do we want to take that deal, or do we?
We can
enter
arrange
in-
that separately. As well.
So, you said we would continue the summoning circle. Our debt would be paid off.
You would not be obligated to continue the summoning circle. You are...
But his deal would be for us to continue.
There's no
No,
contract.
is it that this is
The...
Yeah.
for us?
Favor for a favor kind of.
Yeah.
You will be
If
on...
we continue to do so, he would give us those things.
Yes.
Gotcha.
If you... For every summoning circle that you appear at and win, you will be paid 200 gold each, and
You said appear at and win. What about just competing for him?
competing for him is what gets you the standing with him, in the sense that you can still show your affiliation, and
Be his champions, so to
Effective.
speak.
you will still hold the station that you do, and perhaps even a slightly higher one where you outrank a few of the
But the gold is for winning.
gold is for winning.
And
The gold is the least of.
And the favors that come with it.
And the
for
favors
winning.
that come with it. Every time you win, you have the ability to cash in a favor. And Valier's resources are vast, and he has...
I would like to rescue 6 of my fathers.
We don't know what the pot
is
is, though. We don't know what we're fighting for.
If it's any consolation, neither do I. This is information that Valier has kept to himself. Usually I know of most things that he is working on.
The summoning circle has happened previously,
Mhm,
though.
It has. But it happens every 40 years. And
So you went
Seemingly-
around for that before?
well, seemingly nobody remembers.
Ah.
We don't know what. I have attempted to find it. I have attempted to seek out old competitors of the summoning circle, and the ones that I was able to find don't recall it happening.
Chance we might be able to find something on it. Get there a couple days early.
I just don't want to be
You were there.
fighting for something terrible.
Do you think you were there, or you just don't remember?
I might have been. I've been around for a while.
Does that mean when we're done we'll forget everything about it as well?
And we'll forget our favors.
That's the thing.
Well, for every time.
Cash it in before we forget.
The Sudgarian Empire is a very secretive place. They like to keep things very close to their chest.
What if someone wanted to get inside the Empire
Invitation only.
and to earn them?
A favor, perhaps.
Exactly.
There's someone that has connections.
You would
that
need to
lives
trade
here.
favors with important people.
Thank you for telling us that the Summoning Circle is related to the Sidgardian Empire anyway, because that was something that we didn't know previously.
Is that where man with the stone skin? Is he? Is it going?
So, man, sounds good.
The man who hosted it last
He's the MC.
Yeah.
Oh
It's-
god, sorry, it was a really long
Yeah,
time
Basically
ago.
made out of onyx.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Or Mana Stone.
No, it was black.
Okay.
Massive black.
So it was blue.
No, it's black.
It's black.
Looks like obsidian.
It's like obsidians. It's like this.
I saw my life flash before my eyes there when you swung that around.
You
have
could kill
poise
someone
and control.
with that piece of obsidian.
For me, I feel like I can arrange transport out of the city and safe places for my mother without Valier's protection. Not that I'm grateful for the offering of it, but I'd like to hold on to my favors.
Of course.
There's nothing
I think
Pressing.
favors,
there's nothing pressing as of now that I need.
but favors are powerful.
Especially when they're from Beholden.
Favors are powerful.
I think that's the gold is nothing, but the favors are.
I wouldn't say it's nothing. It
I'm
could provide
very-
quite a bit of spell components.
I'm very willing to continue
Comparatively-
fighting in the
Yes.
To favors?
Yes. Yes.
I'm very willing to continue fighting in the pig pen regardless.
In the pig.
For Hori.
Something so.
The pig pen.
I was like,
Summoning
really?
Sorry.
Close.
I know. It all comes. Yes, I know. They are similar.
Yeah.
I think I suddenly have people I feel like I need to protect.
Well, not to be selfish, but I do kind of need the protection as well.
I'm more than willing to fight in the summoning circles. The gold is fantastic. I would want only one addition, and that is that Mara doesn't need to fight. We can't speak on her behalf. She is just a child. She shouldn't be subject to it.
I'm not even sure where she's gone.
We have no idea where she is.
This gold
We'll
is to pay
pay-
off her debt as
We'll
well.
pay the entirety of the debt, including.
Agreed.
Shall we get to it then?
No, I don't want to do this because it's kind of a lot of gold and it's like a little bit awkward.
And you see he pulls out rolls of paper.
Do remember that this is Issa,
Bag to bag
and people
transfer.
don't fuck with Issa.
He pulls out the rolled up.
Mason pulls out his
She
safety
opens-
deposit box.
Oh, one more thing. The blood that we gave him.
It will be dealt with. You see him unfurl.
Another question.
Oh no, he was there when you pulled the drawer, so it's like
Yes.
Yeah.
he gets it. He unfurls the contracts that you can see him sort of out. He also reaches into his bag and grabs the vials of blood, which he puts in front of each of your contracts.
Because I'm smart and I'm not counting it now because that would be dumb.
have counted it out.
I've already counted
We
it
had
out.
separated
It's
it
in-
out,
It's in
yeah.
a specific bag.
Have you written down your money, by the way?
Yeah.
Pre-allocated.
I literally
values.
just lost it. The amount is 46,880 gold pieces.
Yep, and that was what's left after you.
That was left. That is what was left on the debt.
Sweet. So you bring it out and you hand it over. And
It took an excessively long amount of time to count it. No, we just weighed it. It should be the correct one.
We
you
went
see
to a
he-
bank.
You see he opens up the bag and he says, "This is going to be a while, but this is
What?
this is necessary. This is a necessary part of the process." And
fair.
you see he actually starts to grab it out.
good
He
God.
holds his bag of holding open, and he grabs it and he goes, and he actually starts counting.
Could I get another something strong, please?
Yeah, and like
26,
Oh, I've lost
47,
count.
82.
yeah, you throw it on the
Save
center.
that,
It's
save that for when he reaches the 300,000.
yeah,
I'll
yeah, and he finishes. Eventually, it takes a while, but he
We should
finishes
know it's
counting.
all in copper pieces.
I mean, we did start with the 3,000 pieces of platinum.
There is.
Yes.
Yeah,
So that
so
does make
there's
it a little
platinum. Yeah,
easier.
it makes it easy, and he finishes.
Do you know
counting.
once I did get paid $80 in 10-cent pieces?
Oh
Jeez.
my god.
Yes,
I
I've
feel
done
like I had that happen when I worked in the supermarket once.
Oh no, it was one of my friends went to the bank and changed $80 into 10-cent pieces and bought me a sack to school
That's a
to
great
pay for our
friend.
school ball ticket.
Wow.
And then I had to go pay for them and be like, here you go.
That's amazing.
That's such a dick move.
Anyway, he finishes counting, and he closes the
Yeah.
bag and
During,
slides that
during
back.
this time that it's going, I'll open up the little parcel of food that I have, and I'll offer it to everyone just on the table.
It is delicious, home cooked food.
Thank you. That's incredible.
Where is my father being
Pocket
released
food.
to?
Pocket food. Pocket food. Pocket food.
You see he turns around and whistles, and from one of the booths in the corner, you see Traji step out.
She just goes,
Yeah, Traji steps out, and he wanders over. And Traji looks at Issa and he says, "No hard feelings." And Traji just sort of gives him a sort of a scowl. It's like,
Many hard feelings.
and then he just walks over to you. And
she's just like, bro hasn't
Yeah.
moved. Her face hasn't changed. She's just crying.
yeah, and Traji just gives you a big old hug.
Hi, sir. I'm the man that's been in your head a few times. Hessel. I'd like to apologize. We might have destroyed some of your mechanical dogs.
You can't go home.
It's a long story. I think Ro can probably explain it a little bit better than
Why
us.
don't you
I
and
think
your
we need to
father
catch up.
sit in a different booth and just have a good catch up?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you
We've got some time, by the way.
yeah,
Yes.
as you start to, Isa says, 1 minute, and he says, he looks down at the contracts, he draws a sigil on each of them. He says, with that, I can confirm that you have paid off your entire debt to Gasant Valier, and you are released from these contracts. And as he does so, he puts his
We just all start high-fiving.
he puts his thumb down on one of those, and the contracts.
Now let's kill him for our gold back.
The contract.
Carry this loses and drink over the table.
The contracts burn up, and the vials of blood that are in front of it, you see the blood that's inside just
Nice.
like burns up as well. You are no longer beholden.
As does all the rest of your blood in your body.
He says yes, and with that you are no longer beholden.
I mean, do we have to change her name for the summoning circle?
We could get a new name.
And as you contemplate that, we will take our second break. All right, so you are currently at the table with Issa, having concluded your transaction with him. No longer beholden to Gasant Valier. Await as these contracts burn up. You feel this weight physically lifted off your shoulders, almost as if something was constantly grasping onto your heart has let go. You breathe easy.
Have a drink.
Yeah. Ro wanders off with Traji to have a to have a little bit of a private conversation. She says she'll catch up with you eventually.
As a player wanders off in real life.
Babies.
Babies.
Cool.
Smaller humans.
Yes.
That's a much different thing.
So yeah, as your business with Issa concludes, he also sits there, sort of sits back and takes a sip of his wine and puts it down. So, what are the next steps for you?
Well, we have some time before Friday.
Yes.
Some things come up in town.
Our main plans are getting my mother out of town is the first thing, or one of the first things.
And getting Rose
Yeah,
wards out as well.
yeah. We
They're
call them
possibly-
the Spy Kids. To you.
I thought they went by the Magpies.
The magpies.
I don't know.
It's the Pie Kids.
Spy Kids equals magpies.
Yeah, as he sort of mentioned that, you notice a wooden magpie hanging from his
Fair.
hanging from his neck. Yeah.
I was going to ask before. If guy whose name I've immediately forgotten, who we just found out before, MC from Summoning Circle.
Master
Irvon.
Irvon Matthias.
Yes.
If he's from Sudgardian Empire, is that common? I haven't seen people that have gotten out a lot.
Yes, the Sudgardian Empire has a
Literally
lot of
made of
interesting.
stone?
No, it's just that.
He
It's
looked
just
like
a
this.
texture.
Yeah.
They believe to have come from the earth itself.
Oh.
Well, they believe themselves to be descendants of the earth.
Like dwarves.
No, not like dwarves. Dwarves, they believe that they are descendants of titans. Children of the stone, as it were. They believe that they were created, or their ancestors were created, literally from the ground.
Interesting.
Like, I guess those rocks that were over the entrance to that mine that got up and attacked us.
Possibly. Living stone. I suppose we all eventually end up as part of the ground, the earth. So, I can see how in a spiritual sense it makes sense to them.
You won't find a lot of worship of the gods as you know it in the Sudgardian Empire. They worship the titans, specifically those of the earth.
The circus event that
Primordials.
we saw, the
Primordials.
Primordials, that was all about Primordials, wasn't it?
Yes, that one was. It was about effectively the creation myth of the world, which was the titans. First came the titans, then the gods, who banished the titans, who wreaked havoc.
Interesting.
Well, do you think that one of these summoning circles will end up being in the Sudgardian Empire?
I believe so. They are the hosts, so I presume that eventually you will get to see it.
And I imagine that's why no one recalls it in the past, because of the
Potentially.
empire itself.
They're very secretive people.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a dragonborn in the Sudgardian Empire? His name was, and I write it down. I'm like, don't say it out loud.
He looks the names, doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, he just seemed to have memory problems, and I was just wondering if maybe that
Where
had.
did you meet this dragon?
In
Wandering
Empire.
around in the desert when we were dealing with that goblin problem.
I'm not surprised he doesn't remember anything. He's a vagabond in the desert. It's very difficult to tell what's up and down in there.
Got the impression there was something else to him, but
He said to call his name.
I think with something like that, if that is true, it would require intent. Just speaking it wouldn't evoke.
Right. Just trying to be careful, you know?
Those that speak of names, naming is an old type of magic. You whisper.
I just whisper under my breath.
Do you whisper with intent to call him?
No, just to say the word.
Yeah, you say the word and nothing happens. Those who talk about names and naming, it's
anymore.
Yeah, there was something strange about how he talked about names.
Naming is a very old form of magic. It is a way to gain true dominion over something.
Ah, he seemed very interested in our names. Wanted to know.
Mine.
Good.
The names you call yourselves, or we all call ourselves, those are but noises that people make to get your attention. A true name is something deeper. It is the very essence of your being.
Right.
How does one find out? Trying.
It's beyond me. I that was light reading. Something that interested me, but yeah, that there are
Well, I
very
think there's a
few
certain-
people that are true namers out there in the world.
I think there's a Tumblr quiz for that.
I think camera's going.
True namers.
Namers, they are people who study the art of naming. It's not it's something that's difficult to study. It's a knack you're born with. The ability to discern the true essence, the true name of something. There have been reports of namers learning the art. However, that knowledge is lost
The sands of time.
to the sands of time.
Right.
It is interesting that you met someone who claims to know this.
Mm.
This would be. There's only one way to find out if he truly does have that ability, and if you do, I believe that would be to call his name with intent.
Let's not do it.
Not right now. No.
Yeah.
In a safe environment. Controlled environment. Like up a rope.
If this man is someone who claims to be a true namer, he may be more dangerous than he lets on.
Right.
He had weird vibes.
Namers, the reports of namers that I have read do describe them as people with some form of madness.
You're speaking a lot of sense.
Knowing
Certainly describes
knowing true names is understanding the true essence of beings, things. It's not just for people. You could call the true name of the earth itself, and those who have been said to know the true names of the world around us seem to have full control over such things.
Wow.
For example, you can call upon the river Brill, for example. If you were to know its true name and understood it, you could wield the river how you see fit, mold it into a weapon,
That
into an
sounds
ally.
amazing.
It sounds like a precursor to modern magic, in that we use vocal components to cast spells.
There is an element of that in vocal components of magic, is the verbal components that you use, for example. And he speaks the verbal component and cast produce flame, which it is a
Mason's had a couple of drinks already. He's like,
Yeah.
that is a way to bend the weave in order to produce fire, but it is not control and dominion over fire itself.
Right.
Knowing the true name of fire would allow you to conjure as much fire as you would like without it hurting you, with it only hurting those who you wish it to hurt.
that
The
sounds
weave
amazing.
itself have a true name.
Everything has a true name.
That's why he said that when I gave him my name, he said that it wasn't my name, I guess.
Ah, right.
That would make sense.
It wasn't your true name.
I was like, how am I supposed to know?
The gods themselves have a.
Anything in existence has a true name. And it's, again, it is not a name that you would call to get its attention. You wouldn't, the true name of fire would not be fire. It would be a series of voices,
Anything.
noises, a string of
Something.
words, if words is the right word for it, that would bind this thing to you out of fear, because you would have the ability to snuff it out completely.
Right.
Should I know the true name of fire, I could choose to make fire not exist as a concept.
Well.
As I said, light reading.
What about, say, true names of death?
Yes. One who would have the true name of death would have dominion over it. They could make death cease to exist. Certain
Hassel's like.
certain elements, certain things.
Tell me more.
Certain things, the more complex they are, the more abstract they are, the harder it is to learn its true name. You see, he's starting to get interested in conversation because of this sort of stuff. And he's
Ophelia is like super.
Would a name necessarily be a noise? Could something's true name be an image or a thought? Or...
Well, language has so many different forms. You can talk with your hands. You can speak through movement. There are many ways. Language is
a form of expression. In order to express in order to express these true names, you may not need to make a sound.
Yes.
It could just be
some kind of.
Ophelia is like
design
a little bit tipsy by now. It's like, hey Mason, do you think this is your true? Sorry. Or is it? She just kind of like goes like doesn't actually, but like pretends to like take her shirt off.
And like he said, chuckles at that as well. The only namer I have met claimed to know the name of steel, of metal.
So could they work with steel?
Yes, but it was a bit of a sham. I don't think he fully understood that it was just him casting spells to manipulate metal.
Well, that's just disappointing.
I just knew the heat metal spell.
I decided to make it hot.
There are a lot of people who misinterpret
Yes.
the use of powerful magic as naming it as
As I know that there are some words of power as well that carry.
Those are closer to naming
Right.
than the others. For example, he looks over to one of his guys and he utters a word, and as he does, the man just freezes, unable to move.
How tipsy is he? Sorry.
He's not.
Okay.
He's
I
fully
was
in
gonna be
control.
like, I was like, bro.
He's fully in control.
That's power and pain.
That's power. It's done.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, and you see he's like no somatic components, no focus in hand. He just utters the word, and the man just freezes.
Yeah.
And then you see him sort of nod in the man's direction. And he just unfreezes. And walks
Back up at Issa.
Yeah. I
walks
assume
off.
that's not just something anyone can.
No, it is, but that is not naming. That is magic.
And
It is very powerful magic. And it is it's important to understand the difference, and it is why naming is such a complex form of arcana that it transcends the weave. You don't need to be a wizard or a sorcerer to learn the true names of things. Should you learn the true names of things, you transcend the weave completely. The weave itself would have a true name, and if someone were able to utter the name of the weave, they could make magic disappear. They could take the ability away from anyone who could control the weave. Or turn it into a chaotic.
So really, then the gods,
A lot.
as
Not
I've
many people know that. So.
thought about before, the gods are just people that have a head start on us.
And they know the names of things.
They've been around for longer, and yeah, maybe that's it. The reason they're gods is because they know the true names of things. The domains that they have hold over is because they understand the true name of those things.
Plenty of examples of gods making mistakes through the times.
No.
You're like, the Changebringer never did anything wrong.
On that subject, Ophelia, can I have my necklace back?
Oh, yes, I thought I gave it back to you. Thought I did. But no.
Thank you. And I'll slip my two wedding ring.
Put my wife's necklace back on.
Cool.
I do trust you, you know.
Hmm?
You told me to give it back to you when I trusted you.
Yeah, I don't have my one anymore, so I feel like I still want one.
That's fair.
Thank you for keeping it safe.
That was a weird thing for me to say. I feel weird now.
Would you like some water?
Yes. You know the cure for that? It's more than what you're drinking.
Sorry?
The cure for that, the cure for feeling weird, is more than what you're drinking. You just drink more until you stop feeling. And he said chuckles.
Trust me, you don't
realize Asa was a Kiwi.
You don't keep drinking and stop feeling things. It's not how it works.
You do when you pass.
No, it's just Ophelia
You do.
openly,
You just go very quickly past that into feeling all the things.
Ophelia openly saying that she trusts someone is like, ha!
It has been interesting catching up with you, as it always is.
It's always very enlightening.
What? Now that we're not beholden, do you think he's going to find some other way to...
He's already given you an incentive. He's a man who's got backup plans of backup plans of backup plans. So if you decided to say, look, no, we're not going to fight in your summoning circle, he will find a different way. But he seldom does anything that is too dependent on one point. I have managed to bring myself into a position where I can be a linchpin, but I'm sure he's got backups for that as well. I don't say this lightly. He's a very smart man. He is a very formidable foe. But he is still mortal.
How long? I know that we've talked about this before, I think, maybe a long time ago, but how long had the Valier family been in control here?
No. Valier moved in. Well, the Valier family moved in. About a century ago.
So it's been...
It was the man that originally set up the Valier Trading Company outside of the Sudgarian Empire was Gassont's great grandfather.
Right.
So is he originally from the Sudgarian Empire?
Gassont was born here.
But his family is strong.
His ancestors are Sudgarian.
Explains the connections now.
He's been very interested in the deeper mysteries of the Sudgarian Empire. He seems to have made himself quite a friend of the Sudgarian Empire. The fact that the Sudgarians are now even trading with the rest of the world is to do with the Valier Trading Company. If that were to fall, the Sudgarian Empire would then just suddenly become completely isolated. Again. And Valier, being the smart man that he is, has ties with all different factions. And there is a overarching interest in keeping him where he is and his family in the position that they are in. As you can imagine, there are other political powers that would like to know more about the Sudgarian Empire because they're that much of a mystery.
And his family, as in his children, have they left the burrow as well?
No, Kothic is still in the... Kothic is still in the manor. He seldom leaves. He's... I would call him the black sheep of the family.
I have a question about Kothic.
Mm-hmm.
I need to stretch your mind back a little bit. But, what of his other children?
He's only got the one other, Ophelia Valier.
Yes.
She is currently, from what I understand, in the Valier hometown.
Oh.
They are in Sud Anka.
Oh, is that Valier as well?
All the way up to the top.
Well, I don't believe Valier is up there, but he sent his daughter up there when there was an attempt made on I think she is the natural successor to Valier. I don't think.
What is the name of the place you said and how do you spell it?
Sud
Sud
Anka.
SUD and then space ANKHA.
The question I had.
Wait, I thought she was younger.
She is.
Gothic is.
Gothic is.
It's not a royalty. There's no.
Gothic is, for the lack of a better word, an idiot.
Oh.
I was going to say blunt, but.
Speaking about that idiot, I was hoping I might be able to stretch your memory back a while. Quite a number of years, in fact. To when Gothic went missing. Do you know where he was found?
I think your friend Torpor would be the better person to answer that question.
I was hoping to have another point of view.
The report that I got from them was that they chased the Tritons back to, or they chased Gothic back underwater.
Yes.
And there was a city under the water. Well, city's a loose term, but there was a town, a settlement underwater, of these people, well, your people.
Yes.
And he was found there.
You don't know where?
I could point it out for you, if you got a map.
We do. Thank you.
It's the old one, but
Yeah, it's cool. Do you want to give me a pen or a pencil or something like that?
Here you go. Oh, nailed it.
Lighthouse activate.
I see. It's in the sea.
It's not something easy.
Unfortunately, there aren't any roads that go down that way, but yes. I don't know how much of that settlement still exists, as Torpor's party did. Well, they had to deal with the pursuers, so there was something about an earthquake underwater.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's
she's like, I'll just activate that volcano over there.
somewhere I would like to visit.
How long ago was that?
That was 18 years ago.
19?
No, 18 years ago. It's where I was born.
How old's Gothic?
Slightly older.
Yes. Hoping to see it.
I would have to warn you.
I don't mean this to say.
I doubt there'll be much left if the reports are anything to go by.
No, I know. It's just
I don't think you're a souvenir. Do you?
Sorry.
That's.
Well, no. Those who saved me.
That's from an earthquake.
Gee.
You told us.
Can I get some more drinks, please? Four. There's a super awkward. I want like 4 drinks, please.
The waitress brings 4 drinks over.
You told us that a man killed your mother, and you.
That's what Dorzu told me.
The big man with the axe?
Yes. Well.
He would have been there.
Oh my god.
And well, I always thought that my mother, that Dorzu, took me to save me.
That is what I've been told as well, as they were very ruthless people, the Tritons.
Yes, that's why I fought for the longest time. The reason why she kept me in that basement was because anyone out here would try to kill me and eat me.
Well, to be
Maybe not the last bit.
To be fair to her, Tritons were a bit of a delicacy in the upper echelons of society
Oh.
for a while. That's been outlawed, as there were
That's awful.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
the argument that was made for the side that 8 Tritons were just that it is fishing, but the activists won out, as it was they were deemed.
Clearly they're not.
They were it is why you don't see too many Tritons out and about.
I've never met another one. I suppose I just need something. It'd be nice to have something concrete.
That's something strong.
Yes,
I think he's maybe
okay.
had enough now.
Thank you for that, though. That's
Of course.
that does help.
Of course. Well, I have a few other things to attend to today.
It's like at 3 o'clock. We're all just
Oh
like,
yeah, it totally is.
This is like
We're all like
drunk.
sad boy drunk. We're all like, oh
It's
no.
probably more like 3:30. To be fair.
Yeah.
Nearly,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's almost happy
It's
hour.
5 o'clock in Mayreen. It's 5 o'clock in the Mayreen.
Well, it's good to know that, I guess the other Ophelia is safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
How much did you know her?
Relatively well. I had been seeing her for a while,
Of course.
secretly. Of course. Karthik did try to kill me once.
Brute.
Yes, he tried to drown me.
Sorry.
Like I said,
Well,
that boy is an absolute idiot.
Yes.
No wonder Valier doesn't want him taking over. He still believes that he will. Yeah. But
Sure.
his father has other plans.
It is. I don't know. It just seems funny to me because usually, even if an heir is an idiot, there's still an heir.
As I mentioned, Valier is a smarter man than that.
It's not royalty. There's no necessarily
Oh yes, but
not oldest male successor. It's who's going to do the best for furthering my goals.
And his legacy. Which is something that he's very...
I mean, that's reassuring. She's not like her father, so...
Who would want an idiot taking over? There we go.
When you say that, there's like a... Like, really? For like, that's just an expression, but
Yeah.
but he immediately like stands it back up.
is it kind of just like a, like?
When was the last time you spoke to her?
Very briefly, a few weeks ago.
Weeks.
Yes. I don't think it's been that long. It's probably been like 4. Well, I mean, I guess getting close to it.
6 is a few.
That's a few weeks. Yeah.
Because
It's not a year.
yeah.
But before then, actually seen in person before she was taken away, would have been well over a month now. Well, a couple of months.
It's been a couple months.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, if I do find any more information about where she is, or if she's ever in town, if she does return, I
Maybe we
will
should
let
get
you know.
summoning circle when we go to the end.
Yes.
I can imagine you want your next successor to see your. That's the final battle if we make it down. I'd imagine you want your successor to see you victory.
Yes.
I'm sure she's not anything special.
I will leave you all to it. The rest, drinks and food for the rest of the night, as long as you stay here, are on me. Yes, do let me know if there's anything else that you come across that's important. Yes, and he sort of stands up, and
Thank you again for all your help.
you're most welcome.
Everything.
None of this would have been possible without.
Shakes your hand, turns around, nods to some of the other guys that are around, and you see two.
Including the one that got stunned.
You see two. You see two of the like the white.
Are they the ones that were No, they'd still be out. They'd still be walking back.
Yeah, no. So you see like two Valia guards stand up, and they're the white robed ones that follow him.
Not the
at
trainees.
either flank.
Those trainees are still on their own adventure. They're still
not back.
Lost in the mountains.
Yeah. That's the ritual
This is the
cast
fourth
one
time
shot
we've
we
reached the
need.
ocean.
Oh, we went the wrong way!
Yeah. Wrong river.
There's
You're
literally
lying.
only one bloody river that goes through the center of the continent. How can we keep on frickin' missing it and thinking it's a creek?
And then they just come across a whole bunch of skeletons just.
I mean, eventually.
we run into them in Sudgarashi when we go to the Sangarian Empire. How did we fucking get here?
Stumble through a portal.
Yeah.
Alright.
Cool. So as Issa leaves, you see him hand over like a few gold pieces to the waitress, and sort of points at the table. So you know that you probably can drink a few golds worth of alcohol over the course of the night, but
As Issa sort of gets outside, I want to sort of get up and chase after him.
Yep, you do. Fair enough. And like as you start to chase after him, the two guards at his flank immediately tense up, and he holds a hand up.
I'm not like
Yeah.
all the way up to him. I'm just sort of like running quickly down the
Yeah.
stairs to get out. And as soon as I get out and start getting
Yeah.
close to him, just sort of slow down. Is there any way where I could show you what I've learned by the way of the sword?
Yes, of course. Are you sure you want to do that now? You're looking a bit exhausted.
I should be okay. I mean, I've just been training.
How much have you been training?
We've been on a boat, so as much as I can. I'll not be doing anything else. How else am I going to get used to this heavy thing?
There are ways that don't entail taking your body to the brink of failure every single day. Come with me. And you see he's.
Oh, catch up! I need to tell them that I'm going somewhere.
I'll do this. And
Alright.
you get a feeling, you get a sending from Issa saying, taking this and he will join you shortly. And you see him sort of trace a rune into the ground, and a teleportation circle takes the two.
Swallows you whole.
Yeah, it takes the two of you, and both
How
of
many
you.
mishaps? How many mishaps? No. He knows where he's going.
Teleportation circles.
It's circle.
This one is a
Yeah, you appear in the barracks. Easier this way so that you don't.
Well, it's also he probably doesn't want to show Mason getting into
That's
the
true.
tricks.
Easier this way so that you don't.
Fair, thank you.
Playing nice.
Yeah,
You see him
but
sort of
yes.
lead you through.
Fireball shots.
You see him sort of lead you through the barracks and up to his dwelling. As he enters, you see he sort of rummages through he opens his trunk and pulls out what looks to be a sort of large book and box. He puts the book onto the onto the desk and asks you to sit.
I sit opposite him.
He opens a book and you can see a lot of like these. You've seen like sigils and runes. Like the magic stuff. You don't understand it, but like the whole heap of.
You're like, oh no, I don't read.
you see that sort of stuff.
Do that here.
You see that sort of stuff, and he says, and so he flips over to an empty page. He opens the box, and you see it is a. There are a few pots of black paint, and a couple of brushes in there, like those really nice like calligraphy type brushes. He grabs one of them, dips it into the ink, and he traces a rune. You see, and it's like really smooth, like it's graceful, smooth motions. It's like it's almost as if he's doing his blade dance sort of a thing, but just with one hand on pen on the paper, and he like scrolls a rune at the top corner.
It's just that really cool S that you draw in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Superman S thing.
He scrolls a rune in the top corner, and then he puts the brush up top, and he says, "Try that. Try to get as close to that as you can without lifting the brush off the paper." And he sort of stands back and watches.
Trick is you fold the corner of paper.
Looking at it, it's a fairly straightforward looking rune.
He's like, because the brush bristles just go.
It's $100 price. Yeah, you start to try, and it's like
on here.
The hardest thing to do is keep the bristles of the brush together to make sure the line is like crisp.
Yeah.
At first, like the bristles tend to like separate a lot more, and it looks really messy. And it looks really messy. And he said,
Give Mason a good brush.
Yeah, he just gave you the.
And he says, "Keep at it, and try to perfect that. And once you've perfected that one, you see him flips the book back to the first page, and you see a whole heap of runes on there. It's like once you've perfected the first one, move on to the next, and then the next, and then the next, until you've mastered all of those."
Thank you.
There are other ways to master movement and understand the intricacies of using a weapon instead of working yourself to the bone. It's a little bit more mind work than physical getting up and beating the shit out of something.
But I'm good at that.
The weapon that you've chosen, the sword, takes a little bit more finesse. And hopefully by the time you've come to understand the point of this exercise, you should start to see elements of it in your form as well. You can take those.
Thank you.
And your friend has a way of contacting me should you require further instruction.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hopefully it will help not tax your body as much, and it will keep you a little bit fresher for if you do decide to pay a visit to the Big Ben.
It would be nice to not be tired for once.
If you are planning to go to the Big Ben, you may need to work your way up again.
I was planning on going.
Things have changed a little bit in the last few months that you have been away. The Pigpen, the main event, still happens once a month. However, on the Baranton side, there are other smaller fighting rings that that one would enter should they want to fight in the main event. You may need to work your way through a few of those, just to let the people know that you are back. You might need to. You will not be able to just appear at the main event and demand to fight.
Gotta work your way through it, Christian.
How often do these other events occur?
Pretty much every night.
Guess I better start sobering up.
It shouldn't be too difficult. These are more exhibitions than anything else. They are still as brutish, and if you do have a sword or two, that might help. As
I think that for now, seeing as I really want to win, I'm not going to take the sword with me. Stick to what I know.
sure.
Also, if they put you up against like children, that would be kind of bad.
Trust me.
You're not there.
I'm not there.
Trust me, I can kill just as well with these hands.
I feel it. I think you hit down the window. Just
The man you want to fight
out of the fire.
is the man you want to fight is Othira. Othira Turneroth. Othira is Othyra. Turneroth is Turnuroth.
Cool.
Random name generator, thank you.
Thank you. I will. I'll have to look into that.
Of course.
You haven't heard anything about any of Rose's charges? They've been disappearing into the pigpen.
I know the Pigpen has acquired fighters. I don't believe that they're by choice. The ones that I am aware of, the older one, Keely, she was taken earlier, and I think they intend for her to fight as an exhibition for the main event. Apparently, she can be quite ruthless.
Thank you. I know that information will be very useful for Ra.
Good. I should take you back.
Thank you.
And he sort of brings you up. He brings you up to the He brings you up to the parapets of the barrack. You see,
I know you'll be fine.
you see, he starts to mutter an incantation, brings it close, and pulls across, and you see a doorway open. And on the other side, you can see the street. And as you look, there's another doorway about 500 feet that way. Away from, like, so it's like you see it's popped up in, you can see a way to get to the town from there, but it's sort of out of the way so that it just looks like wandered in from somewhere else. Yep.
Step through. Thank you.
Through, yeah. And he nods, and the doorway just closes.
Motherfucker, spending so many high-level spot slots today. Fucking 8th level slot.
Yeah.
And I will make my way back to the Grey Jewel.
Yeah.
During this time, Hazel has just been like drinking a lot of the something strongs.
Yeah.
I will probably
keep coming if they-
stop him
Yeah.
or replace them with water at some
Like
Make
after,
a constitution save.
after I've had quite a bit, I'll
And
mention why. Oh, that's a natural one.
Doesn't take long.
You are drunk off your face.
I also would have
should do.
not super long after Mason had left.
Yeah, you're drunk off your face to the point where like you want to throw up, but you just can't.
Oh no.
So it's like you just stay drunk, and that terrible nauseating feeling stays with you.
Sorry, I would have just entered whether or not it changes anything. Just shortly after Mason had left, like probably when you starting to reach that point, I didn't mean to necessarily imply that there was something going on with.
No, it's fair. It's a story that, well, I know we've all had weird childhoods, strange childhoods, but not many of you grow up in a basement.
That's true.
So I can understand exactly why that might be something you would think. I have always had a strained relationship with my mother. I thought that was normal. But the more I talked to dead people, the more I found that it wasn't, and that people have very different relationships with their, I suppose, their parents. I know we all have weird relationships with our parents.
I don't have any relationship with my parents.
Exactly. So
I slide some water over and slide the other one away.
I think the water will help. I was wanting to...
Excuse me, can we get some bread? Just plain bread, please.
I was wanting to...
It's like a basket of bread.
I figured because we couldn't go to the baths in the barracks, that instead of drowning myself in water, I would drown myself in liquor, so that I might be able to pass on to the other side.
Okay, no.
Enough liquor would do that, but I don't think that's...
Let's not maybe do that.
It only takes a moment. Or two. I might be gone for an hour, but it won't be that long.
I don't think we should do that in a... Yes.
Oh, I know. I just, my eyes closed and it's just... I'll just look... I might look a little bit passed out. You can move me around perfectly fine. I will just appear like I'm dead. Because for all intents and purposes I will be. But only for an hour. For an hour? I'm pretty sure it's an hour.
How about we don't do any spellcasting?
Of course, and I take out the
spellcasting.
I take out the little hourglass. Yeah.
Hessel, how about we don't do the spellcasting while under the influence?
Well, that's the whole point. Is it's an alternate state of mind. Water is a medium for me to be able to do those things. I have a lot of liquid in me right now, so I figure it's like being underwater.
I don't know enough about your spell to dispute that, but I don't think it's right.
Don't worry, when he passes out, he's gonna piss himself.
Only one way to find out.
Why don't we book a room in the tavern, and then you can just sit on a bed?
What's the bed too then?
Maybe they have a shower or something. I don't know.
We can deal with that. It's better.
Put him in the bar.
All right, fine. I can go with the bed idea. That's fine.
I'll go over to the counter. Is this like a tavern or is it just a bar?
It's a tavern.
Okay, so not so much an inn.
No.
Okay.
I've like thinking that the bed's gonna be like alright. It takes me 10 minutes to cast a spell, so I'm already like grabbing the little bit of grave dust and just like.
Looking back to see Hessel do that, I'm like, oh my goodness. Alright, we need to get him out of here. Release him to like an alleyway or something.
Hessel.
Yes.
For the casting of this spell. Drunk casting of this spell.
Drunk ritually casting this spell.
I need you to roll a d20, add your intelligence modifier with disadvantage.
Okay. So not an arcana check?
No.
Okay, alright. That's totally fine. Totally fine.
And because you rolled an at one, the DC is higher.
Okay, alright, so this is with disadvantage, yes?
Disadvantage.
Here we go, baby. Alright, so first roll, that's not great. That's an 8. But that's plus my intelligence modifier. Next one's a 7, which is less than an 8. So totally that is going to be
12. I live on 12.
Yeah, I'm just trying to refresh my page.
What's your int?
It's not high. I'm max smart.
Okay, so it's 12.
12
total?
I'm max smart.
That's how smart I'm max smart.
I think that drunk roleplays sort of.
So so the DC originally was 11, but because you are nat 1 drunk. The DC had gone up to 13.
Oh!
Okay.
So, roll a d100 for me.
Yes.
Oh lord. I can do that. 52.
That is gonna be great. Eggs.
Sheep.
As long as it's not an ent, I'm happy.
And mummies too.
No!
Um,
I swear to fucking God.
as you start casting this spell, and suddenly, like,
As Ophelia is walking
as you're
next.
doing, as you're doing some of the
Yeah.
the somatic components, you mess up one of the moves, and you go, oh shit, that will fuck things up, and you try to overcorrect and overcompensate, and the spell sort of gets away from you, and you see this like blinding flash of light, and you are absolutely sober.
What?
That's weird. I feel fine.
Do I see a blinding flash of light?
No, you don't. You see his eyes just flash, and you are
Greater
absolutely
restoration yourself.
you are absolutely sober.
And you?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's weird. I feel like I haven't had anything to drink at all.
Oh, 5 disease.
Oh god. Oh, amazing. Oh dear.
Cool. You are absolutely, like, as if you have, like, have not consumed any alcohol at all. You are absolutely sober.
That's bizarre. I don't know what happened then. I kind of lost the spell for a second, and then
Is everything alright?
I feel great. I feel
Maybe.
great. I feel great. I didn't cast my ritual. I cast something else. I don't know how.
How about we don't try and...
Well, just like have
That was weird.
just have a brief look over him, see if like
Make a medicine check.
There's what it is.
Are we okay?
17.
17. Yeah, he seems completely sober, as if just
He didn't drink 5
Yeah.
something strongs or whatever.
And you have a craving for something strong.
Oh no.
Well, that worked, and I mean,
Looks alright to me.
nearly worked. I could try again.
No! We're not doing this
You
here.
see someone walking past with some alcohol. You're like, oh, I want some.
Hassel,
Yes.
we're not doing this in the middle of a tavern.
Of course not. Shape water to try and like take some of the drink
You
out.
do it as and
And I just try and like
and
bring
it
it
just-
over in my direction.
it comes over into your direction, and yeah,
Yeah, and it's just like kind of
there's like this ball of
just
amber
kind of like
liquid
behind
just
my head.
behind
Just,
your head.
We can see that, Hassel.
What are you
What are you doing?
doing?
We can see the alcohol behind you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
As he
You
goes to do that, I'm gonna
you
try and
shot-
slap the ball of water.
Both of you roll initiative. Just an initiative check.
Oh god. Now I get a nat 20.
You manage to slurp up the alcohol.
Yeah.
And it burns going down. It tastes great,
It's like 0G.
but has no effects. Like, it doesn't kick. Like, you're used to having that and then waiting a couple moments and it kicking.
That did nothing at all.
Okay, you've done something? I don't know what.
I start looking around the bar for like the toughest person I can see.
Yeah,
Maybe
you see.
we should stop this.
You see, you're looking around and you see a really like well dressed but very clearly like burly dwarf.
Right.
Who's just sitting at the bar, just chugging away.
I wander on up.
Okay,
Maybe we should. No.
we're just observing. Oh, right.
Just,
He looks at you.
Hey.
Can I help you?
yeah, you look like you've got a hearty constitution.
Why are you
That
speaking
I
like
do.
that now?
Are you making fun of my accent?
No, not at all. I just figured I might be able to offer something of a competition.
He looks you up and down. And he's like,
This skinny Triton man.
yeah. Are you sure, lad?
I'm feeling lucky. What can I say?
It's not fair if the alcohol runs out of your gills.
Alright.
Like he,
It is.
the person sitting
Reset
across him, the
it.
guy, the human man sitting across him was like, huh? Like, the fuck? And like the guy moves away and you sit down. He looks over to the woman and like snaps. She comes over and says, "Right, let's start with something strong, shall we?"
That's my favourite.
And
I don't know why I talked like that then.
I'm just gonna yell up. Yeah, I've got 5 gold on the little one.
And you see Bet start to
I will also inspire.
yeah,
Yes,
Bet start to
Yeah.
go. And 2 something strong to bottom in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
he
like
drinks.
sickness down there and just,
Yeah, it's like he drinks and puts it down, and like barely flinches. He has had a bit to drink. He's gonna make a con save. Okay. Yeah. He's like another comes. Drinks.
I so hope that it's just delaying all the alcohol and
Yeah,
it's
I
like a
think it's
freight train and like
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
And again, like you get to about 5 rounds deep.
Yeah.
Nothing. It has no effect on you.
Yeah.
And this guy, you can see him start to get a bit wobbly.
Mm-hmm.
But he soldiers on.
Yeah.
We should
Another and another, and like eventually he says, "Bring me a tankard." And you see a big tankard of like something strong. It's like a tankard of whiskey, which is kept like straight whiskey that's kept in front of both of you. And he holds it up. Cheers.
I just look around to like where the others are.
Yeah, and then he's just like he starts to.
And I have to like
yeah.
dual wield this.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, and he's starting to just like chug.
No idea what the hell's going on.
At this point, you walk in and you see the bar. There's like this chant going on in the bar upstairs.
Chug.
Yeah, it's a chug.
I look at my fucking nerd book and my fucking
Yeah, and it
box of
paints.
quills.
Tables have turned.
Yeah, did we swap roles?
And you go upstairs and you walk over to. You walk over to this table and you're like, these guys sitting there just like watching something, and you look over in that direction. You see Hessel freaking chugging this huge.
with the book, the big book on his back.
Just in time for the end of the show, I think.
You see he starts to like
So you're
drink,
gonna go very bad
and it's
or
like-
very well.
and he just like throws up, and there's this huge.
I keep drinking till I finish it.
Just drowns.
Yeah, there's like this, like just, and this man just passes out. Yeah, this man passes out. It does not affect you.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I kind of like try to like, good game.
Yeah. And you like money starts changing hands. You won about like 25 gold pieces off of this. And yeah.
Gotta keep the hustle going.
It's gonna wander back over towards the.
It just you feel a bit full, but that's about it.
Yeah. Nice book.
You're gonna need to pee so
What the hell happened?
Look, I'm not quite sure. I just all of a sudden realized that I wasn't getting affected by the something strongs. Well, they weren't affecting me. I don't know why. It was. So I tried to ritually cast something, Mason, and it. I was quite inebriated when I did it, and somehow it made me feel completely fine. And I just drank not just that tankard, but about. You see all the other glasses that
There's
are
like
there?
12 glasses of 12 glasses, empty glasses on the
I really
table.
hope that doesn't have some sort of delayed effect.
Well, I desperately need to pee, but beyond that, I feel absolutely fine.
That's
Probably
not.
keep an eye on you for a while.
Let's
I
go.
think that's a fair and fine idea.
Go.
I also have found out some information is that it is unlikely that I'd be able to get a fight with the champion of the pig pen straight off. They have like prelims every night leading up to it.
So there
God,
is
my brain was like, what's the fuck's a prelim?
preliminary.
I know what a preliminary is.
So
I would need to win a couple every night.
Alright, well, maybe we can find something for you tonight.
Sorry, I just imagine a prelim being like a tiny little arm going off the side here.
It's a Deadpool.
it's
arm.
Deadpool.
It's a
arm.
Deadpool
It's what
arm.
happens before an actual limb is there.
Yeah.
So I need to fight tonight.
Right.
And look, then plot twist, this is the guy you were meant to fight. Hazel's now enrolled in the pits.
Well, you'll win.
No, the rest are all actual fights.
Well, we'll be there, and luckily I'm not completely off my face, or at least I'm not now, so...
Do we have a location? Because I know they move around.
No, but I should be able to figure that out relatively easily.
You know the telltale signs of when people are going to
Is it
the
here?
fight. It's not. It's on the Branton side.
Oh, that's right, it's always on the Brighton side.
Yeah, the prelims are always on the Branton side.
Do I recognize any of the bartenders here?
Not like personally. I'd say you've seen one of them
Right.
who's behind the bar. You see this big minotaur who's serving alcohol here, and you recognize him. You've seen him around,
Yeah.
but you don't.
Minotaurs kind of stand out.
Yeah.
I'll just sort of stand up and leave my book on the table and sort of head over and be like, hey, do you know where the prelim for this month's fight is tonight?
Although those fights
Yes.
are happening on the other side of town.
I know, but he might still know.
Word travels.
These are all tavern owners.
Not the ivory mice?
That's true.
He was previously involved in the setup of the pig pens.
That is true.
It's at the Hissing Frog.
These all have really weird names.
It's so random.
Thank you. That's.
It's got
I don't know
Diane
what
on
that
it.
is.
That's good, yeah.
Thank you. Every day.
Angry grunt on it.
And then I'll just head back up to the table.
You do so.
Well, I think Ro would like to spend some more time with her father. But...
You see Rowan and Trajib already left.
Oh, okay.
We should.
We should find a place to stay for the night.
Yeah.
That's a good
I
plan.
can't stay at the barracks.
No. Should we head back to the Branton court side?
That's a good idea.
Good idea.
I have a feeling that I'm going to have to fight every night between now and the exhibition.
What's the book? Sorry, I waited like 10 minutes.
I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't look at it while I was at the bar.
I was being polite.
I already checked the title on the side.
And there's a little wooden case as well that would be on top of the book. Issa's trying to teach me a lesson.
So he's making you read?
Not read. And I'll open up the case and turn it around and show it.
Is it runes that I've seen before?
No, it's not. It's not ruined. It's not the book.
It's the
It's a case.
calligraphy set.
I have something similar, kind of.
Really?
No,
Mine's
you got Scribe's Tool, which is
that's
more.
Scribe's
No, it's calligraphy tools, isn't it? Not scribes tools.
Nah,
I have
the difference
Scribe's
is
tools.
the difference is that with calligraphy's tools you've got a paintbrush.
Right.
Right.
Paintbrush.
Whereas,
I have
um,
a quill.
A quill.
She's got medieval tools. You've got Japanese.
Feudal Japan.
Yeah.
Feudal Japan.
That.
I've seen them before, but I'm more used to the quill.
Right. Yeah.
You've done a page, and she's still trying to do that really fancy B at the start of this.
Oh, I'm fast, baby.
To be fair, though, my page is done.
Yeah, if you do open the book and the runes in the book, they're just they're like the alphabet of magic.
Oh, I see.
They're just
It's a really big A.
Fire, water,
yeah,
lightning.
it's just the alphabets of magic effectively.
Okay.
But they're like really fancily done. But like it's done to be artistic, not just like good handwriting to write for documents. This is artistically done, just as like a continuous stroke.
I could probably try
pretty.
and help you with your homework if you want.
Sure. Issa says that there's other ways of training for the things that I'm trying to learn to do than just training, which doesn't make sense in my head because how am I going to get better with a sword if I'm just sitting at a table with a pen?
Is it like meditation?
No.
I mean, you could.
Zone out while you do
Tactics
it.
and theory would be part of it, and assume this is an extension.
I guess so. I think it's more to do with the movements itself.
I think you're right.
The magic
The-
of it?
Not the magic of it. When I was watching him, I recognized weird connection in my brain. Like he was sitting, and I'll flip to the one that he had.
Yeah.
He's literally just done. The ink's probably still.
Your kind of crappy one
Yeah.
beside it.
Yeah. It's like me writing with my left hand. It's just awful.
Yeah.
Assume that one's his.
Yeah. I don't know why, but it just the way that the brush moved is very similar to the way that he moves when he's doing his thing when he's fighting. I mean, I saw it up close as I was getting piled on top of by dead things, but he has a way that he moves and dances.
Miniature fight? Just with a
What did Mara call them? Way back.
Blade singers.
I know that.
Yeah.
No, that pops into your.
Yeah.
It is
Blade singers. Blade singing. I don't know what the fuck it means or what it does, but it's like a dance. I've learnt it, and he's sort of taught it to me.
So
But it's never really clicked.
the strokes of the brush are like the strokes of the sword.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that sort of makes sense.
You're just kind of trying to do it on a smaller scale, I suppose.
Yeah, and sort of learning how to wield it with finesse rather than just
Learn force?
yeah.
Because it is a sword, not a club. Or
Yeah.
a fist.
Makes sense.
guess they both come to a pretty fine point. It's just one gets a little bigger.
I mean, to you it makes most sense because of your fighting style is a lot more flowy than just a eye poke.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you when you wield your double-bladed scimitar, just the way the weapon's designed is designed to be used with some momentum, and like it's not a hack weapon. It's more of a 100 different cuts kind of a weapon.
Yeah.
You let the blade do the work.
Exactly. You let the blade do the work. So that makes sense to you, and sort of looking at the runes that are here. Most of them, the way they've been drawn, you can look at it and go, I can see how that would visualize in a fight.
It's like I can see the idea. It's just a completely new way of thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm definitely open to help. I mean, this is something that's super foreign for me. I mean, one, that's my attempt, and two, this is my handwriting. It won't really be that much better.
Ophelia just like.
I mean, him teaching me that is the most teaching I've really had at any point in my life anyway.
I mean, you do know how to write and read and everything.
I taught myself that. But yeah.
Maybe I feel I can help you master the painting. I can see what I can do to help bring it from the paper into the...
I appreciate both of those. All of that.
Well, maybe we can do got some time during the days.
We do have a bit of time to kill.
That is
But
true.
I think we should head over to, maybe even to the hissing frog now and set up there.
It's
Well-
a good idea.
It's a good idea.
It depends on whether the hissing frog has rooms to rent.
And
Only way
whether
to find out.
Or a different
Hassel
one.
passes out in 20
Maybe a
minutes.
different one, and then we go to the
Yes.
hissing frog. We don't really want people knowing where we're staying.
Fair.
That's a lot of alcohol you put inside you.
I just, me, Scott, realized something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yes, it's a good idea. I need to go outside anyway.
I don't blame you.
Yes.
Surely they have a bathroom here, Hessel.
In my head, I was just like, Hessel drinking was just like the guy in Constantine who drowns himself.
Oh
in
man,
booze.
that seems great. Yeah. Like there's nothing coming out. You're just like, there's nothing coming out. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry.
But like, I just imagine, like, I just picture like that's what Hessel was doing. He's like, I'm fine, I'm totally sober, and there's just alcohol poisoning throughout his entire body. And
So I will go find a bathroom here before I make my way.
Fair enough. Nothing untoward.
Great.
Yeah, you guys
Oh,
head back
that's
to the
really-
Baranton side of town.
traditional victory dance of some of the mightiest heroes.
Something you do notice, it burns just as much coming out as it did going in. So yeah,
That's not good.
Okay.
You got UTI now. Good luck.
Yeah.
Or just his innards have just been cleaned out.
Is he pissing pure whiskey?
Oh, no.
Basically.
I think pissing whiskey is like that's
to-
like a
To
saying,
give you
right?
to give you an idea of what the wild magic did, it is where'd it go? Where is it? Yeah, you are immune to you're immune to being intoxicated by alcohol for the next 5d6 days. And I rolled 17 on the 5d6. So for the next 17 days you cannot get drunk.
See, I was worried that it was like
Damage?
like
That was
no.
not bad.
I was worried it was minutes until it took effect on me again.
Yeah.
Like
No.
that's where I was like,
You're just
Sorry, that is so funny.
the way I'm interpreting the way that I'm interpreting that is
Yeah.
your body just doesn't process it. It goes out and comes out the
Same-
the
exact same way.
It's
But it
just,
does
Wow.
nothing to you.
it does
Yeah.
nothing.
It's just a hole in your liver.
hot damn. Yeah.
And no, the body just doesn't even process it. It just goes through the track.
This
Like
just-
through it doesn't
Yep.
get absorbed by the body at all.
It's just straight into the bladder and then it waits.
Yep.
And then it's
The
gone.
14 mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to
Alright.
put an inn.
Yeah.
You eventually get to the Branton side of town and find the hissing frog.
We'll go get rid of some different one first. And then
Yeah, you can find a different one.
Do we know where Ro has gone?
ask it.
Stones again.
Well, she said that she messaged me apparently.
You find an inn called the Second Troll.
The second troll.
What happened to the first one?
That's
It burned out.
Grand reopening.
It was just the troll.
It burned down, fell over, and then sank into the swamp.
It's called the Second Troll. Cool.
Yeah. If Ro didn't tell me where she was going, I will.
I'll say she went to the Second Troll.
Okay, cool.
And that's where she's.
She and her father
Yeah.
have got a room.
This is a relatively nice inn. It's not like it's not the Blooded Orca, but it is. It's nice compared to the other shit here in town.
It's borough nice.
It's borough nice, yeah.
It's Barrington Court side borough now.
Yeah, it's like 3 stars at best.
It might still
And
be
one of
hard.
those was hand painted on by Johnny.
Somehow there's all these like deleted comments on their Yelp. Like,
Yeah. And the ones that are there, just like comparatively, really nice.
it could be worse.
Could be worse. Have you seen the
Owner
borough?
has replied, if you didn't want cockroaches in your food, you should have told us beforehand.
Then you find some.
We'll get some rooms.
You find some rooms, and that's fine. Cool.
It'll be. What time does the pig pen usually start?
Around 8ish.
Oh, okay.
We just. How much for just like. Do we just get like 3 days worth of. It's Tuesday, 4 days worth of rooms?
Yeah.
May as well.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Do we still have a party fund? I can't
We never
remember.
really had a party fund.
That kind of just went straight to
The debt.
the debt.
debt.
Yeah.
We can now start looking at a party.
So I was just trying to figure out what 3,000 platinum plus
gold.
1,688 gold. Oh no, 16,000. That must have been for
That's
the whole
that's
debt
the
part.
debt. That's
Okay,
the
cool.
debt.
So I'm gonna erase that.
Yeah,
now,
that's
so I don't
46,880.
That's an
pieces.
East pocket.
That was the debt.
That was the platinum. That's why I was like, huh? All right, cool.
Sweet.
Yeah, well, I think we had transferred that to the drawer anyway.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Cool. And so now I just have
my extra money and I have Mara's extra money, which we might be splitting.
Yep.
Eventually. Yep.
Do we want to just chill here until, I don't know, 6:30, 7 o'clock, and then head over to the hissing frog? And
Do you usually eat before or after fights?
I will not eat before.
Right.
Sweet. So you
don't throw it up.
So you take your time. You can take a short rest if that does anything for you guys.
You haven't used anything, have you? You have with your...
And
I will actually spend.
They don't come back on a short.
Oh,
I will spend time in the room for the rest of the day up until the evening studying Wish Scroll.
Yep.
One thing. Did you want to bring
How many-
manners back?
Yes, but it's,
I'll say you found incense, of course, or like Issa.
Chatted with Issa and got some...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's
Draw surf. Draw surf is an instance, or
Issa probably has
Issa probably
used
gives
to be
them.
the go-to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I will cast that.
Definitely come back. I don't know.
But I will also. I'm more than likely actually going to bring Manibus back as little Moorpork Manibus.
Yep. More pork Manibus back.
Moorpork Manibus. And so no longer Bat Manibus. Bat Manibus is gone to the night.
Yep.
And yeah, I will spend more time working on the Wish Scroll. So I have 6 hours that I've spent studying it already.
Yep. That's including this today or not?
No,
today?
no, that's not including
So you
today.
got another 3 hours.
Another
then.
3 hours? Fantastic. So I've got 9 hours done so far.
Are we sharing rooms or are we separate?
Up to you.
a couple rooms.
A couple of rooms and just share whatever.
How many rooms do they have, and what are the size and shape of the rooms?
They're big enough to fit 2 people each, like 2 single bed type of rooms. And yeah, they've got enough for the party.
3 or 4 rooms.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Ro will be sharing with her father.
Yes. Cool.
I think it's better for us to, pair up anyway, just so we're not alone in case,
Especially in the side of town.
we get tanked or whatever.
That's a very good point.
Ophelia, do you mind if I stay with you?
Yeah.
Just for purpose of the
Study?
book stuff. Yeah, that.
Keep an eye
I'll
on
be like-
finish your drunkie.
Yes, just in case I get incredibly intoxicated or start breathing fire or something like that.
Or turn into a sheep.
I don't know if my magic will work on getting rid of severe alcohol poisoning, but give it a try if it happens.
Keyword poisoning, I can fix it.
Well, we'll see.
Can't fix you being drunk, but as soon as you get that far, I got you.
Drunk? No. Poisoning? Yes.
I am very, very careful with the Wish Scroll to not have it be visible outside of the room. So I would call Ophelia back in and put it back into the bag of holding
Sweet.
after I'm done studying it.
Cool. So as you're studying that Wish Scroll, the notes and stuff that you're making as part of that study, and so just in arcane script and that sort of thing, is getting bigger and bigger, and you're starting to connect certain dots here and there, and it's like it's starting to build to something. You're getting there. You don't know what.
Yeah, it's a cloud.
Cool.
It just makes the shape of a
Skull.
dog.
Yes.
But yeah. You said you wanted to do something dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy.
I'll send a message.
Yeah. You sent a message.
Yep. I pull out my sending stone.
Of course.
Yeah, I knew it. Fucking knew it.
To the lucid left hand one.
hand.
Yeah.
The very dangerous lucid left hand.
Yep. See what happens. I just want to send the message and just see what the reply that comes is, and send a message of what is the hand's connection to the oath keepers.
Your message received, but there's no response.
Yeah.
Cowards.
Cool.
We'll
yeah,
see.
that's you don't get a response back.
Yeah. I did.
Sweet.
We are gonna set up a little spot on I don't know, there's probably not a desk in this room or whatever. Maybe there's a side table or something.
Yeah.
Or just on the floor, whatever.
Floor.
Yeah.
Do some finger paint.
And
Yay! I'm so excited. Mason loves study.
Yeah. And you study for
Yeah.
3 hours. You can add that to your training. Cool. Anything else from the rest of you? Or shall we skip on ahead to?
I just need to stand up for a second.
Let's skip ahead.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So we so the next few hours pass. What with you guys each doing whatever it is that you guys are doing in the next 3 hours, and eventually you'll
No,
leave.
it's like this.
Yeah. You'll.
Stop.
One brush
Stop
in
punching the page, Mason.
Eventually, you
Practice
guys
music.
leave for the pig pen and for the hissing frog, and you get there and you can tell that this is where the pig pen's happening because people are starting to flock to it. You get into the tavern and number of people have walked in here. There's not as many people in the actual tavern itself. So you walk over to the barkeep, who's this halfling man. And he says, "What can I get you?"
I wish to fight.
Right. Entry fee is 3 gold pieces. And have you fought in the pig pen before?
No.
And you hear a voice come from behind this guy. You idiot! Do you know who this is? And you look up and you see this goblin man.
Oh, that's fine again.
Yeah, this goblin man from the first pig pen. You guys.
No, second. We didn't see him at the first one. Sorry, the second one. The one that
Second
Aurora
one.
fought at.
Correct. The second one. This goblin man, kind of well dressed, hair sort of combed to the sides, or slicked with some grease and gel or something of that sort. It's shiny. Cigar hanging out of his mouth. He's like, "This right here is Mason fucking Thatcher."
Is that your middle name?
I'm just like
You don't pay shit. Get in here.
He gets that a lot. Different person.
And the halfling opens up opens the side of the bar and you walk through, and this goblin
Mason, do you
man,
want us to come with you?
Yeah, come along.
this goblin man, whose name I do not remember.
It'll be in here
It'll
somewhere.
be here somewhere,
That'll be in here.
which you guys can remind me of.
Entourage, we're entourage.
YOLO.
He starts walking. He starts walking you down.
I don't have it.
That's cool.
So, I have a very big text saying Ro's name is Aurora, but I don't have Shelton's name.
Yeah. I'll find.
It was in episode 8, if that helps.
Oh God, I don't have notes from back
That
then.
will actually.
I've just got leakers. Ivory mice, pig pen leakers.
Lika is was.
Oh, that was the orc that Ro fought?
Yeah.
I forgot that Ro fought. with
She
the
stabbed a
nails.
woman with her own nails.
Yeah, that's right. Oh god, that was
It's a
brutal.
dude. She fought a dude. Yeah.
Yeah, the creepy ass dude. Yeah.
Oh,
Like
that's
I
right.
said.
It was the big orc chick that typed in when things always.
Yeah.
Yeah. that you-
Mason
yeah.
fought the big.
Yeah, that was Lika.
Doesn't matter too much.
The only other name I've got here is Broody. So this guy's probably Broody. This is Broody. Broody.
B-R-U.
He's not. He's not.
B-R-U-D-Y.
He's not nearly as cool as Brody, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah. And he starts to walk you down this corridor, at the end of which you see some stairs going down. So where the fuck have you been?
God, he's so loud.
He's walking next to you. He's like, he's sort of
Use.
puffing away on his. Yeah. He's puffing away on his. cigar.
I've been on business. I actually ran into a person who used to fight in the pen years ago. Remember Ulrich? Finn?
Yeah.
Never did very well. Was years ago.
Oh yeah, the kid who used to get beat up all the time.
Yeah, the other one, not me. But
Well, beat up in not a good way. Right.
Never come back to the burn.
Well,
he lives in a cave now. Well, did. He now fears for his life.
serves him right, I guess.
Yep. He stole
Yeah.
from me. Which is
Oh,
interesting.
wouldn't want to be in.
No.
Some say he has a fate worse than death right now.
Well, a lot has changed since you've been away.
I've heard it's interesting. I'm looking to get into Friday's fight.
Ah. That's probably a quicker way than you having to fight all the way up. I'm sure I can do something,
Well,
but...
I got told that I needed to go all the way up the chain.
I don't know who told you that, but... You're Mason fucking Thatcher. You've got some reputation here. However, because things have changed, you will have to fight a few people. Nothing I can do about that.
Yeah.
Put on a good show, beat the shit out of someone, and I'll get you a fight in the big night.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Just, remember, whatever you win, a little bit comes to old Broody.
Yeah, sure. 100%.
That's probably a little bit too much. You should
I'll take 100%. That's pretty good.
Not giving you 100%.
That's what I would have done.
I like you.
Well, things have changed.
I've heard things have changed a lot. What are the new,
Well, new rules is you're allowed weapons now, and some of the guys use these, and you see him sort of go into his jacket pocket and pull out a syringe.
To fucking juicing.
Oh my God.
Makes for some interesting fighting.
What exactly do they do?
Different things. I've seen him set dudes' hands on fire.
Oh.
Others get frozen brass knuckles.
Hands fire.
Shit like that.
Excuse me, Mr. Broody, was it?
Yes. Broody Vogu.
Rudy or Broody?
Broody.
Okay. Gosh, you're so loud.
I'm an announcer. I have to be. I have to project.
Microphones haven't been invented yet. I gotta yell.
He is announcing.
Right, so anything goes, really?
Pretty much. As long as it's kept kinda hush-hush, you're okay with more or less anything you want. There's even been idiots casting spells in there. Like it's
so
gonna
you
do
can
anything.
Magic?
Yeah, you can do magic.
Well,
I assume it's more Mason can do.
What's the sort of death toll been since the...
A lot more. People dropping like flies. I'm gonna get more kids all the fucking time.
hey, you want an undercard?
Yeah,
Yeah? How many people use magic in here?
a few of them. They tend to stand outside the ring and help their buddies though.
Right, okay.
But you could.
Fucking juiced.
Yeah, I have an idea.
If you
You want
if
some
you stepped
speed?
if you stepped into the ring, that would be.
No. Do you want...
I'd get good odds for you. What? Scrawny, doesn't look very muscular. Yeah, you'd get some really good odds for you.
Hazel, no.
But can you win?
Maybe.
No.
How confident are you?
I mean, relatively confident.
He looks
How
at
about
he
we
looks
let Mason
he
try
looks
the
at
first
he looks at
fight?
you and he goes, "How confident are you that he might win? He just needs to win a fight."
He could win.
I just kind of look towards Mason.
Well, he can too. Putting him
He could win our fight.
There you go.
Is he fighting Mason? Because that's a different.
No, if you want to get into fight night, you gotta be in the ring and win.
Fight.
Also, not fight my friends.
Is he
And-
fighting
and-
someone like Mason more? I mean,
I can think of someone.
I'd be happy either way.
Dumb as a
I'd like to-
doorknob.
Oh? Right.
Wouldn't see it coming.
Okay.
But you may just want to stay out of his reach somehow. And not make it look like you're poofing around. Because that's overtly... Magic is technically not allowed, but like, everyone knows you do it, but it has to be subtle. If people see it, they're gonna call you out on
So
it.
it's like juicing in the UFC.
Yes.
Everyone does it, but no one talks.
As soon as I pull Hazel, I'm like, Hazel, your magic isn't exactly the most...
So if I made an ogre out of skeletons, it might be a little bit...
I think they might. Yeah.
That might be abusing the system? Right, okay. I might be rethinking my position. That's right.
Yeah, he's
dead for all the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far away is the fight?
Start soon.
I'm going to just
Maybe not just yet. Maybe like just before I go in.
It lasts an hour.
Is it more than an hour away?
Nah, I can get you in the ring in about 30 minutes.
Sure. If the fight lasts that long, there's something wrong.
I'll just kind of like pretend that I'm like, you know, being like the hype man kind of thing. Like, yeah, you got this, Mason.
Yeah. Start strapping my burn scars.
Yeah. And
No, put on a show for me. Wait till we get down there.
Yeah, not down there yet.
Okay.
You're still in the hallway, and
Is there no one else around then?
Nah, not at the moment.
Okay, then I'm just gonna slap a rune on him. I'm gonna use a sorcery point to.
You could quicken spell mage armor.
Yeah. Can I mage armor on somebody else?
Yes.
You can, but it might not help. Or it might actually help.
Wait, it will help.
13 dex.
13 plus
It's
dex.
13 plus dex, then I also get braces of defense on
Yes,
top.
you do.
If wisdom is less than 3, it'll help.
It is.
Mage
My
armor,
AC
baby.
becomes 19. If you guys start something mage armor on me, my AC
Okay,
goes
mage
up.
armor. So I've mage armored myself and Mason.
Cool.
Oh wait. How does it work? Because I have to quicken spell to.
Yeah, so you could
So you
action
spend a sorcery point. Yep.
action cast it on yourself.
You don't even need
quicken
to
spell
action cast on
it.
yourself. You can just go quicken spell to cast as a bonus action animation. Mason.
Okay. So I've done that, and I am going to then slap the rune
Cool.
from that onto. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it underneath his. Actually, no. You're gonna take your shirt off.
Slap it on his butt.
I'm gonna slap it on his butt. So you can't
You have a
really
rune in
see. He's
your
got a
butt.
slight glow, just his
I
like.
just put my shorts down.
Oh my god. Okay.
It's the athletic butt slap.
Yeah.
just like on his like right cheek, there's just like slight glow.
Slap that dump truck.
So that what happens with that is, just to remind you, is that whenever you take damage from an attack, hazard, or spell, you can use a reaction to expend any number of charge runes. Rolling a 1d6 per charge rune, you subtract the total from damage inflicted by the attack, hazard, or spell.
Thank you.
And you have mage armor.
Cool.
Does that mean that I've used 2 spell slots? I can't remember.
No, just one.
No, just one.
And one spell sorcery point.
Yeah, that's right.
Hold out your hands for me as well.
Getting fucking juiced.
Yeah.
Grab Mason's fists and like, there's a new one. And I'm gonna cast magic weapon on your fists.
Nice.
I'm
Yep.
gonna obliterate this person!
Yep.
Before I get fucking rolled.
So your fists are now +1 magic weapons.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is so sterling.
Yeah.
gonna come
There's
up against
there's
some
like a little
rando.
sheen that starts to come across your.
Yeah.
If things get really bad, I can always paralyze the other person.
We're not in both fighting
I
dirty.
know you're pretty good at that as well, so I'll kind of leave it to the last minute should anything go wrong.
So it's now a +8 to hit with a 1d6 plus.
You and
Unless
you
you
guys
want to be
get.
invisible, I can do that. I feel
Might be a little bit obvious. That's
Like-
the invert.
No. Right. Okay, here's the thing. I make you invisible. We put this robe on top of you afterwards, so they'll just be seeing the robe. You enter the ring and then just take that off, baby.
No.
That's overtly magical.
Ah, right, okay.
Just make my fists invisible.
You get down.
Your
You
Yeah,
walk.
but it's still really confusing.
You walk down the stairs
There's a
and
glitch in Titan Armor that does that. You lose your arms. It's just fists and a torso.
you step down through this thing. The door swings open, and beyond it you can see the pig pen, which is you see. It's not like many rings. There's like 2 rings that are going. On one side you can see there's younger participants that are beating the shit out of each other, and on the other side you can see a few more. As you enter, Broody turns around and he goes, "Oh shit! I should have mentioned. Your pop's here." And you look over and you see next to the ring with the adults in it, you can see your father. He's this rather large orcish, like half orc man, but sort of more orc than anything. A thick sort of a moustache. Looks like Mason, but if Mason was older and more
bigger.
orc.
And Nick's terrible porno mustache was on the character.
Oh,
Yes, it was.
I want to bring that back so bad.
Yes, it was. It's that, and you see him with his sort of his big black fur coat. He seems to be also smoking a cigar and talking to a few people here. And as you notice him, and Bree mentions that, like, forgotten to mention your pop's here. And you look over, you can see him there, and you see his eyes turn towards the door to see the new entrance, and he sees you. Your eyes lock, and you see his face just fall for a second. And that's where we end today's session.